Chapter 39 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 39, in which it is proved that listening is the best way to hear. The Duc d'Anjou was well aware that there were few rooms in the Louvre which were not built so that what was said in them could be heard from the outside, but, completely seduced by his brother's manner, he forgot to take any precautions. "Why, monseigneur," said the Duc de Guise, "how pale you are!"
"Visibly?"
"Yes, to me."
"The king saw nothing?"
"I think not, but he retained you."
"Yes."
"And what did he say, monseigneur?"
"He approves the idea, but the more gigantic it appears, the more he hesitates to place a man like you at the head."
"Then we are likely to fail."
"I fear so, my dear duke. The League seems likely to fail."
"Before it begins." At this moment Henry, hearing a noise, turned and saw Chicot by his side, listening also. "You followed me, knave," said he. "Hush, my son," said Chicot, "you prevent me from hearing." "Monseigneur," said the Duc de Guise, "it seems to me that in this case the king would have refused at once. Does he wish to dispossess me?"
"I believe so."
"Then he would ruin the enterprise."
"Yes, but I aided you with all my power."
"How, monseigneur?"
"In this. The king has left me almost master, to kill or reanimate the League."
"How so?" cried the duke, with sparkling eyes.
"Why, if, instead of dissolving the League, he named me chief."
"Ah!" cried the duke, while the blood mounted to his face. The dogs are going to fight over their bones," said Chicot. But to his surprise and the king's, the Duc de Guise suddenly became calm, and exclaimed in an almost joyful tone, "You are an adroit politician, monseigneur, if you did this."
"Yes, I did, but I would not conclude anything without speaking to you."
"Why so, monseigneur?"
"Because I did not know what it would lead us to."
"Well, I will tell you, monseigneur, not to what it will lead us, that God alone knows, but how it will serve us. The League is a second army, and as I hold the first, and my brother the Church, nothing can resist us as long as we are united."
"Without counting," said the Duc d'Anjou, "that I am heir presumptive to the throne."
"True, but still calculate your bad chances."
"I have done so 100 times."
"There is first the King of Navarre."
"Oh, I do not mind him. He is entirely occupied by his amours with La Fosseuse."
"He, monseigneur, will dispute every inch with you. He watches you and your brother. He hungers for the throne. If any accident should happen to your brother, see if he will not be here with a bound from Pau to Paris."
"An accident to my brother?"
repeated François. "Listen, Henry," said Chicot. "Yes, monseigneur," said the Duc de Guise, "an accident. Accidents are not rare in your family. You know that as well as I do. One prince is in good health, and all at once he falls ill of a lingering malady. Another is counting on long years, when perhaps he has but a few hours to live." "Do you hear, Henry?" said Chicot, taking the hand of the king, who shuddered at what he had heard. "Yes, it is true," said the Duc d'Anjou. "The princes of my house are born under fatal influences, but my brother Henry is, thank God, strong and well. He supported formerly the fatigues of war, and now that his life is nothing but recreation." "Yes, but, monseigneur, remember one thing, these recreations are not always without danger. How did your father, Henry II, die, for example? He, who also had happily escaped the dangers of war. The wound by M. de Montgomery's lance was an accident. Then your poor brother François. One would hardly call a pain in the ears an accident, and yet it was one. At least I have often heard it said that this mortal malady was poured into his ear by someone well known." "Duke!" murmured François, reddening. Yes, monseigneur, the name of king has long brought misfortune with it. Look at Antoine de Bourbon, who died from a spot in the shoulder. Then there was Jeanne d'Albret, the mother of the Béarnais, who died from smelling a pair of perfumed gloves, an accident very unexpected, although there were people who had great interest in this death. Then Charles IX, who died neither by the eye, nor ear, nor the shoulder, but by the mouth." "What did you say?" cried François, starting back. "Yes, monseigneur, by the mouth. Those hunting books are very dangerous, of which the pages stick together, and can only be opened by wetting the finger constantly." "Duke, duke, I believe you invent crimes." "Crimes? Who speaks of crimes? I speak of accidents. Was it not also an accident that happened to Charles IX at the chase? You know what chase I mean, that of the boar, where, intending to kill the wild boar which had turned on your brother, you, who never before had missed your aim, did so then, and the king would have been killed, as he had fallen from his horse, had not Henry of Navarre slain the animal which you had missed." "But," said the Duc d'Anjou, trying to recover himself, "what interest could I have had in the death of Charles IX, when the next king would be Henry III?" "Oh, monseigneur, there was already one throne vacant, that of Poland. The death of Charles IX would have left another, that of France, and even the kingdom of Poland might not have been despised. Besides, the death of Charles would have brought you a degree nearer the throne, and the next accident would have benefited you." "What do you conclude from all this, duke?" said the Duc d'Anjou. "Monseigneur, I conclude that each king has his accident, and that you are the inevitable accident of Henry III, particularly if you are chief of the League." "Then I am to accept?" "Oh, I beg you to do so." "And you?" "Oh, be easy. My men are ready, and tonight Paris will be curious." "What are they going to do in Paris tonight?" asked Henry. "Oh, how foolish you are, my friend. Tonight they sign the League publicly." "It is well," said the Duc d'Anjou. "Till this evening, then?" "Yes, till this evening," said Henry. "How?" said Chicot. "You will not risk going into the streets tonight?" "Yes, I shall." "You are wrong, Henry. Remember the accidents." "Oh, I shall be well accompanied. Will you come with me?" "What! Do you take me for a Huguenot? I shall go and sign the League 10 times. However, Henry, you have a great advantage over your predecessors in being warned, for you know now your brother, do you not?" "Yes, and mordieu, before long he shall find it out."
Chapter 39. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 40 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 40. The Evening of the League. Paris presented a fine sight, as through its then narrow streets thousands of people pressed toward the same point, for at 8 o'clock in the evening, M. le Duc de Guise was to receive the signatures of the bourgeois to the League. A crowd of citizens, dressed in their best clothes, as for a fete, but fully armed, directed their steps toward the churches. What added to the noise and confusion was that large numbers of women, disdaining to stay at home on such a great day, had followed their husbands, and many had brought with them a whole batch of children. It was in the Rue de l'Arbre Sec that the crowd was the thickest. The streets were literally choked, and the crowd pressed tumultuously towards a bright light suspended below the sign of the Belle Étoile. On the threshold a man with a cotton cap on his head and a naked sword in one hand and a register in the other was crying out, "Come, come, brave Catholics, enter the hotel of the Belle Étoile, where you will find good wine. Come, tonight the good will be separated from the bad, and tomorrow morning the wheat will be known from the tares. Come, gentlemen, you who can write, come and sign. You who cannot write, come and tell your names to me. La Hurière, vive la messe!" A tall man elbowed his way through the crowd, and in letters half an inch high wrote his name, Chicot. Then turning to La Hurière, he asked if he had not another register to sign. La Hurière did not understand raillery, and answered angrily, Chicot retorted, and a quarrel seemed approaching, when Chicot, feeling someone touch his arm, turned and saw the king disguised as a simple bourgeois, and accompanied by Quelus and Maugiron, also disguised and carrying an arquebuse on their shoulders. "What!" cried the king, "good Catholics disputing among themselves? Par la mordieu, it is a bad example." "Do not mix yourself with what does not concern you," replied Chicot, without seeming to recognize him. But a new influx of the crowd distracted the attention of La Hurière, and separated the king and his companions from the hotel. "Why are you here, sire?" said Chicot. "Do you think I have anything to fear?" Mon Dieu! In a crowd like this, it is so easy for one man to put a knife into his neighbor, and who just utters an oath and gives up the ghost." "Have I been seen?" "I think not, but you will be if you stay longer. Go back to the Louvre, sire." Oh, what is this new outcry, and what are the people running for?" Chicot looked, but could at first see nothing but a mass of people crying, howling, and pushing. At last the mass opened, and a monk, mounted on a donkey, appeared. The monk spoke and gesticulated, and the ass brayed. "Ventre de biche!" cried Chicot. "Listen to the preacher." "A preacher on a donkey!" cried Quelus. "Why not?" "He is Silenus," said Maugiron. "Which is the preacher?" said the king, "for they speak both at once." "The underneath one is the most eloquent," said Chicot, "but the one at the top speaks the best French. Listen, Henry." "My brethren," said the monk, "Paris is a superb city. Paris is the pride of France, and the Parisians a fine people." Then he began to sing, but the ass mingled his accompaniment so loudly that he was obliged to stop. The crowd burst out laughing. "Hold your tongue, Panurge, hold your tongue," cried the monk. "You shall speak after, but let me speak first." The ass was quiet. "My brothers," continued the preacher, "the earth is a valley of grief, where man often can quench his thirst only with his tears." "He is drunk," said the king. "I should think so." "I who speak to you," continued the monk, "I am returning from exile, like the Hebrews of old, and for 8 days Panurge and I have been living on alms and privations." "Who is Panurge?" asked the king. "The superior of his convent, probably, but let me listen." "Who made me endure this? It was Herod. You know what Herod I speak of. I and Panurge have come from the Villeneuve-le-Roi in 3 days to assist at this great solemnity. Now we see, but do we not understand? What is passing, my brothers? Is it today that they depose Herod? Is it today that they put brother Henry in a convent? Gentlemen," continued he, "I left Paris with 2 friends, Panurge, who is my ass, and Chicot, who is his majesty's jester. Can you tell me what has become of my friend Chicot?" Chicot made a grimace. "Oh," said the king, "he is your friend." Quelus and Maugiron burst out laughing. "He is handsome and respectable," continued the king. "It is Gorenflot, of whom M. de Morvilliers spoke to you." "The incendiary of Sainte Geneviève?" "Himself." "Then I will have him hanged." "Impossible." "Why?" "He has no neck." "My brothers," continued Gorenflot, "I am a true martyr, and it is my cause that they defend at this moment, or, rather, that of all good Catholics. You do not know what is passing in the provinces. We have been obliged at Lyons to kill a Huguenot who preached revolt. While one of them remains in France, there will be no tranquillity for us. Let us exterminate them. To arms! To arms!" Several voices repeated, "To arms!" "Par la mordieu," said the king, "make this fellow hold his tongue, or he will make a second St. Bartholomew." "Wait," said Chicot, and with his stick he struck Gorenflot with all his force on the shoulders. "Murder!" cried the monk. "It is you!" cried Chicot. "Help me, Monsieur Chicot, help me!
The enemies of the faith wish to assassinate me, but I will not die without making my voice heard. Death to the Huguenots!" "Will you hold your tongue?" cried Chicot. But at this moment a second blow fell on the shoulders of the monk with such force that he cried out with real pain. Chicot, astonished, looked round him, but saw nothing but the stick. The blow had been given by a man who had immediately disappeared in the crowd after administering this punishment. "Who the devil could it have been?" thought Chicot, and he began to run after the man, who was gliding away, followed by only one companion. End of chapter 40. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 41 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 41. The Rue de la Ferronnerie. Chicot had good legs, and he would have made the best use of them to join the man who had beaten Gorenflot, if he had not imagined that there might be danger in trying to recognize a man who so evidently wished to avoid it. He thought the best way not to seem to watch them was to pass them, so he ran on and passed them at the corner of the Rue Tirechappe, and then he hid himself at the end of the Rue des Bourdonnais. The two men went on, their hats slouched over their eyes and their cloaks drawn up over their faces, with a quick and military step, until they reached the Rue de la Ferronnerie. There they stopped and looked round them. Chicot, who was still ahead, saw in the middle of the street, before a house so old that it looked falling to pieces, a litter, attached to which were two horses. The driver had fallen asleep, while a woman, apparently unquiet, was looking anxiously through the blind. Chicot hid himself behind a large stone wall, which served as stalls for the vegetable sellers on the days when the market was held in this street, and watched. Scarcely was he hidden when he saw the two men approach the litter, one of whom, on seeing the driver asleep, uttered an impatient exclamation, while the other pushed him to awaken him. "Oh, they are compatriots," thought Chicot. The lady now leaned out of the window, and Chicot saw that she was young, very pale, and very beautiful. The two men approached the litter, and the taller of the two took in both of his the little white hand which was stretched out to him. "Well, mamie," asked he, "how are you?" "I have been very anxious," replied she. "Why the devil did you bring Madame to Paris?" said the other man rudely. "Ma foi, it is a malediction that you must always have a petticoat tacked to your doublet." "Ah, dear Agrippa," replied the man who had spoken first, "it is so great a grief to part from one you love." "On my soul, you make me swear to hear you talk. Did you come to Paris to make love? It seems to me that Béarn is large enough for your sentimental promenades, without continuing them in this Babylon, where you have nearly got us killed 20 times today. Go home if you wish to make love, but here, keep to your political intrigues, my master." "Let him scold me, mamie, and never mind him. I think he would be ill if he did not." "But at least, Ventre St. Gris, as you say, get into the litter, and say your sweet things to madame. You will run less risk of being recognized there than in the open street." "You are right, Agrippa. Give me a place, mamie, if you permit me to sit by your side." "Permit, sire, I desire it ardently," replied the lady. "Sire," murmured Chicot, who, carried away by an impulse, tried to raise his head, and knocked it against the stone wall. Meanwhile, the happy lover profited by the permission given, and seated himself in the litter. "Oh, how happy I am!" he cried, without attending in the least to the impatience of his friend. "Ventre St. Gris, this is a good day. Here are my good Parisians, who execrate me with all their souls, and would kill me if they could, working to smooth my way to the throne, and I have in my arms the woman I love. Where are we, D'Aubigné? When I am king, I will erect here a statue to the genius of the Béarnais." "The Béarn?" began Chicot, but he stopped, for he had given his head a second bump. "We are in the Rue de la Ferronnerie, sire," said D'Aubigné, "and it does not smell nice." "Get in then, Agrippa, and we will go on." "Ma foi, no, I will follow behind. I should annoy you, and, what is worse, you would annoy me." "Shut the door, then, Bear of Béarn, and do as you like." Then to the coachman he said, "La Varenne, you know where." The litter went slowly away, followed by D'Aubigné. "Let me see," said Chicot. "Must I tell Henry what I have seen? Why should I? Two men and a woman who hide themselves. It would be cowardly. I will not tell. That I know it myself is the important point, for is it not I who reign? His love was very pretty, but he loves too often, this dear Henry of Navarre. A year ago it was Madame de Sauve, and I suppose this was La Fosseuse. However, I love the Béarnais, for I believe some day he will do an ill turn to those dear Guises. Well, I have seen everyone today but the Duc d'Anjou. He alone is wanting to my list of princes. Where can my François III be? Ventre de Biche! I must look for the worthy monarch." Chicot was not the only person who was seeking for the Duc d'Anjou, and unquiet at his absence. The Guises had also sought for him on all sides, but they were not more lucky than Chicot. M. d'Anjou was not the man to risk himself imprudently, and we shall see afterwards what precautions had kept him from his friends. Once Chicot thought he had found him in the Rue Bethisy. A numerous group was standing at the door of a wine merchant, and in this group Chicot recognized M. de Monsoreau and M. de Guise, and fancied that the Duc d'Anjou could not be far off. But he was wrong. MM. de Monsoreau and Guise were occupied in exciting still more an orator in his stammering eloquence. This orator was Gorenflot, recounting his journey to Lyons, and his duel in an inn with a dreadful Huguenot. M. de Guise was listening intently, for he began to fancy it had something to do with the silence of Nicolas David. Chicot was terrified. He felt sure that in another moment Gorenflot would pronounce his name, which would throw a fatal light on the mystery. Chicot in an instant cut the bridles of some of the horses that were fastened up, and giving each of them a violent blow, sent them galloping among the crowd, which opened and began to disperse in different directions. Chicot passed quickly through the groups, and approaching Gorenflot, took Panurge by the bridle and turned him round. The Duc de Guise was already separated from them by the rush of the people, and Chicot led off Gorenflot to a kind of cul-de-sac by the church of Saint Germain l'Auxerrois. "Ah, drunkard!" said he to him. "Ah, traitor! You will then always prefer a bottle of wine to your friend." "Ah, Monsieur Chicot," stammered the monk. "What? I feed you, wretch! I give you drink! I fill your pockets and your stomach, and you betray me." "Ah, Monsieur Chicot." "You tell my secrets, wretch." "Dear friend." "Hold your tongue. You are but a sycophant, and deserve punishment." And the monk, vigorous and strong, powerful as a bull, but overcome by wine and repentance, remained without defending himself in the hands of Chicot, who shook him like a balloon full of air. "A punishment to me, to your friend, dear Monsieur Chicot." "Yes, to you," said Chicot, striking him over the shoulders with his stick. "Ah, if I were but fasting." "You would beat me, I suppose, I, your friend?" "My friend? And you treat me thus?" "He who loves well chastises well," said Chicot, redoubling his proofs of friendship. "Now," said he, "go and sleep at the Corne d'Abondance." "I can no longer see my way," cried the monk, from whose eyes tears were falling. "Ah," said Chicot, "if you wept for the wine you have drunk. However, I will guide you." And taking the ass by the bridle, he led him to the hotel, where two men assisted Gorenflot to dismount, and led him up to the room which our readers already know. "It is done," said the host, returning. "He is in bed?" "Yes, and snoring." "Very well, but as he will awake some day or other, remember that I do not wish that he should know how he came here. Indeed, it will be better that he should not know that he has been out since the famous night when he made such a noise in the convent, and that he should believe that all that has passed since is a dream." "Very well, Monsieur Chicot, but what has happened to the poor monk?" "A great misfortune. It appears that at Lyons he quarreled with an agent of M. de Mayenne, and killed him." "Oh, mon Dieu!" "So that M. de Mayenne has sworn that he will have him broken on the wheel." "Make yourself easy, monsieur, he shall not go out from here on any pretext." "Good. And now," said Chicot, as he went away, "I must find the Duc d'Anjou." CHAPTER 41. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 42 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 42. The Prince and the Friend. We may remember that the Duc de Guise had invited the Duc D'Anjou to meet him in the streets of Paris that evening. However, he determined not to go out of his palace unless he was well accompanied. Therefore the Duke went to seek his sword, which was Bussy d'Amboise. For the Duke to make up his mind to this step he must have been very much afraid, for since his deception with regard to Monsieur de Monsoreau he had not seen Bussy, and stood in great dread of him. Bussy, like all fine natures, felt sorrow more vividly than pleasure, for it is rare that a man, intrepid in danger, cold and calm in the face of fire and sword, does not give way to grief more easily than a coward. Those from whom a woman can draw tears most easily are those most to be feared by other men. Bussy had seen Diana received at court as Comtesse de Monsoreau, and as such admitted by the queen into the circle of her maids of honor. He had seen 1,000 curious eyes fixed on her unrivaled beauty. During the whole evening he had fastened his ardent gaze on her, who never raised her eyes to him, and he, unjust, like every man in love, never thought how she must have been suffering from not daring to meet his sympathizing glance. "Oh," said he to himself, seeing that he waited uselessly for a look, "women have skill and audacity only when they want to deceive a guardian, a husband, or a mother. They are awkward and cowardly when they have simply a debt of gratitude to pay. They fear so much to seem to love. They attach so exaggerated a value to their least favor, that they do not mind breaking their lover's heart, if such be their humor. Diana might have said to me frankly, 'I thank you for what you have done for me, but I do not love you.' The blow would have killed or cured me. But no, she prefers letting me love her hopelessly. But she has gained nothing by it, for I no longer love her, I despise her." And he went away with rage in his heart. "I am mad," thought he, "to torment myself about a person who disdains me. But why does she disdain me, or for whom? Not surely for that long, livid-looking skeleton, who, always by her side, covers her incessantly with his jealous glances. If I wished it, in a quarter of an hour I could hold him mute and cold under my knee, with 10 inches of steel in his heart. And if I cannot be loved, I could at least be terrible and hated. Oh, her hatred, rather than her indifference. Yes, but to act thus would be to do what a Quelus or a Maugiron would do, if they knew how to love. Better to resemble that hero of Plutarch whom I so much admired, the young Eteocles, dying of love and never avowing it, nor uttering a complaint. Am I not called the brave Bussy?" He went home and threw himself on a chair. How long he remained there he did not know, when a man approached him. "Monsieur le Comte," said he, "you are in fever." "Ah, is it you, Rémy?" "Yes, count, go to bed." Bussy obeyed, and all the next day Rémy watched him, with refreshing drinks for his body and kind words for his mind. But on the day after, Bussy missed him. "Poor lad," thought he, "he was tired and wanted air, and then doubtless Gertrude expected him. She is but a femme de chambre, but she loves, and a femme de chambre who loves is better than a queen who does not." The day passed, and Rémy did not return. Bussy was angry and impatient. "Oh," cried he, "I, who still believed in gratitude and friendship, will henceforth believe in nothing." Towards evening he heard voices in his antechamber, and a servant entered, saying, "It is Monseigneur the Duc d'Anjou." "Let him enter," said Bussy, frowning. The duke, on entering the room, which was without lights, said, "It is too dark here, Bussy." Bussy did not answer. Disgust closed his mouth. "Are you really ill?" said the duke, "that you do not answer?" "I am very ill." "Then that is why I have not seen you for 2 days?" "Yes, monseigneur." The prince, piqued at these short answers, began to examine the room. "You seem to me well lodged, Bussy," said he. Bussy did not reply. "Bussy must be very ill," said the duke to an attendant who stood by. "Why was not Miron called? The king's doctor is not too good for Bussy." When the servant was gone, "Are you in grief, Bussy?" said the duke. "I do not know." The duke approached, becoming more and more gracious as he was rebuffed. "Come, speak frankly, Bussy," said he. "What am I to say, monseigneur?" "You are angry with me?" "I? For what? Besides, it is no use to be angry with princes." The duke was silent. "But," said Bussy, "we are losing time in preambles. To the point, monseigneur. You have need of me, I suppose."
"Ah, M. de Bussy."
"Yes, doubtless. Do you think I believe that you come here through friendship, you who love no one?"
"Oh, Bussy, to say such things to me!"
"Well, be quick, monseigneur. What do you want? When one serves a prince and he dissimulates to the extent of calling you his friend, one must pay for the dissimulation by being ready to sacrifice everything, even life, if necessary."
The duke colored, but it was too dark to see it. "I wanted nothing of you, Bussy, and you deceive yourself in thinking my visit interested. I desire only, seeing the fine evening, and that all Paris is out to sign the league, that you should accompany me a little about the streets."
Bussy looked at him. "Have you not Aurilly to go with you?"
"A lute player?"
"Ah, monseigneur, you do not mention all his qualities. I believe that he has fulfilled other functions for you. Besides, you have a dozen other gentlemen. I hear them in the antechamber."
At this moment the door opened. "Who is there?" said the duke haughtily. "Who enters unannounced where I am?" "I, Rémy," replied the young man, without any embarrassment. "Who is Rémy?" "The doctor, monseigneur," said the young man.
"And my friend," said Bussy. "You heard what monseigneur asks," continued he, turning to Rémy.
"Yes, that you should accompany him, but—"
"But what?" said the duke.
"But you cannot do it."
"And why so?" cried the duke.
"Because it is too cold out of doors."
"Too cold?" cried the duke, surprised that any one should oppose him.
"Yes, too cold. Therefore I, who answer for M. Bussy's life to himself and to his friends, must forbid him to go out."
And he pressed Bussy's hand in a significant manner.
"Very well," said the duke, "if the risk be so great, he must stay."
And he turned angrily to the door, but, returning to the bed, he said,
"Then you have decided not to come?"
"Monseigneur, you hear that the doctor forbids me."
"You ought to see Miron. He is a great doctor."
"I prefer my friend."
"Then adieu."
"Adieu, monseigneur."
No sooner was the duke gone than Rémy said, "Now, monseigneur, get up at once, if you please."
"What for?"
"To come out with me. This room is too warm."
"You said just now to the duke that it was too cold outside."
"The temperature has changed since."
"So that," said Bussy, with curiosity,
"so that now I am convinced that the air will do you good."
"I don't understand."
"Do you understand the medicines I give you? Yet you take them. Come, get up. A walk with M. d'Anjou is dangerous. With me it is healthy. Have you lost confidence in me? If so, send me away."
"Well, as you wish it." And he rose, pale and trembling.
"An interesting paleness," said Rémy.
"But where are we going?"
"To a place where I have analyzed the air today."
"And this air?"
"Is sovereign for your complaint, monseigneur." Bussy dressed, and they went out. End of chapter 42. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 43 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 43. Etymology of the Rue de la Jussienne. Rémy took his patient by the arm and led him by the Rue Coquillière down to the rampart. "It is strange," said Bussy, "you take me near the marsh of the Grange Batelier and call it healthy." "Oh, monsieur, a little patience. We are going to turn round the Rue Pagavin and get into the Rue Montmartre. You will see what a fine street that is."
"As if I do not know it."
"Well, so much the better. I need not lose time in showing you its beauties, and I will lead you at once into a pretty little street."
Indeed, after going a few steps down the Rue Montmartre, they turned to the right. "This," said Remy, "is the Rue de l'Egyptienne, or Egyptienne, which you like, often called by the people the Rue de la Jussienne or Jussienne." "Very likely, but where are we going?" "Do you see that little church?" said Remy. "How nicely it is situated. I dare say you never remarked it before." "No, I did not know it." "Well, now that you have seen the exterior, enter and look at the windows. They are very curious." There was such a pleased smile on the young man's face that Bussy felt sure there must have been some other reason for making him enter than to look at the windows, which it was too dark to see. The chapel was lighted, however, for service, and Remy began examining a fresco of the Virgin Mary, which was a continual source of complaint to the women who frequented the church, as they said that it attracted the attention of the young shopkeepers away from them. "You had some other object in bringing me here than that I should admire the Sainte Marie, had you not?" "Ma foi, no." "Then let us go." "Wait a moment, the service is finishing." "Now let us go," said Bussy, "they are moving," and he walked to the door. "At least take some holy water." Bussy obeyed, and Remy making a sign to a woman who stood near, she advanced, and Bussy grew suddenly pale, for he recognized Gertrude. She saluted him and passed on, but behind her came a figure which, although closely veiled, made his heart beat fast. Remy looked on, and Bussy knew now why he had brought him to this church. Bussy followed the lady, and Remy followed him. Gertrude had walked on before until she came to an alley closed by a door. She opened it and let her mistress pass. Bussy followed, and the two others disappeared. It was 7:30 in the evening, and near the beginning of May. The air began to have the feeling of spring, and the leaves were beginning to unfold themselves. Bussy looked round him, and found himself in a little garden, 50 feet square, surrounded by high walls, covered with vines and moss. The first lilacs, which had begun to open in the morning sun, sent out their sweet emanations, and the young man felt tempted to think that so much perfume, and warmth, and life came to him only from the presence of the woman he loved so tenderly. On a little wooden bench sat Diana, twisting in her fingers a sprig of wallflower which she had picked, without knowing what she did. As Bussy approached her, she raised her head and said timidly, "Monsieur le Comte, all deception would be unworthy of us. If you found me at the church of Sainte Marie l'Egyptienne, it was not chance that brought you there." "No, madame. Remy took me out without my knowing where I was going, and I swear to you that I was ignorant." "You do not understand me, monsieur. I know well that Monsieur Remy brought you there, by force perhaps." "No, madame, not by force. I did not know that he was going to take me to see anyone." "That is a harsh speech," said Diana sadly, and with tears in her eyes. "Do you mean that had you known, you would not have come?" "Oh, madame!" "It would have been but just, monsieur. You did me a great service, and I have not thanked you. Pardon me, and receive all my thanks." "Madame," Bussy stopped. He felt so overcome that he had neither words nor ideas. "But I wish to prove to you," continued Diana, "that I am not ungrateful nor forgetful. It was I who begged Monsieur Remy to procure for me the honor of this interview. It was I who sought for it. Forgive me if I have displeased you." "Oh, madame, you cannot think that." "I know," continued Diana, who was the strongest because she had prepared herself for this interview, "how much trouble you had in fulfilling my commission. I know all your delicacy. I know it and appreciate it, believe me. Judge, then, what I must have suffered from the idea that you would misunderstand the sentiments of my heart." "Madame, I have been ill for 3 days." "Oh, I know," cried Diana, with a rising color, "and I suffered more than you. For Monsieur Remy, he deceived me, no doubt, for he made me believe—" "That your forgetfulness caused it? Oh, it is true." "Then I have been right to do as I have done, to see you, to thank you for your kindness, and to swear to you an eternal gratitude. Do you believe that I speak from the bottom of my heart?" Bussy shook his head sadly and did not reply.
"Do you doubt my words?"
said Diana. "Madame, those who feel a kindness for you show it when they can. You knew I was at the palace the night of your presentation. You knew I was close to you. You must have felt my looks fixed on you, and you never raised your eyes to me. You never let me know by a word, a sign, or a gesture that you were aware of my presence. But perhaps you did not recognize me, madame. You have only seen me twice." Diana replied with so sad a glance of reproach that Bussy was moved by it. "Pardon me, madame," said he. "You are not an ordinary woman, and yet you act like them. This marriage—"
"I was forced to conclude it."
"Yes, but it was easy to break."
"Impossible, on the contrary."
"Did you not know that near you watched a devoted friend?"
"Even that made me fear."
"And you did not think of what my life would be when you belonged to another, but perhaps you kept the name of Monsoreau from choice?"
"Do you think so?"
murmured Diana.
"So much the better."
And her eyes filled with tears. Bussy walked up and down in great agitation. "I am to become once more a stranger to you," said he.
"Alas!"
"Your silence says enough."
"I can only speak by my silence."
"At the Louvre you would not see me, and now you will not speak to me."
"At the Louvre I was watched by M. de Monsoreau, and he is jealous."
"Jealous! What does he want then? Mon Dieu! Whose happiness can he envy when all the world is envying his?"
"I tell you he is jealous. For the last 2 or 3 days he has seen someone wandering round our new abode."
"Then you have quitted the Rue Saint Antoine?"
"How?"
cried Diana thoughtlessly.
"Then it was not you?"
"Madame, since your marriage was publicly announced, since that evening at the Louvre, where you did not deign to look at me, I have been in bed, devoured by fever, so you see that your husband could not be jealous of me, at least."
"Well, Monsieur le Comte, if it be true that you had any desire to see me, you must thank this unknown man. For knowing M. de Monsoreau as I know him, this man made me tremble for you, and I wished to see you and say to you, 'Do not expose yourself so, Monsieur le Comte. Do not make me more unhappy than I am.'"
"Reassure yourself, madame, it was not I."
"Now let me finish what I have to say. In the fear of this man, whom I do not know, but whom M. de Monsoreau does perhaps, he exacts that I should leave Paris, so that," said Diana, holding out her hand to Bussy, "you may look upon this as our last meeting, Monsieur le Comte. Tomorrow we start for Meridor."
"You are going, madame?"
"There is no other way to reassure M. de Monsoreau, no other way for me to be at peace. Besides, I myself detest Paris, the world, the court, and the Louvre. I wish to be alone with my souvenirs of my happy past. Perhaps a little of my former happiness will return to me there. My father will accompany me, and I shall find there Monsieur and Madame de St. Luc, who expect me. Adieu, Monsieur de Bussy."
Bussy hid his face in his hands. "All is over for me," he murmured.
"What do you say?"
said Diana. "I say, madame, that this man exiles you, that he takes from me the only hope left to me, that of breathing the same air as yourself, of seeing you sometimes, of touching your dress as you pass. Oh, this man is my mortal enemy, and if I perish for it, I will destroy him with my own hands."
"Oh, Monsieur le Comte!"
"The wretch! It is not enough for him that you are his wife, you, the most beautiful and most charming of creatures, but he is still jealous. Jealous! The devouring monster would absorb the whole world."
"Oh, calm yourself, Comte. Mon Dieu, he is excusable, perhaps."
"He is excusable? You defend him, madame?"
"Oh, if you knew!"
cried Diana, covering her face with her hands. "If I knew? Oh, madame, I know one thing. He who is your husband is wrong to think of the rest of the world."
"But," cried
Diana in a broken voice, If you were wrong, Monsieur le Comte, and if he were not." And the young woman, touching with her cold hand the burning ones of Bussy, rose and fled among the sombre alleys of the garden, seized Gertrude's arm and dragged her away, before Bussy, astonished and overwhelmed with delight, had time to stretch out his arms to retain her. He uttered a cry and tottered. Remy arrived in time to catch him in his arms and make him sit down on the bench that Diana had just quitted. End of chapter 43. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 44 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 44. How D'Epernon had his doublet torn, and how Chomberg was stained blue. While Monsieur la Hurière piled signature upon signature, while Chicot consigned Gorenflot to the Corne d'Abondance, while Bussy returned to life in the happy little garden full of perfume and love, the king, annoyed at all he had seen in the city, and furious against his brother whom he had seen pass in the Rue Saint Honoré, accompanied by Messieurs de Guise and Monsoreau, and followed by a whole train of gentlemen, re-entered the Louvre, accompanied by Maugiron and Quelus. He had gone out with all four of his friends, but at some steps from the Louvre, Chomberg and D'Epernon had profited by the first crush to disappear, counting on some adventures in such a turbulent night. Before they had gone 100 yards, D'Epernon had passed his sword sheath between the legs of a citizen who was running, and who tumbled down in consequence, and Chomberg had pulled the cap off the head of a young and pretty woman. But both had badly chosen their day for attacking these good Parisians, generally so patient, for a spirit of revolt was prevalent in the streets, and the bourgeois rose, crying out for aid, and the husband of the young woman launched his apprentices on Chomberg. He was brave, therefore he stopped, but put his hand on his sword and spoke in a high tone. D'Epernon was prudent, he fled. Henry had entered his room at the Louvre, and seated in his great armchair, was trembling with impatience and seeking a good pretext for getting into a passion. Maugiron was playing with Narcissus, the large greyhound, and Quelus was sitting near. "They go on!" cried Henry. "Their plot advances, sometimes tigers, sometimes serpents. When they do not spring, they glide." "Oh, sire," said Quelus, "are there not always plots in a kingdom? What the devil could all the sons, brothers, and cousins of kings do if they did not plot?" And Quelus irreverently turned his back to the king. "Here, Maugiron," said the king, "with what nonsense he tries to put me off." "Well, sire, look at Narcissus. He is a good dog, but when you pull his ears he growls, and when you tread on his toes he bites." "Here is the other comparing me to my dog." "Not so, sire. I place Narcissus far above you, for he knows how to defend himself, and you do not." And he also turned his back. "That is right," cried the king. "My good friends, for whom they accuse me of despoiling the kingdom, abandon me, insult me. Ah, Chicot, if you were here!" At this moment, however, the door opened, and D'Epernon appeared, without hat or cloak, and with his doublet all torn. "Bon Dieu!" cried Henry. "What is the matter?" "Sire," said D'Epernon, "look at me. See how they treat the friends of your majesty." "Who has treated you thus?" "Mordieu, your people, or rather the people of Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, who cried, 'Vive la Messe! Vive Guise! Vive François! Vive everyone, in fact, except the king." "And what did you do to be treated thus?" "I? Nothing. What can a man do to a people? They recognized me for your majesty's friend, and that was enough." "But Chomberg?" "Well?" "Did he not come to your aid? Did he not defend you?" "Corboeuf! Had he enough to do on his own account?" "How so?" "I left him in the hands of a dyer whose wife's cap he had pulled off, and who, with his 5 or 6 apprentices, seemed likely to make him pass an unpleasant quarter of an hour." "Par la mordieu! And where did you leave my poor Chomberg? I will go myself to his aid. They may say," continued he, looking at Maugiron and Quelus, "that my friends abandoned me, but they shall never say that I abandoned them." "Thanks, sire," said a voice behind Henry. "Thanks, but here I am. I extricated myself without assistance,
but mein Gott, it was not without trouble." "It is Chomberg's voice," cried all, "but where the devil is he?" "Here I am," cried the voice, and indeed in the corner of the room they saw something that looked not like a man but a shadow. "Chomberg," cried the king, "where do you come from, and why are you that color?" Indeed, Chomberg from head to foot was of a most beautiful blue. "Der Teufel!" cried he, "the wretches! It is not wonderful that the people ran after me." "But what is the matter?" "The matter is that they dipped me in a vat, the knaves. I believed that it was only water, but it was indigo." "Ah, mordieu!" cried Quelus, bursting out laughing. "Indigo is very dear. You must have carried away at least 20 crowns worth of indigo." "I wish you had been in my place." "And you did not kill anyone?" "I left my poniard somewhere, that is all I know, up to the hilt in a sheath of flesh, but in a second I was taken, carried off, dipped in the vat, and almost drowned." "And how did you get out of their hands?" "By committing a cowardice, sire." "What was that?" "Crying 'Vive la Ligue.'" "That was like me, only they made me add 'Vive le Duc d'Anjou,'" said D'Epernon. "And I also," cried Chomberg, "but that is not all." "What, my poor Chomberg, did they make you cry something else?" "No, that was enough, God knows, but just as I cried 'Vive le Duc d'Anjou,' guess who passed?" "How can I guess?" "Bussy, his cursed Bussy, who heard me." "He could not understand." "Parbleu, it was not difficult to understand. I had a poniard at my throat, and I was in a vat." "And he did not come to your rescue?" "It seemed as though he was in a dreadful hurry. He scarcely seemed to touch the ground." "Perhaps he did not recognize you, as you were blue." "Ha! Very likely." "He would be excusable," said the king, "for indeed, my poor Chomberg, I should hardly have known you myself." "Never mind, we shall meet some other time when I am not in a vat." "Oh, as for me," said D'Epernon, "it is his master I should like to punish." "The Duc d'Anjou, whose praises they are singing all over Paris," said Quelus. "The fact is that he is master of Paris tonight," said D'Epernon. "Ah, my brother, my brother!" cried the king. "Ha! Yes, sire, you cry my brother, but you do nothing against him, and yet it is clear to me that he is at the head of some plot," said Chomberg. Mordieu! That is what I was saying just before you came in, to these gentlemen, and they replied by shrugging their shoulders and turning their backs." "Not because you said there was a plot, sire, but because you do nothing to suppress it." "And now," said Quelus, "we say, save us, sire, or rather save yourself. Tomorrow M. de Guise will come to the Louvre and ask you to name a chief for the League. If you name M. d'Anjou as you promised, he, at the head of 100,000 Parisians excited by this night, can do what he likes." "Then," said Henry, "if I take a decisive step, will you support me?" "Yes, sire." "If, sire, you will only give me time to remodel my dress," said D'Epernon. "Go to my room, D'Epernon, my valet de chambre will give you what you want." "And I, sire, must have a bath," said Chomberg. "Go to my bath." "Then I may hope, sire, that my insult will not remain unavenged." Henry remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Quelus, ask if M. d'Anjou has returned to the Louvre." Quelus went, but came back and said that the duke had not yet returned. "Well, you, Quelus and Maugiron, go down and watch for his entrance." "And then?" "Have all the doors shut." "Bravo, sire." "I will be back in 10 minutes, sire," said D'Epernon. "And my stay will depend on the quality of the dye," said Chomberg. "Come as soon as possible," said the king. The young men went out, and the king, left alone, kneeled down on his prie Dieu. End of chapter 44. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 45 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 45. Chicot, more than ever King of France. The gates of the Louvre were generally closed at 12, but the king gave orders that they should be left open on this night till 1. At 1:45, Quelus came up. "Sire," said he, "the duke has come in." "What is Maugiron doing?" "Watching that he does not go out again." "There is no danger." "Then?" "Let him go to bed quietly. Whom has he with him?" "M. de Monsoreau and his ordinary gentlemen." "And M. de Bussy?" "No, he is not there." "So much the better." "What are your orders, sire?" "Tell Chomberg and D'Epernon to be quick, and let M. de Monsoreau know that I wish to speak to him." 5 minutes after, Chomberg and D'Epernon entered, the former with only a slight blue tint left, which it would take several baths to eradicate, and the latter newly clothed. After them, M. de Monsoreau appeared. "The captain of the guards has just announced to me that your majesty did me the honor to send for me," he said. "Yes, monsieur. When I was out this evening, I saw the stars so brilliant, and the moon so clear, that I thought it would be splendid weather for the chase tomorrow. So, monsieur le comte, set off at once for Vincennes, and get a stag turned out ready for me." "But, sire, I thought that tomorrow your majesty had given a rendezvous to M. le Duc d'Anjou and M. de Guise, in order to name a chief for the League." "Well, monsieur?" said the king haughtily. "Sire, there might not be time." "There is always time, monsieur, for those who know how to employ it, and that is why I tell you to set off at once, so that you may have all ready for tomorrow morning at 10. Quelus, Chomberg, have the door of the Louvre opened for M. de Monsoreau, and have it closed behind him." The chief huntsman retired in astonishment. "It is a whim of the king's," said he to the young men. "Yes." They watched him out, and then returned to the king. "Now," said Henry, "silence, and all 4 of you follow me." "Where are we going, sire?" said D'Epernon. "Those who follow will see." The king took a lantern in his hand, and led the young men along the secret corridor, which led to his brother's rooms. A valet de chambre watched there, but before he had time to warn his master, Henry ordered him to be silent, and the young men pushed him into a room and locked the door. Henry opened his brother's door. François had gone to bed full of dreams of ambition, which the events of the evening had nourished. He had heard his name exalted and the king's abused. Conducted by the Duc de Guise, he had seen the Parisians open everywhere for him and his gentlemen, while those of the king were insulted and hooted. Never since the commencement of his career had he been so popular, and consequently so hopeful. He had placed on the table a letter from M. de Guise, which had been brought to him by M. de Monsoreau. His surprise and terror were great when he saw the secret door open, and still more when he recognized the king. Henry signed to his companions to remain on the threshold, and advanced to the bed, frowning but silent. "Sire," stammered the duke, "the honor that your majesty does me is so unlooked for." "That it frightens you, does it not? But stay where you are, my brother, do not rise." "But, sire, only permit me," and he drew towards him the letter of M. de Guise. "You are reading?" asked the king. "Yes, sire." "Something interesting to keep you awake at this time of night?" "Oh, sire, nothing very important, the Evening Courier." "Oh, yes, I understand, the Courier of Venus. But no, I see I am wrong. They do not seal billets doux with seals of that size." The duke hid the letter altogether. "How discreet this dear François is," said the king, with a smile which frightened his brother. However, making an effort to recover himself, he said, "Did your majesty wish to say anything particular to me?" "What I have to say to you, monsieur, I wish to say before witnesses. Here, gentlemen," continued he, turning to the 4 young men, "listen to us. I order you." "Sire," said the duke, with a glance full of rage and hatred, "before insulting a man of my rank, you should have refused me the hospitality of the Louvre, in the Hôtel d'Anjou at least, I should have been free to reply to you."
"Really, you forget, then, that wherever you are my subject, that I am the king, and that every house is mine."
"Sire, I am at the Louvre, at my mother's."
"And your mother is in my house. But to the point, give me that paper."
"Which?"
"That which you were reading, which was on your table, and which you hid when I came in."
"Sire, reflect."
"On what?"
"On this, that you are making a request unworthy of a gentleman, and fit only for a police officer."
The king grew livid. "That letter, monsieur!"
"A woman's letter, sire."
"There are some women's letters very good to see, and dangerous not to see, such as those our mother writes."
"Brother!"
"This letter, monsieur!" cried the king, stamping his foot, "or I will have it torn from you by my Swiss." The duke jumped out of bed, and the letter crumpled in his hand, evidently with the intention of approaching the fire. But Henry, divining his intention, placed himself between him and the fire.
"You would not treat your brother thus!" cried the duke.
"Not my brother, but my mortal enemy. Not my brother, but the Duc D'Anjou, who went all through Paris with Ventre de Guise, who tries to hide from me a letter from one of his accomplices, the Lorraine princes."
"This time," said the duke, "your police are wrong."
"I tell you I saw on the seal the 3 merlets of Lorraine. Give it to me, mordieu! Or—" Henry advanced toward his brother, and laid his hand on his shoulder. François had no sooner felt the touch of his hand than, falling on his knees, cried out,
"Help! Help! My brother is going to kill me!"
These words, uttered in an accent of profound terror, startled the king, and mitigated his rage. The idea passed quickly through his mind that in their family, as by a curse, brother had always assassinated brother. "No, my brother," said he, "you are wrong. I do not wish to hurt you, but you cannot contend with me. I am the master, and if you did not know it before, you know it now."
"Yes, my brother, I acknowledge it."
"Very well, then give me that letter. The king orders it." The duke let it fall, and the king picked it up, but without reading it, put it in his pocketbook.
"Is that all?"
said the duke, with his sinister glance. "No, monsieur, you must keep your room until my suspicions with respect to you are completely dissipated. The room is commodious, and not much like a prison. Stay here. You will have good company, at least outside the door, for this night these 4 gentlemen will guard you. Tomorrow they will be relieved by a guard of Swiss."
"But my friends, can I not see them?"
"Who do you call your friends?"
"Monsieur de Monsoreau, Monsieur de Ribeirac, Monsieur Antragues, and Monsieur de Bussy."
"Oh, yes, he, of course."
"Has he had the misfortune to displease your majesty?"
"Yes."
"When, sire?"
"Always, but particularly tonight."
"Tonight? What did he do?"
"Insulted me in the streets of Paris."
"You?"
"My followers, which is the same thing."
"Bussy? You have been deceived, sire."
"I know what I say."
"Sire, Monsieur de Bussy has not been out of his hotel for 2 days. He is at home, ill in bed, burning with fever."
The king turned to Chomberg, who said, "If he had fever, at all events, he had it in the Rue Coquillière."
"Who told you he was there?" said the duke.
"I saw him."
"You saw Bussy out of doors?"
"Yes, looking well and happy, and accompanied by his ordinary follower, that Rémy."
"Then I do not understand it. I saw him in bed myself. He must have deceived me."
"It is well, he will be punished with the rest," said the king.
"If Monsieur de Bussy went out alone after refusing to go out with me—"
"You hear, gentlemen, what my brother says? But we will talk of him another time. Now I recommend my brother to your care. You will have the honor of serving as guard to a prince of the blood." "Oh, sire," said Quelus, "be satisfied. We know what we owe to Monsieur le Duc." "It is well. Adieu, gentlemen."
"Sire," cried the duke, "am I really a prisoner? Are my friends not to visit me, and am I not to go out?" and the idea of the next day presented itself to his mind, when his presence would be so necessary to M. de Guise. "Sire," cried he again, "let me at least remain near your majesty. It is my place, and I can be as well guarded there as elsewhere. Sire, grant me this favor." The king was about to yield to this request and say yes, when his attention was attracted to the door, where a long body, with its arms, its head, and everything that it could move, was making signs to him to say no. It was Chicot. "No," said Henry to his brother, "you are very well here, and here you must stay." "Sire." "It is my pleasure, and that is enough," said the king haughtily. "I said I was the real king of France," murmured Chicot. End of chapter 45. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 46 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 46. How Chicot paid a visit to Bussy, and what followed. The next morning, about 9, Bussy was eating his breakfast and talking with Rémy over the events of the previous day. "Rémy," said he, "did you not think you had seen somewhere that gentleman whom they were dipping in a vat in the Rue Coquillière?" "Yes, monsieur le comte, but I cannot think of his name." "I ought to have helped him," said Bussy. "It is a duty one gentleman owes to another, but really, Rémy, I was too much occupied with my own affairs." "But he must have recognized us, for we were our natural color, and it seemed to me that he rolled his eyes frightfully, and shook his fist at us." "Are you sure of that, Rémy? We must find out who it was. I cannot let such an insult pass." "Oh!" cried Rémy, "I know now who he was." "How so?" "I heard him swear." "I should think so. Anyone would have sworn in such a situation." "Yes, but he swore in German." "Bah!" "Yes, he said, 'Gott verdomme.'" "Then it was Chomberg." "Himself, monsieur le comte." "Then, my dear Rémy, get your salves ready." "Why so, monsieur?" "Because before long you will have to apply them either to his skin or to mine." "You would not be so foolish as to get killed, now you are so well and so happy. Saint Marie l'Egyptienne has cursed you once, but she will get tired of working miracles for you." "On the contrary, Rémy, you cannot tell how pleasant it feels to risk your life when you are happy. I assure you, I never fought with a good heart when I had lost so large sums at play, when things had gone wrong, or when I had anything to reproach myself with. But when my purse is full, my heart light, and my conscience clear, I go boldly to the field, for I am sure of my hand. It is then I am brilliant. I should fight well to day, Rémy, for, thanks to you," said he, extending his hand to the young man, "I am very happy." "Stay a moment, however, you will, I hope, deprive yourself of this pleasure. A beautiful lady of my acquaintance made me swear to keep you safe and sound, under the pretext that your life belongs to her." "Good Rémy." "You call me good Rémy because I brought you to see Madame de Monsoreau, but shall you call me so when you are separated from her? And unluckily the day approaches, if it be not come." "What do you mean?" "Do you not know that she is going to Anjou, and that I myself have the grief of being separated from Gertrude? Ah!" Bussy could not help smiling at the pretended grief of the young man. "You love her, then?" he said. "I should think so. You should see how she beats me." "And you let her do it?" "Oh, yes." "But to return to Diana, Rémy, when shall we set off?" "Ah, I expected that. On the latest possible day, I should say." "Why so?" "Firstly, because it seems to me that M. le Duc d'Anjou will want you here." "After?" "Because M. de Monsoreau, by a special blessing, does not suspect you in the least, and would suspect something immediately if he saw you disappear from Paris at the same time as his wife." "What do I care for that?" "No, but I care. I charge myself with curing the sword strokes received in duels, for as you manage your sword well, you never receive very serious ones, but not the blows given secretly by jealous husbands. They are animals who, in such cases, strike hard. Well, my dear friend, if it is my destiny to be killed by M. de Monsoreau, well, he will kill me. And then, a week after, Madame de Monsoreau will be reconciled to her husband, which will dreadfully enrage your poor soul, which will see it from above or below, without being able to prevent it.
You are right, Remy. I will live.
Quite right, but that is not all. You must be charmingly polite to him. He is frightfully jealous of the Duc D'Anjou, who, while you were ill in bed, promenaded before the house with his oreiller. Make advances, then, to this charming husband, and do not even ask him what has become of his wife, since you know quite well.
You are right, Remy, I believe. Now, I am no longer jealous of the bear. I will be civil to him.
At this moment, someone knocked at the door.
"Who is there?" cried Bussy.
"Monsieur," replied a page, "there is a gentleman below who wishes to speak to you."
"To speak to me so early? Who is it?"
"A tall gentleman dressed in green velvet."
"Can it be Chomberg?"
"He said a tall man."
"True, then Monsoreau, perhaps. Well, let him enter." After a minute the visitor entered.
"Monsieur Chicot!" cried Bussy.
"Himself, Monsieur le Comte."
Remy retired into another room, and then Chicot said, "Monsieur, I come to propose to you a little bargain."
"Speak, monsieur," said Bussy in great surprise.
"What will you promise me if I render you a great service?"
"That depends on the service, monsieur," replied Bussy disdainfully.
Chicot feigned not to remark this air of disdain. "Monsieur," said he, sitting down and crossing his long legs, "I remark that you do not ask me to sit down." The color mounted to Bussy's face. "Monsieur," continued Chicot, "have you heard of the League?"
"I have heard much of it," said Bussy.
"Well, monsieur, you ought to know that it is an association of honest Christians, united for the purpose of religiously massacring their neighbors, the Huguenots. Are you of the League, monsieur? I am."
"But, monsieur "
"Say only yes or no."
"Allow me to express my astonishment."
"I did myself the honor of asking you if you belonged to the League."
"Monsieur Chicot, as I do not like questions whose import I do not understand, I beg you to change the conversation before I am forced to tell you that I do not like questioners. Come, Monsieur Chicot, we have but a few minutes left."
"Well, in a few minutes one can say a great deal. However, I might have dispensed with asking you the question, as if you do not belong to the League now, you soon will, as M. d'Anjou does."
"M. d'Anjou? Who told you that?"
"Himself, speaking to me in person, as the gentlemen of the law say, or rather write. For example, that dear M. Nicolas David, that star of the Forum Parisiennes. Now that you understand that as M. d'Anjou belongs to the League, you cannot help belonging to it also, you, who are his right arm. The League knows better than to accept a maimed chief."
"Well, M. Chicot, what then?"
"Why, if you do not belong to it, or they think you are likely to do so, what has happened to his royal highness will certainly happen to you."
"And what has happened to him?"
"Monsieur," said Chicot, rising and imitating M. de Bussy's manner of a little before, "I do not love questions, nor questioners, therefore I have a great mind to let them do to you what they have done to night to the duke."
"Monsieur Chicot," said Bussy with a smile,
"speak, I beg of you. Where is the duke?"
"He is in prison."
"Where?" "In his own room, for four of my good friends guard him. M. de Chomberg, who was dyed blue yesterday, as you know, since you passed during the operation; M. d'Epernon, who is yellow from the fright he had; M. de Quelus, who is red with anger; and M. de Maugiron, who is white with ennui. It is beautiful to see, not to speak of the duke, who is going green with terror. so that we shall have a perfect rainbow to delight our eyes."
"Then, monsieur, you think my liberty is in danger?"
"Danger, monsieur! Suppose that they are already on the way to arrest you."
Bussy shuddered.
"Do you like the Bastile, M. de Bussy? It is a good place for meditation, and M. Laurent Testu, the governor, keeps a good cook."
"They would send me to the Bastile?"
"Ma foi! I ought to have in my pocket something like an order to conduct you there. Would you like to see it?" And Chicot drew from his pocket an order from the king in due form, to apprehend, wherever he might be, M. Louis de Clermont, Seigneur de Bussy. "Written very nicely by M. Quelus," continued Chicot. "Then, monsieur," cried Bussy, "you are really rendering me a service?" "I think so. Do you agree with me?" "Monsieur, I beg you to tell me why you do it, for you love the king and he hates me." "Monsieur le Comte, I save you. Think what you please of my action, but do you forget that I asked for a recompense?"
"Ah, true."
"Well?"
"Most willingly, monsieur."
"Then some day you will do what I ask you?"
"On my honor, if possible."
"That is enough. Now mount your horse and disappear. I go to carry this order to those who are to use it."
"Then you were not to arrest me yourself?"
"I? For what do you take me?"
"But I should abandon my master."
"Have no scruples, he abandons you."
"You are a gentleman, Monsieur Chicot."
Bussy called Rémy. To do him justice, he was listening at the door. "Rémy, our horses." "They are saddled, monsieur." "Ah!" said Chicot, "this young man knows what he is about." Bussy thanked Chicot once more and went down. "Where are we going?" said Rémy.
"Well," said Bussy, hesitating.
"What do you say to Normandy?" said Chicot.
"It is too near."
"Flanders, then."
"Too far."
"Anjou is a reasonable distance, monsieur," said Rémy.
"Well, then, Anjou," said Bussy, coloring.
"Adieu, monsieur," said Chicot. "It is destiny," said Rémy, when he was gone.
"Let us be quick, and perhaps we may overtake her," said Bussy.
Chapter 46. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 47 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 47. The chess of M. Chicot and the cup and ball of M. Quelus. Chicot returned joyfully to the Louvre. It was a great satisfaction to him to have saved a brave gentleman like Bussy. M. de Guise, after having received in the morning the principal leaguers, who came to bring him the registers filled with signatures, and after having made them all swear to recognize the chief that the king should appoint, went out to visit M. d'Anjou, whom he had lost sight of about 10 the evening before. The duke found the prince's valet rather unquiet at his master's absence, but he imagined that he had slept at the Louvre. The Duc de Guise asked to speak to Aurilly, who was most likely to know where his master was. Aurilly came, but stated he had been separated from the prince the evening before by a pressure of the crowd, and had come to the Hôtel d'Anjou to wait for him, not knowing that his highness had intended to sleep at the Louvre. He added that he had just sent to the Louvre to inquire, and that a message had been returned that the duke was still asleep. "Asleep at 11 o'clock? Not likely. You ought to go to the Louvre, Aurilly." "I did think of it, monseigneur, but I feared that this was only a tale invented to satisfy my messenger, and that the prince was seeking pleasure elsewhere, and might be annoyed at my seeking him." "Oh, no, the duke has too much sense to be pleasure seeking on a day like this. Go to the Louvre, you will be sure to find him there." "I will if you wish it, but what shall I say to him?" "Say that the convocation at the Louvre is fixed for 2 o'clock, and that it is necessary that we should have a conference first. It is not at the time when the king is about to choose a chief for the league that he should be sleeping." "Very well, monseigneur, I will beg his highness to come here." "And say that I am waiting impatiently for him.
Meanwhile, I will go and seek Monsieur de Bussy." "But if I do not find his highness, what am I to do?" "Then make no further search for him. In any event, I shall be at the Louvre at 2:15." Aurilly passed through the courtiers who crowded the Louvre, and made his way to the duke's apartments. At the door he found Chicot playing chess. Aurilly tried to pass, but Chicot with his long legs blocked up the doorway. He was forced to touch him on the shoulder. "Ah, it is you, Monsieur Aurilly." "What are you doing, Monsieur Chicot?" "Playing chess, as you see." "All alone?" "Yes, I am studying. Do you play?" "Very little." "Yes, I know you are a musician, and music is so difficult an art, that those who give themselves to it must sacrifice all their time." "You seem very serious over your game." "Yes, it is my king who disquiets me. You must know, Monsieur Aurilly, that at chess the king is a very insignificant person, who has no will, who can only go one step forward or back, or one to the right or left, while he is surrounded by active enemies, by knights who jump 3 squares at a time, by a crowd of pawns who surround him, so that if he be badly counseled, he is a ruined king in no time, ma foi." "But, Monsieur Chicot, how does it happen that you are studying this at the door of his royal highness's room?" "Because I am waiting for Monsieur Quelus, who is in there." "Where?" "With his highness." "With his highness? What is he doing in there? I did not think they were such friends." "Hush!" Then he whispered in Aurilly's ear, "He has come to ask pardon of the duke for a little quarrel they had yesterday." "Really?" "It was the king who insisted on it. You know on what excellent terms the brothers are just now. The king would not suffer an impertinence of Quelus's to pass, and ordered him to apologize." "Really? Ah, Monsieur Aurilly, I think that we are entering the golden age. The Louvre is about to become Arcadia, and the two brothers Arcades ambo." Aurilly smiled and passed into the antechamber, where he was courteously saluted by Quelus, between whose hands a superb cup and ball of ebony inlaid with ivory was making rapid evolutions. "Bravo, Monsieur Quelus," said Aurilly. "Ah, my dear Monsieur Aurilly, when shall I play cup and ball as well as you play the lute?" "When you have studied your plaything as long as I have my instrument. But where is monseigneur? I thought you were with him." "I have an audience with him, but Chomberg comes first." "What, Monsieur de Chomberg also?" "Ah, mon Dieu, yes. The king settled all that. He is in the next room. Enter, Monsieur Aurilly, and remind the prince that we are waiting for him." Aurilly opened the second door, and saw Chomberg reclining on a kind of couch, from which he amused himself by sending from a tube little balls of earth through a gold ring, suspended from the ceiling by a silk thread, while a favorite dog brought him back the balls as they fell. "Ah, guten Morgen, Monsieur Aurilly. You see I am amusing myself while I wait for my audience." "But where is monseigneur?" "Oh, he is occupied in pardoning D'Epernon and Maugiron. But will you not enter, you who are privileged?" "Perhaps it would be indiscreet." "Not at all. Enter, Monsieur Aurilly, enter." And he pushed him into the next room, where the astonished musician perceived D'Epernon before a mirror, occupied in stiffening his mustachios, while Maugiron, seated near the window, was cutting out engravings, by the side of which the bas reliefs on the temple of Venus Aphrodite would have looked holy. The duke, without his sword, was in his armchair between these two men, who only looked at him to watch his movements, and only spoke to him to say something disagreeable. Seeing Aurilly, he got up to meet him. "Take care, monseigneur," said Maugiron, "you are stepping on my figures." "Mon Dieu!" cried the musician, "he insults my master." "Dear Monsieur Aurilly," said D'Epernon, still arranging his mustachios, "how are you?" "Be so kind as to bring me here your little dagger," said Maugiron. "Gentlemen, gentlemen, do you not remember where you are?" "Yes, yes, my dear Orpheus, that is why I ask for your dagger. Do you see Monsieur le Duc has none?" Aurilly!" cried the duke in a tone full of grief and rage, "do you not see that I am a prisoner?" "A prisoner? To whom?" "To my brother. You might know that by my jailers." "Oh, if I had but guessed it!" "You would have brought your lute to amuse his highness," said a mocking voice behind them. "But I thought of it, and sent for it. Here it is." "How does your chess go on, Chicot?" said D'Epernon. "I believe I shall save the king, but it is not without trouble. Come, M. Aurilly, give me your poniard in return for the lute. A fair exchange." The astonished musician obeyed. "There is one rat in the trap," said Quelus, who returned to his post in the antechamber, only exchanging his cup and ball for Chomberg's shooting tube. "It is amusing to vary one's pleasures," said Chicot, "so for a change I will go and sign the league." Chapter 47. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 48 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 48. The reception of the chiefs of the League. The time for the great reception drew near. Paris, nearly as tumultuous as the evening before, had sent toward the Louvre its deputation of leaguers, its bodies of workmen, its sheriffs, its militia, and its constantly increasing masses of spectators. The king, on his throne in the great hall, was surrounded by his officers, his friends, his courtiers, and his family, waiting for all the corporations to defile before him, when M. de Monsoreau entered abruptly. "Look, Henriquet," said Chicot, who was standing near the king. "At what?" "At your chief huntsman. Pardieu, he is well worth it. See how pale and dirty he is." Henri made a sign to M. de Monsoreau, who approached. "How is it that you are at the Louvre, monsieur? I thought you at Vincennes." "Sire, the stag was turned off at 7 o'clock this morning, but when noon came, and I had no news, I feared that some misfortune had happened to your majesty, and I returned." "Really?" "Sire, if I have done wrong, attribute it to an excess of devotion." "Yes, monsieur, and I appreciate it." "Now," said the count, hesitatingly, "if your majesty wishes me to return to Vincennes, as I am reassured—" "No, no, stay. This chase was a fancy which came into our head, and which went as it came. Do not go away. I want near me devoted subjects, and you have just classified yourself as such." Monsoreau bowed and said, "Where does your majesty wish me to remain?" "Will you give him to me for half an hour?" said Chicot to the king, in a low voice. "What for?" "To torment him a little. You owe me some compensation for obliging me to be present at this tiresome ceremony." "Well, take him." "Where does your majesty wish me to stand?" again asked M. de Monsoreau. "Where you like. Go behind my armchair, that is where I put my friends." "Come here," said Chicot, making room for M. de Monsoreau. "Come and get the scent of these fellows. Here is game which can be tracked without a hound. Here are the shoemakers who pass, or rather who have passed. Then there are the tanners. Mort de ma vie, if you lose their scent, I will take away your place." M. de Monsoreau listened mechanically. He seemed preoccupied, and looked around him anxiously. "Do you know what your chief huntsman is hunting for now?" said Chicot, in an undertone to the king. "No." "Your brother." "The game is not in sight." "Just ask him where his countess is." "What for?" "Just ask." "Monsieur le Comte," said Henri, "what have you done with Madame de Monsoreau? I do not see her here." The count started, but replied, "Sire, she is ill. The air of Paris did not agree with her, so having obtained leave from the queen, she set out last night with her father for Meridor." "Paris is not good for women in her situation," said Chicot. Monsoreau grew pale and looked furiously at him. "This poor countess," continued Chicot, "she will die of ennui by the way." "I said that she traveled with her father." "A father is very respectable, I allow, but not very amusing. and if she had only that worthy baron to amuse her, it would be sad, but luckily—"
"What?" cried the count. "What?
What do you mean by luckily?" "Ah, it was an ellipsis I used."
The count shrugged his shoulders.
"Oh, but it was. Ask Henry, who is a man of letters."
"Yes," said the king, "but what did your adverb mean?"
"What adverb?"
"Luckily."
"Luckily means luckily. Luckily, then, there exist some of our friends, and very amusing ones, who if they meet the countess will amuse her, and as they are going the same way, it is probable they will. Oh, I see them from here, do you not? Henry, you who are a man of imagination, there they go on a good road, well mounted, and saying sweet things to Madame la Comtesse, which she likes very much, dear lady."
M. de Monsoreau was furious, but he could not show it before the king, so he said as mildly as he could,
"What, have you friends traveling to Anjou?" "Good, pretend to be mysterious." "I swear to you—" "Oh, you know they are there, although I saw you just now seeking for them mechanically among the crowd."
"You saw me?"
"Yes, you, the palest of all chief huntsmen, past, present, and future, from Nimrod to Monsieur d'Alfort, your predecessor." "Monsieur Chicot." "The palest, I repeat." "Monsieur, will you return to the friends of whom you spoke, and be so good as to name them, if your superabundant imagination will let you?" "Seek, monsieur, morbleu, it is your occupation to hunt out animals. Witness the unlucky stag whom you deranged this morning, and who thought it very unkind of you. Seek."
The eyes of M. de Monsoreau wandered anxiously again.
"What?"
cried he, seeing a vacant place by the king.
"Not the Duc d'Anjou?" "Taint, taint, the beast is found."
"He is gone to day?"
"He is gone to day, but it is possible that he set out last night. When did your brother disappear, Henry?"
"Last night."
"The duke is gone?" murmured Monsoreau, paler than ever.
"I do not say he is gone, I say only that he disappeared last night, and that his best friends do not know where he is," said the king.
"Oh!" cried the count, "if I thought so—" "Well, what should you do? Besides, what harm if he does talk nonsense to Madame de Monsoreau? He is the gallant of the family, you know." "I am lost," murmured the count, trying to go away, but Chicot detained him. "Keep still, mordieu, you shake the king's chair. Mort de ma vie, your wife will be quite happy with the prince to talk to, and Monsieur Aurilly to play the lute to her." Monsoreau trembled with anger. "Quietly, monsieur," continued Chicot, "hide your joy. Here is the business beginning. You should not show your feelings so openly. Listen to the discourse of the king." M. de Monsoreau was forced to keep quiet. M. de Guise entered and knelt before the king, not without throwing an uneasy glance of surprise on the vacant seat of M. d'Anjou. The king rose, and the heralds commanded silence. End of chapter 48. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 49 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 49. How the king annexed a chief who was neither the Duc de Guise nor Monsieur d'Anjou. "Gentlemen," said the king, after assuring himself that his 4 friends, now replaced by 10 Swiss, were behind him, "a king hears equally the voices which come to him from above and from below. That is to say, what is commanded by God, or asked by his people. I understand perfectly that there is a guarantee for my people in the association of all classes, which has been formed to defend the Catholic faith, and therefore I approve the counsels of my cousin De Guise. I declare, then, the Holy League duly constituted, and as so great a body must have a powerful head, and as it is necessary that the chief called to sustain the church should be one of its most zealous sons, I choose a Christian prince for the chief, and declare that this chief shall be—" He made a slight pause. "Henry de Valois, King of France and Poland." The Duc de Guise was thunderstruck. Large drops stood on his forehead, and he looked from one to the other of his brothers. All the Leaguers uttered a murmur of surprise and discontent. The cardinal stole up to his brother and whispered, "François, I fear we are no longer in safety here. Let us haste to take leave, for the populace is uncertain, and the king whom they execrated yesterday will be their idol for 2 or 3 days." During this time the king had signed the act prepared beforehand by M. de Morvilliers, the only person, with the exception of the queen mother, who was in the secret. Then he passed the pen to the Duc de Guise, saying, "Sign, my cousin, there, below me. Now pass it to M. le Cardinal and M. de Mayenne." But these two had already disappeared. The king remarked their absence, and added, "Then pass the pen to M. de Monsoreau." The duke did so, and was about to retire, but the king said, "Wait." And while the others signed, he added, "My cousin, it was your advice, I believe, to guard Paris with a good army, composed of all the forces of the League. The army is made, and the natural general of the Parisians is the king." "Assuredly, sire." "But I do not forget that there is another army to command, and that this belongs of right to the bravest soldier in my kingdom. Therefore go and command the army." "And when am I to set out, sire?" "Immediately." "Henry, Henry," whispered Chicot; but in spite of his signs and grimaces, the king gave the duke his brevet ready signed. He took it and retired, and was soon out of Paris. The rest of the assembly dispersed gradually, crying, "Vive le roi!" and "Vive la Ligue!" "Oh, sire," cried the favorites, approaching the king, "what a sublime idea you have had!" "They think that gold is going to rain on them like manna," said Chicot, who followed his master about everywhere with lamentations. As soon as they were left alone, "Ha, Monsieur Chicot," said Henri, "you are never content. Diable! I do not ask even for complaisance, but for good sense." "You are right, Henri, it is what you want most." "Confess I have done well." "That is just what I do not think." "Ah, you are jealous, Monsieur Roi de France." "I, Heaven forbid! I shall choose better subjects for jealousy." "Corbleu!" "Oh, what self love!" "Am I or not king of the League?" "Certainly you are, but—" "But what?" "You are no longer king of France." "And who is then?" "Everybody except you. Firstly, your brother." "My brother?" "Yes, M. d'Anjou, whom I hold prisoner." "Yes, but prisoner as he is, he was consecrated." "By whom was he consecrated?" "By the Cardinal de Guise. Really, Henri, you have a fine police. They consecrate a king at Paris before 33 people, in the church of St. Geneviève, and you do not know of it." "Oh, and you do?" "Certainly I do." "How can you know what I do not?" "Ha! Because M. de Morvilliers manages your police, and I am my own." The king frowned. "Well, then, without counting Henri de Valois, we have François d'Anjou for king," continued Chicot, "and then there is the Duc de Guise." "The Duc de Guise?" "Yes, Henri de Guise, Henri le Beaufret." "A fine king, whom I exile, whom I send to the army." "Good, as if you were not exiled to Poland, and La Charité is nearer to the Louvre than Cracow is. Ah, yes, you send him to the army. That is so clever; that is to say, you put 30,000 men under his orders. Ventre de biche! And a real army, not like your army of the League. No, no, an army of bourgeois is good for Henri de Valois, but Henri de Guise must have an army of soldiers. And what soldiers? Hardened warriors, capable of destroying 20 armies of the League, so that if, being king in fact, Henri de Guise had the folly one day to wish to be so in name, he would only have to turn towards the capital and say, 'Let us swallow Paris, and Henri de Valois and the Louvre at a mouthful,' and the rogues would do it. I know them." "You forget one thing in your argument, illustrious politician." "Ah, diable! It is possible, if you mean a fourth king." "No, You forget that before thinking of reigning in France, when a Valois is on the throne, it would be necessary to look back and count your ancestors. That such an idea might come to M. d'Anjou is possible. His ancestors are mine, and it is only a question of primogeniture. But M. de Guise—" "Ah, that is just where you are in error." "How so?" "M. de Guise is of a better race than you think." "Better than me, perhaps," said Henri, smiling. "There is no perhaps in it." "You are mad. Learn to read, my friend." "Well, Henri, you who can read, read this." And he drew from his pocket the genealogy, which we know already, handing it to Henri, who turned pale as he recognized, near to the signature of the prelate, the seal of St. Peter. "What do you say, Henri? Are not your fleur de lis thrown a little in the background?" "But how did you get this genealogy?" Do I seek these things? It came to me." "Where?" "Under the bolster of a lawyer." "And what was his name?" "Monsieur Nicolas David." "Where was he?" "At Lyons." "And who took it from under the bolster?" "One of my good friends." "Who is he?" "A monk." "His name?" "Gorenflot." "What! that abominable leaguer, who uttered those incendiary discourses at St. Geneviève, and again yesterday in the streets of Paris?" "You remember the history of Brutus, who pretended to be a fool?" "He is, then, a profound politician? Did he take it from the advocate?" "Yes, by force." "Then he is brave?" "Brave as Bayard." "And having done this, he has not asked for any recompense?" "He returned humbly to his convent, and only asks me to forget that he ever came out." "Then he is modest." "As Saint Crepin." "Chicot, your friend shall be made a prior on the first vacancy." "Thanks for him, Henri." "Ma foi," said Chicot to himself, "if he escapes being hung by Mayenne, he will have an abbey." CHAPter 49. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 50 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 50. Eteocles and Polynices. This day of the League terminated brilliantly and tumultuously as it began. The friends of the king rejoiced, the preachers proposed to canonize Brother Henry, and spoke everywhere of the great deeds of the Valois. The favorites said, "The lion is roused." The leaguers said, "The fox has discovered the snare." The three Lorraine princes, as we have seen, had left Paris, and their principal agent, M. de Monsoreau, was ready to start for Anjou, but as he was leaving the Louvre, Chicot stopped him. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" said he. "To his highness." "His highness?" "Yes, I am unquiet about him. We do not live in times when a prince ought to travel without a good escort." "Well, if you are unquiet, so am I." "About what?" "About his highness also." "Why?" "Do you not know what they say?" "That he has gone to Anjou." "No, that he is dead." "Bah!" said Monsoreau, with a tone of surprise, not unmixed with joy. "You told me he was traveling." "Diable! They persuaded me so, but now I have good reason to think that if the poor prince be traveling, it is to another world." "What gives you these mournful ideas?" "He entered the Louvre yesterday, did he not?" "Certainly, I came in with him." "Well, he has never been seen to come out." "From the Louvre?" "No." "Where is Aurilly?" "Disappeared." "But his people?" "Disappeared." "You are joking, are you not, Monsieur Chicot?" "Ask." "Whom?" "The king." "I cannot question his majesty." "Oh, yes, if you go about it in the right way." "Well," said the count, I cannot remain in this uncertainty." And leaving Chicot, he went to the king's apartment. "Where is the king?" he asked. "I have to render an account to him of the execution of some orders he gave me." "With Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou," replied the man. "With the duke? Then he is not dead?" "I am not so sure of that." M. de Monsoreau was thoroughly bewildered, for if M. d'Anjou were in the Louvre, his absence on such a day was unaccountable. Immediately after this sitting, Quelus, Maugiron, Chomberg, and D'Epernon, in spite of the ennui they experienced there, were so anxious to be disagreeable to the duke that they returned to him. He, on his part, was mortally ennuyé, as well as anxious, which, it must be confessed, the conversation of these gentlemen was not calculated to remove. "Do you know, Quelus," said Maugiron, "that it is only now I begin to appreciate our friend Valois. Really, he is a great politician." "Explain yourself," said Quelus, who was lounging on a chair. "While he was afraid of the conspiracy, he kept it quiet. Now he speaks of it openly, therefore he is no longer afraid of it." "Well?" "If he no longer fears it, he will punish it. You know Valois. He has certainly many good qualities, but clemency is not one of them." "Granted." "Then if he punishes these conspirators, there will be a trial, and we shall have a fine spectacle." "Unless, which is possible, on account of the rank of the accused, they arrange it all quietly." "Well, that would be my advice, certainly. It is better in family affairs." Aurilly glanced at the prince. "Ma foi," said Maugiron, "I know only one thing, that in the king's place I would not spare the high heads, which are always the most guilty. I would make an example of one or two, one at all events." "I think it would be well to revive the famous invention of sacks." "What was that?" "A royal fancy in the year 1550. They shut up a man in a sack, in company with 3 or 4 cats, and threw them into the water. The minute the cats felt the water they attacked the man, and there passed in the sack things which unluckily could never be seen." "Really, Quelus, you are a well of science, and your conversation is most interesting." "They could not apply this invention to the chiefs. They have the right to be beheaded, but to the small fry, I mean the favorites, squires and lute players." "Gentlemen," stammered Aurilly. "Do not reply to them, Aurilly," said François. "It cannot be addressed to me." As he spoke, the king appeared on the threshold. The duke rose. "Sire," cried he, "I appeal against the unworthy treatment I meet with from your followers." Henri did not seem to hear. "Good morning, Quelus," said he, kissing his favorite on both cheeks. "Good morning, the sight of you rejoices my soul. And you, my poor Maugiron, how are you?" "I am terribly ennuyé, sire. When I undertook to guard your brother, I thought he was more amusing. Oh, the tiresome prince! Are you sure he is the son of your father and mother?" "Sire, you hear?" cried the prince. "Is it your wish that your brother should be so insulted?" "Silence, monsieur," said Henri. "I do not like my prisoners to complain." "Prisoner or not, I am your " "The title which you are about to invoke," interrupted the king, "is fatal to you. My brother guilty is doubly guilty." "But if he is not?" "He is." "Of what crime?" "Of having displeased me." "Sire, have our family quarrels need of witnesses?" "You are right, monsieur. My friends, let me speak a little to my brother." "I will take Aurilly," said Maugiron. "Now we are alone, monsieur," said the king, when they were gone. "I waited for this moment impatiently." "And I also. Ah, you want my crown, my worthy Eteocles. You made of the League a means, and of the throne an aim, and were consecrated in a corner of Paris, to be able to proclaim yourself to the Parisians, shining with holy oil." "Alas! your majesty will not let me speak." "What for? To lie, or to tell me things which I know already? But no, you would lie, for to confess what you have done would be to confess that you merit death. You would lie, and I would spare you that shame."
"My brother, is it your intention to overwhelm me with outrages?"
"If what I say is an outrage, it is I who lie, and I ask no better. Speak then, I listen. Tell me you are not disloyal, and at the same time unskillful."
"I do not know what your majesty means. You speak enigmas."
"Then I will explain my words. You have conspired against me, as formerly you conspired against my brother Charles. Only then it was by the aid of Henry of Navarre, and now it is with the assistance of the Duc de Guise. It is true that formerly you crawled like a serpent. Now you wish to spring like the lion, after perfidy, open force, after poison, the sword."
"Poison? What do you mean?" cried François, with flashing eyes.
"The poison with which you assassinated our brother Charles, which you destined for Henry of Navarre, your associate. The fatal poison is known, our mother has used it so often, which is doubtless the reason why you renounced it on this occasion, and preferred rather the part of captain of the League. But look me in the face, François, and learn that a man like you shall never kill me. A sword! Ah! I should like to see you here in this room alone with me, holding a sword. I have conquered you in cunning, and in a combat you would be killed. Dream no longer of struggling against me in any manner, for from this moment I act as king, as master, as despot. I will watch you everywhere, follow you everywhere, and at the least suspicion I will throw you to the axe of my executioner. This is what I had to say to you in private, and I will order you to be left alone tonight to ponder over my words."
"Then, sire, for a suspicion, I have fallen into disgrace with you?"
"Say, under my justice."
"But at least, sire, fix a term to my captivity, that I may know what to expect."
"You will know when you hear your sentence read."
"Can I not see my mother?"
"What for? There were but 3 copies in the world of the famous hunting book which killed my poor brother, and of the 2 others, one is in London and the other at Florence. Besides, I am not a Nimrod like my poor brother. Adieu, François."
"Gentlemen," said the king, opening the door,
"the Duc D'Anjou has requested to be alone tonight to reflect on an answer he has to make me tomorrow morning. Leave him alone, then, except occasional visits of precaution. If he be troublesome, call me. I have the Bastile ready, and the governor, Monsieur Laurent Testu, is the best man in the world to conquer ill tempers."
"Sire," cried François, trying a last effort, "remember I am your—"
"You are also the brother of Charles IX, I think."
"At least restore me to my friends."
"I deprive myself of mine to give them to you," said Henry. And Henry shut the door, while the duke fell in despair into his armchair. End of chapter 50. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 51 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 51. How people do not always lose their time by searching empty drawers. The scene which the duke had just had with the king made him regard his position as desperate. The minions had not allowed him to be ignorant of what had passed, and he had heard the people cry, "Vive le roi!" He felt himself abandoned by the other chiefs, who had themselves to save. In his quarrels with his brother Charles, he had always had for confidants, or rather dupes, those 2 devoted men, Coconnas and La Mole, and for the first time in his life, feeling himself alone and isolated, he felt a kind of remorse at having sacrificed them. During that time his sister Marguerite loved and consoled him. How had he recompensed her? He had recently had near him a brave and valiant heart and sword, Bussy, the brave Bussy, and he had offended him to please Monsoreau, who had his secret, with which he always threatened him, and which was now known to the king. He had therefore quarreled with Bussy gratuitously, and above all uselessly, which, as a great politician once said, was more than a crime, it was a mistake. How he would have rejoiced in his present situation to know that Bussy was watching over him, Bussy the loyal, Bussy the universal favorite. It would have been probable liberty and certain vengeance. But, as we have said, Bussy, wounded to the heart, kept away from the prince,
so that the prisoner remained 50 feet above the ground, with the 4 favorites in the corridor, without counting the court full of Swiss. Besides this, one or other of the young men entered from time to time, and without seeming even to notice the prince, went round the room, examined the doors and windows, looked under the beds and tables, and glanced at the curtains and sheets. "Ma foi," said Maugiron, after one of these visits, "I have done. I am not going to look after him any more tonight." "Yes," said D'Epernon, "as long as we guard him, there is no need of going to look at him." "And he is not handsome to look at," said Quelus. "Still," said Chomberg, "I think we had better not relax our vigilance, for the devil is cunning." "Yes, but not cunning enough to pass over the bodies of 4 men like us." "That is true," said Quelus. "Oh," said Chomberg, "do you think, if he wants to fly, he will choose our corridor to come through? He would make a hole in the wall." "With what?" "Then he has the windows." "Ah, the windows! Bravo, Chomberg! Would you jump 45 feet?" "I confess that 45 feet." "Yes, and he who is lame and heavy and timid as—" "You," said Chomberg. "You know I fear nothing but phantoms. That is an affair of the nerves." "The last phantom was," said Quelus, "that all those whom he had killed in duels appeared to him one night." "However," said Maugiron, "I have read of wonderful escapes, with sheets, for instance." "Ha! that is more sensible. I saw myself at Bordeaux a prisoner who escaped by the aid of his sheets." "You see, then?" "Yes, but he had his leg broken, and his neck too. His sheets were 30 feet too short, and he had to jump, so that while his body escaped from prison, his soul escaped from his body." "Besides," said Quelus, "if he escapes, we will follow him, and in catching him some mischief might happen to him." So they dismissed the subject. They were perfectly right that the duke was not likely to attempt a perilous escape. From time to time his pale face was at the window which overlooked the fosses of the Louvre, beyond which was an open space about 15 feet broad, and then the Seine rolled calm as a mirror. On the other side rose, like a giant, the tower of Nesle. He had watched the sunset and the gradual extinction of all the lights. He had contemplated the beautiful spectacle of old Paris, with its roofs gilded by the last rays of the sun, and silvered by the first beams of the moon. Then, little by little, he was seized with a great terror at seeing immense clouds roll over the sky and announce a storm. Among his other weaknesses, the Duc d'Anjou was afraid of thunder, and he would have given anything to have had his guardians with him again, even if they insulted him. He threw himself on his bed, but found it impossible to sleep. Then he began to swear and break everything near him. It was a family failing, and they were accustomed to it at the Louvre. The young men had opened the door to see what the noise meant, and seeing that it was the duke amusing himself, they had shut it again, which redoubled his anger. He had just broken a chair, when a crashing of glass was heard at the window, and he felt a sharp blow on his thigh. His first idea was that he was wounded by some emissary of the king's. "Ah, I am dead!" he cried, and fell on the carpet. But as he fell, his hand came in contact with a larger and rougher substance than a ball. "Oh, a stone!" thought he, and feeling his leg, he found it uninjured. He picked up the stone and looked at it, and saw that it was wrapped in a piece of paper. Then the duke's ideas began to change. Might not this stone come from a friend as well as an enemy? He approached the light, cut the silk which tied the paper around the stone, and read: "Are you tired of keeping your room? Do you love open air and liberty? Enter the little room where the Queen of Navarre hid your poor friend, M. de la Mole. Open the cupboard, and by displacing the lowest bracket, you will find a double bottom. In this there is a silk ladder. Attach it yourself to the balcony. 2 vigorous arms will hold it at the bottom. A horse swift as thought will lead you to a safe place. A friend." "A friend?" cried the prince. "Oh, I did not know I had a friend. Who is this friend who thinks of me?" And the duke ran to the window, but could see no one. "Can it be a snare?" thought he. "But first let me see if there is a double bottom and a ladder." The duke then, leaving the light where it was for precaution, groped his way to the cabinet, which he knew so well. He opened it, felt for the bottom shelf, and to his great joy found what he looked for. As a thief escapes with his booty, the duke rushed into the next room with his prey. 10 o'clock struck. The duke thought of his hourly visitors, and hid his ladder under a cushion, on which he sat down. Indeed, 5 minutes had not passed before Maugiron appeared in a dressing gown, with a sword in one hand and a light in the other. As he came in, one of his friends said to him, "The bear is furious. He was breaking everything just now. Take care he does not devour you, Maugiron." Maugiron made his usual examination. He saw a broken window, but thought the duke had done it in his rage. "Maugiron," cried Chomberg from outside, "are you already eaten that you do not speak? In that case, sigh at least, that we may know and avenge you." The duke trembled with impatience. "No, no," said Maugiron, "on the contrary, my bear is quite conquered." And so saying, he went out and locked the door. When the key had ceased to turn in the lock, the duke murmured, "Take care, gentlemen, or the duke will be too much for you." Chapter 51. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 52 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 52. Ventre St. Gris. Left alone, the duke, knowing he had at least an hour before him, drew out his ladder and carefully examined the fastenings. "The ladder is good," said he at length, "and will not break." Then he unrolled it all, and counted 38 rounds of 15 inches each. "The length is sufficient," said he, "there is nothing to fear on that point. Ah, but if it were some of those cursed minions who sent me to the ladder! If I attach it to the balcony, they will let me do it, and while I am descending they will cut the cords. But no, they could not be foolish enough to think I would fly without barricading the door, and I should have time to fly before they could force it. But what person in the world, except my sister herself, could know of a ladder hidden in her dressing room? What friend of mine can it be?" Suddenly an idea struck him, and he cried, "Bussy!" Indeed, Bussy, whom so many ladies adored, Bussy was a hero to the Queen of Navarre, and his only true friend. Was it Bussy? Everything made him think so. The duke, of course, did not know all his motives for being angry with him, for he did not know his love for Diana, and believed him to be too noble to think of resentment when his master was a prisoner. He approached the window again, and fancied he could see in the fog the indistinct forms of 3 horses and 2 men by the river. 2 men. These must be Bussy and Rémy. He then looked through the keyhole, and saw his 4 guardians. 2 were asleep, and 2 had inherited Chicot's chessboard, and were playing. He extinguished his light. Then he opened his window and looked over the balcony. The gulf below him looked dreadful in the darkness, and he drew back. But air and liberty have an attraction so irresistible to a prisoner that François, on withdrawing from the window, felt as if he were being stifled, and for an instant something like disgust of life, or indifference to death, passed through his mind. He fancied he was growing courageous, and profiting by this moment of excitement, he seized the ladder, fixed it to the balcony, then barricaded the door as well as he could, and returned to the window. The darkness was now great, and the first growlings of the storm began to make themselves heard. A great cloud with silver fringes extended itself like a recumbent elephant from one side to the other of the river. A flash of lightning broke the immense cloud for a moment, and the prince fancied that he saw below him in the fosse the same figures he had imagined before. A horse neighed. There was no more doubt, he was waited for. He shook the ladder to see if it was firm. Then he put his leg over the balustrade, and placed his foot on the first step. Nothing can describe the anguish of the prisoner at this moment, placed between a frail silk cord on the one hand and his brother's cruel menaces on the other. But as he stood there he felt the ladder stiffened. Someone held it. Was it a friend or an enemy? Were they open arms or armed ones which waited for him? An irresistible terror seized him. He still held the balcony with his left hand, and made a movement to remount, when a very slight pull at the ladder came to him like a solicitation. He took courage and tried the second step. The ladder was held as firm as a rock, and he found a steady support for his foot. He descended rapidly, almost gliding down, when all at once, instead of touching the earth, which he knew to be near, he felt himself seized in the arms of a man who whispered, "You are saved." Then he was carried along the fosse till they came to the end, when another man seized him by the collar and drew him up, and after having aided his companion in the same way, they ran to the river where stood the horses. The prince knew he was at the mercy of his saviors, so he jumped at once on a horse, and his companions did the same. The same voice now said, "Quick!" and they set off at a gallop. "All goes well at present," thought the prince. "Let us hope it will end so. Thanks, my brave Bussy," said he to his companion on the right, who was entirely covered with a large cloak. "Quick!" replied the other. They arrived thus at the great ditch of the Bastille, which they crossed on a bridge improvised by the Leaguers the night before. The three cavaliers rode towards Charenton, when all at once the man on the right entered the forest of Vincennes, saying only, "Come." The prince's horse neighed, and several others answered from the depths of the forest. François would have stopped if he could, for he feared they were taking him to an ambush, but it was too late, and in a few minutes he found himself in a small open space where 8 or 10 men on horseback were drawn up. "Oh, oh!" said the prince, "what does this mean, monsieur?" "Ventre St. Gris, it means that we are saved." "You, Henry!" cried the duke, stupefied. "You, my liberator?" "Does that astonish you? Are we not related, Agrippa?" continued he, looking round for his companion. "Here I am," said d'Aubigné. "Are there 2 fresh horses with which we can go a dozen leagues without stopping?" "But where are you taking me, my cousin?" "Where you like, only be quick, for the King of France has more horses than I have, and is rich enough to kill a dozen if he wishes to catch us." "Really? Then I am free to go where I like." "Certainly, I wait your orders." "Well, then to Angers." "To Angers, so be it. There you are at home." "But you?" "I? When we are in sight of Angers I shall leave you, and ride on to Navarre, where my good Margot expects me, and must be much ennuyée at my absence." "But no one knew you were here?" "I came to sell 3 diamonds of my wife's." "Ah, very well." "And also to know if this league was really going to ruin me." "You see there is nothing in it." "Thanks to you, no." "How, thanks to me?" "Certainly, if instead of refusing to be chief of the league, when you knew it was directed against me, you had accepted, I was ruined. Therefore, when I heard that the king had punished your refusal with imprisonment, I swore to release you, and I have done so." "Always so simple minded," thought François. "Really, it is easy to deceive him." "Now for Anjou," thought the king. "Ah, Monsieur de Guise, I send you a companion you do not want." Chapter 52. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 53 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 53. The Friends. While Paris was in this ferment, Madame de Monsoreau, escorted by her father and 2 servants, pursued their way to Meridor. She began to enjoy her liberty, precious to those who have suffered. The azure of the sky, compared to that which hung always menacingly over the black towers of the Bastille, the trees already green, all appeared to her fresh and young, beautiful and new, as if she had really come out of the tomb where her father had believed her. He, the old baron, had grown young again. We will not attempt to describe their long journey, free from incidents. Several times the baron said to Diana, "Do not fear, my daughter." "Fear what?" "Were you not looking if M. de Monsoreau was following us?" "Yes, it was true, I did look," replied she, with a sigh and another glance behind. At last, on the 8th day, they reached the chateau of Meridor, and were received by Madame de St. Luc and her husband. Then began for these 4 people one of those existences of which every man has dreamed in reading Virgil or Theocritus. The baron and St. Luc hunted from morning till evening. You might have seen troops of dogs rushing from the hills in pursuit of some hare or fox, and startling Diana and Jeanne, as they sat side by side on the moss under the shade of the trees. "Recount to me," said Jeanne, "all that happened to you in the tomb, for you were dead to us. See, the hawthorn is shedding on us its last flowers, and the elders send out their perfume. Not a breath in the air, not a human being near us. Recount, little sister." "What can I say?" "Tell me, are you happy? That beautiful eye often swimming in tears, the paleness of your cheeks, that mouth which tries a smile, which it never finishes. Diana, you must have many things to tell me." "No, nothing." "You are then happy with M. de Monsoreau?"
Diana shuddered.
"You see," said Jeanne. "With M. de Monsoreau? Why did you pronounce that name? Why do you evoke that phantom in the midst of our woods, our flowers, our happiness?" "You told me, I think," said Jeanne, "that M. de Bussy showed much interest in you."
Diana reddened, even to her round, pretty ears.
"He is a charming creature," continued Jeanne, kissing Diana. "It is folly," said Diana. "M. de Bussy thinks no more of Diana de Meridor." "That is possible, but I believe he pleases Diana de Monsoreau a little." "Do not say that." "Does it displease you?" "I tell you he thinks no more of me, and he does well. Oh, I was cowardly." "What do you say?" "Nothing, nothing." "Now, Diana, do not cry, do not accuse yourself. You cowardly, you, my heroine, you were constrained." "I believed it. I saw dangers, gulfs under my feet. Now, Jeanne, these dangers seem to me chimerical, these gulfs as if a child could cross them. I was cowardly, I tell you. Oh, I had no time to reflect." "You speak in enigmas." "No," cried Diana, rising, "it was not my fault, it was his. The Duc d'Anjou was against him. But when one wishes a thing, when one loves, neither prince nor master should keep you back. See, Jeanne, if I loved—" "Be calm, dear friend." "I tell you, we were cowardly." "We? Of whom do you speak?" "That we is eloquent, my dearest Diana." I mean my father and I. You did not think anything else, did you? My father is a nobleman. He might have spoken to the king. I am proud, and do not fear a man when I hate him. But he did not love me." "You lie to yourself. You know the contrary, little hypocrite." "You may believe in love, Jeanne, you whom M. de St. Luc married in spite of the king, you whom he carried away from Paris, you who pay him by your caresses for proscription and exile." "And he thinks himself richly repaid." "But I, reflect a little, do not be egotistical. I, whom that fiery young man pretended to love, I, who fixed the regards of that invincible Bussy, he who fears no one, I was alone with him in the cloister of l'Egyptienne. We were alone, but for Gertrude and Rémy, our accomplices. He could have carried me off. At that moment I saw him suffering because of me. I saw his eyes languishing, his lips pale and parched with fever. If he had asked me to die to restore the brightness to his eyes and the freshness to his lips, I should have died. Well, I went away, and he never tried to detain me. Wait, still, he knew that I was leaving Paris, that I was returning to Meridor. He knew that M. de Monsoreau, I blush as I tell it, was only my husband in name. He knew that I traveled alone and along the road. Dear Jeanne, I kept turning, thinking I heard the gallop of his horse behind us, but no, it was only the echo of my own. I tell you, he does not think of me. I am not worth a journey to Anjou, while there are so many beautiful women at the court of France, whose smiles are worth 100 confessions from the provincial buried at Meridor. Do you understand now? Am I forgotten, despised?" She had not finished when the foliage of the oak rustled, a quantity of mortar and moss fell from the old wall, and a man threw himself at the feet of Diana, who uttered an affrighted cry. Jeanne ran away. She recognized him. "Here I am!" cried Bussy, kissing the dress of Diana. She too recognized him, and, overcome by this unexpected happiness,
fell unconscious into the arms of him whom she had just accused of indifference. End of chapter 53. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 54 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 54. Bussy and Diana. Faintings from love seldom last any length of time, nor are they very dangerous. Diana was not long in opening her eyes and finding herself supported by Bussy.
"Oh," murmured she, "it was shocking, Count, to surprise us thus."
Bussy expected other words, men are so exacting, but Diana said no more, and disengaging herself gently from his arms, ran to her friend, who, seeing her faint, had returned softly and stood a little way off. "It is thus that you receive me, madame?"
"No, Monsieur de Bussy, but—"
"Oh, no but, madame," sighed Bussy, drawing near.
"No, no, not on your knees."
"Oh, let me pray to you an instant thus," cried the count. "I have so longed for this place."
"Yes, but to come to it you jumped over the wall. Not only is it not suitable for a man of your rank, but it is very imprudent."
"How so?"
"If you had been seen—"
"Who could have seen me?"
"Our hunters, who a quarter of an hour ago passed by this wall."
"Do not be uneasy, madame, I hide myself too carefully to be seen."
"Hidden, really?" said Jeanne. "Tell us how, Monsieur de Bussy."
"Firstly, if I did not join you on the road, it was not my fault. I took one route and you another. You came by Rambouillet and I by Chartres. And then judge if your poor Bussy be not in love. I did not dare to join you. It was not in the presence of your father and your servants that I wished to meet you again, for I did not desire to compromise you. So I made the journey stage by stage, devoured by impatience. At last you arrived. I had taken a lodging in the village and concealed behind the window. I saw you pass."
"Oh, mon Dieu! Are you then at Angers under your own name?"
"For what do you take me? I am a traveling merchant. Look at my costume. It is of a color much worn among drapers and goldsmiths. I have not been remarked."
"Bussy, the handsome Bussy, 2 days in a provincial town and not remarked? Who would believe that at court?" said Jeanne. "Continue, count," said Diana, blushing. "How do you come here from the town?"
"I have 2 horses of a chosen race. I leave the village on one, stopping to look at all the signs and writings, but when out of sight my horse takes to gallop, which brings him the 4 miles in half an hour. Once in the wood of Meridor, I ride to the park wall, but it is very long, for the park is large. Yesterday I explored this wall for more than 4 hours, climbing up here and there, hoping to see you. At last, when I was almost in despair, I saw you in the evening returning to the house. The 2 great dogs of the baron were jumping round you. When you had disappeared, I jumped over and saw the marks on the grass where you had been sitting. I fancied you might have adopted this place, which is charming, during the heat of the sun. So I broke away some branches that I might know it again, and sighing, which hurts me dreadfully."
"From want of habit," said Jeanne.
"I do not say no, madame. Well, then, sighing, I retook my way to the town. I was very tired. I had torn my dress in climbing trees, but I had seen you, and I was happy."
"It is an admirable recital," said Jeanne, "and you have surmounted dreadful obstacles. It is quite heroic. But in your place I would have preserved my doublet, and above all, have taken care of my white hands. Look at yours, how frightful they are with scratches."
"Yes, but then I should not have seen her whom I came to see."
"On the contrary, I should have seen her better than you did."
"What would you have done then?"
"I would have gone straight to the Château de Meridor. Monsieur le Baron would have pressed me in his arms. Madame de Monsoreau would have placed me by her at table. Monsieur de St. Luc would have been delighted to see me, and his wife also. It was the simplest thing in the world, but lovers never think of what is straight before them."
Bussy smiled at Diana. "Oh, no," he said, "that would not have done for me."
"Then I no longer understand what good manners are."
"No," said Bussy, "I could not go to the castle. Monsieur le Baron would watch his daughter."
"Good," said Jeanne, "here is a lesson for me." And kissing Diana on the forehead, she ran away. Diana tried to stop her, but Bussy seized her hands, and she let her friend go. They remained alone. "Have I not done well, madame?" said Bussy, "and do you not approve?" "I do not desire to feign," said Diana. "Besides, it would be useless, you know how I approve. But here must stop my indulgence. In calling for you as I did just now, I was mad, I was guilty." "Mon Dieu! What do you say?" "Alas, I count the truth. I have a right to make M. de Monsoreau unhappy, to withhold from him my smiles and my love, but I have no right to bestow them on another, for, after all, he is my master."
"Now, you will let me speak, will you not?"
"Speak."
"Well, of all that you have just said, you do not find one word in your heart."
"How?"
"Listen patiently. You have overwhelmed me with sophisms. The commonplaces of morality do not apply here. This man is your master, you say, but did you choose him? No, fate imposed him on you, and you submitted. Now, do you mean to suffer all your life the consequences of this odious constraint? I will deliver you from it."
Diana tried to speak, but Bussy stopped her.
"Oh, I know what you are going to say, that if I provoke M. de Monsoreau and kill him, you will see me no more. So be it, I may die of grief, but you will live free and happy, and you may render happy some gallant man, who in his joy will sometimes bless my name and cry, 'Thanks, Bussy, thanks for having delivered us from that dreadful Monsoreau.' And you yourself, Diana, who will not dare to thank me while living, will thank me dead."
Diana seized his hand. "You have not yet implored me, Bussy. You begin with menaces."
"Menace you? Oh, could I have such an intention, I who love you so ardently, Diana? I know you love me, do not deny it. I know it, for you have avowed it. Here on my knees before you, my hand on my heart, which has never lied, either from interest or from fear, I say to you, Diana, I love you for my whole life. Diana, I swear to you that if I die for you, it will be in adoring you. If you still say to me, 'Go,' I will go without a sigh or complaint from this place where I am so happy, and I should say, 'This woman does not love me, and never will love me.' Then I should go away, and you would see me no more. But as my devotion for you is great, my desire to see you happy would survive the certainty that I could never be happy myself." Bussy said this with so much emotion, and at the same time firmness, that Diana felt sure that he would do all he said, and she cried, "Thanks, count, for you take from me all remorse by your threats." Saying these words, she gave him her hand, which she kissed passionately. Then they heard the light steps of Jeanne, accompanied by a warning cough. Instinctively the clasped hands parted. Jeanne saw it. "Pardon, my good friends, for disturbing you," said she, "but we must go in if we do not wish to be sent for. Monsieur le Comte, regain, if you please, your excellent horse, and let us go to the house. See what you lose by your obstinacy, Monsieur de Bussy, a dinner at the château, which is not to be despised by a man who has had a long ride, and has been climbing trees, without counting all the amusement we could have had, or the glances that might have passed. Come, Diana, come away." Bussy looked at the two friends with a smile. Diana held out her hand to him. "Is that all?" said he. "Have you nothing to say?" "Till tomorrow," replied she. "Only tomorrow?" "Tomorrow and always." Bussy uttered a joyful exclamation, pressed his lips to her hand, and ran off. Diana watched him till he was out of sight. "Now," said Jeanne, when he had disappeared, "will you talk to me a little?" "Oh, yes." "Well, tomorrow I shall go to the chase with St. Luc and your father." "What! You will leave me alone at the château?" "Listen, dear friend, I also have my principles, and there are certain things that I cannot consent to do." "Oh, Jeanne," cried Diana, growing pale, "can you say such things to me?" "Yes, I cannot continue thus." "I thought you loved me, Jeanne. What cannot you continue?"
continued to prevent two poor lovers from talking to each other at their ease."
Diana seized in her arms the laughing young woman.
"Listen," said Jeanne, "there are hunters calling us, and poor St. Luc is impatient."
End of chapter 54. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 55 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 55. How Bussy was offered 300 pistoles for his horse, and parted with him for nothing. The next day Bussy left Angers before the most wakeful bourgeois had had their breakfast. He flew along the road, and Diana, mounted on a terrace in front of the castle, saw him coming, and went to meet him. The sun had scarcely risen over the great oaks, and the grass was still wet with dew, when she heard from afar, as she went along, the horn of St. Luc, which Jeanne incited him to sound. She arrived at the meeting place just as Bussy appeared on the wall. The day passed like an hour. What had they to say? That they loved each other? What had they to wish for? They were together. "Diana," said Bussy at length, "it seems to me as though my life had begun only today. You have shown me what it is to live."
"And I," replied she, "who not long ago would have willingly thrown myself into the arms of death, would now tremble to die and lose your love. But why do you not come to the castle? My father would be glad to see you, and M. de St. Luc is your friend."
"Alas, Diana, if I came once, I should be always there. All the province would know it, and if it came to the ears of that ogre, your husband, he would hasten here. You forbid me to deliver you from him?"
"Oh, yes."
"Well, then, for the safety of our happiness, we must guard our secret. Madame de St. Luc knows it, and her husband soon will. I have written him a line this morning, asking him for an interview at Angers, and when he comes I will make him promise never to breathe a word of this. It is the more important, dear Diana, as doubtless they are seeking me everywhere. Things looked grave when I left Paris."
"You are right. And then my father is so scrupulous that, in spite of his love for me, he is capable of denouncing me to M. de Monsoreau."
"Let us hide ourselves well, then. I fear some evil spirit, jealous of our happiness."
"Say adieu to me, then, and do not ride so fast. Your horse frightens me."
"Fear nothing. He knows the way, and is the gentlest and safest horse I ever rode. When I return to the city, buried in sweet thoughts, he takes the way without my touching the bridle." At last the sound of the returning chase was heard, the horns playing an air agreed upon with Jeanne, and Bussy left. As he approached the city, he remarked that the time was approaching when the gates of the city would be closed. He was preparing to ride on quickly, when he heard behind him the gallop of horses. For a lover who wishes to remain concealed, as for a robber, everything seems a menace. Bussy asked himself whether he should ride on or draw up and let them pass, but their course was so rapid that they were up to him in a moment. There were two. "Here is the city," said one, with a Gascon accent. 300 more blows with the whip, and 100 with the spur. Courage and vigor."
"The beast has no more breath. He shivers and totters. He will not go on, and yet I would give 100 horses to be in my city before nightfall."
"It is some Angers man out late," thought Bussy. "But look, the horse is falling. Take care, monsieur," cried he. "Quit your horse, he is about to fall." Indeed, as he spoke, the animal fell heavily on his side, shook his legs convulsively, then suddenly his breath stopped, his eyes grew dim, and he was dead. "Monsieur!" cried the cavalier to Bussy.
300 pistoles for your horse."
"Ah, mon Dieu!" cried Bussy, drawing near.
"Do you hear me, monsieur? I am in haste."
"Ah, my prince!" "Take it for nothing," cried Bussy, who had recognized the Duc D'Anjou. At the same moment they heard the click of a pistol, which was cocked by the duke's companion. "Stop, Monsieur d'Aubigné," cried the duke.
"It is Bussy, I believe."
"Oh, yes, my prince, it is I. But what in heaven's name are you doing, killing horses on the road at this hour?" "Ah, it is Monsieur de Bussy," said D'Aubigné. "Then you do not want me any more. Permit me to return to him who sent me."
"Not without receiving my sincerest thanks, and the promise of a lasting friendship."
"I accept it, monseigneur, and will recall your words to you some day." Monsieur d'Aubigné, I am in the clouds," murmured Bussy.
"Did you not know, as you were here, did you not expect me?" said the prince, with an air of suspicion which did not escape Bussy, who began to reflect that his secret residence in Anjou might seem very strange to the prince.
"I did better than expect you," said Bussy, "and as you wish to enter the town before the gates are closed, jump into the saddle, monseigneur." The prince accepted, and Bussy mounted behind him, asking himself if this prince, dressed in black, were not the evil spirit sent already to disturb his happiness. "Where do we go now, monseigneur?" said he, as they entered the city.
"To the castle. Let them hoist my banner, and convoke the nobility of the district."
"Nothing more easy," said Bussy, full of surprise, but willing to be docile. The news was soon spread through the city that the duke had arrived, and a crowd soon collected.
"Gentlemen," cried the duke, "I have come to throw myself into my good city of Angers. At Paris the most terrible dangers have menaced my life. I had lost even my liberty. I succeeded in escaping, thanks to some good friends, and now I am here, I feel my tranquillity and my life assured."
The people cried, "Long live our seigneur!"
"Now let me sup," said the prince. "I have had nothing since the morning."
The city was illuminated, guns were fired, the bells of the cathedral were rung, and the wind carried to Meridor the noisy joy of the good Angevins. End of chapter 55. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 56 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 56. The diplomacy of the Duc d'Anjou. When the duke and Bussy were left alone, the duke said,
"Let us talk."
François, who was very quick, had perceived that Bussy had made more advances to him than usual. Therefore he judged that he was in some embarrassing situation, and that he might, by a little address, get an advantage over him. But Bussy had had time to prepare himself, and he was quite ready. "Yes, let us talk, monseigneur," replied he.
"The last day I saw you, my poor Bussy, you were very ill."
"It is true, monseigneur, I was very ill, and it was almost a miracle that saved me."
"There was near you a doctor very devoted to you, for he growled at everyone who approached you."
"True, prince, Rémy loves me."
"He kept you rigorously to your bed, did he not?"
"At which I was in a great rage, as your highness might have seen."
"But if that were the case, why did you not send the doctor to the devil, and come out with me, as I begged you to do? But as it was a grave affair, you were afraid to compromise yourself."
"Did you say I was afraid?"
"I did say so."
"Well, then it was a lie," said Bussy, jumping up from his chair. "You lied to yourself, monseigneur, for you do not believe a single word of what you say. There are 20 scars on my body which prove the contrary. I never knew fear, and, ma foi, I know people who cannot say the same."
"You have always unanswerable arguments, M. de Bussy," cried the duke, turning very pale. "When you are accused, you cry louder than your accuser, and then you think you are right."
"Oh, I am not always right, I know well, but I know on what occasions I am wrong."
"And what are they?"
"When I serve ungrateful people."
"Really, monsieur, I think you forget yourself," said the duke with some dignity.
Bussy moved towards the door, but the prince stopped him.
"Do you deny, monsieur," said he, "that after refusing to go out with me, you went out immediately afterward?"
"I deny nothing, monseigneur, but I will not be forced to confession."
"Tell me why you would not go out with me."
"I had business."
"At home?"
"Or elsewhere."
"I thought that when a gentleman was in the service of a prince, his principal business was that of the prince."
"And who does your business generally, monseigneur, if not I?"
"I do not say no; generally I find you faithful and devoted, and I will say more, I excuse your bad humor."
"You are very good."
"Yes, for you had some reason to be angry."
"Ha! You confess it."
Yes, I promised you the disgrace of M. de Monsoreau. It seems you hate him very much.
I? Not at all. I find him very ugly, and should have liked him away from court, not to have had to look at him. It seems, however, that you admire him, and there is no accounting for tastes."
"Well, then, as that was your sole excuse, you were doubly wrong to refuse to accompany me, and then to go out after, and commit follies."
"Follies? What did I do?"
"Doubtless you do not like Messieurs d'Epernon and Chomberg, neither do I, but one must have some prudence. Kill them, and I should be grateful to you, but do not exasperate them."
"What did I do to them?"
"Why, you had D'Epernon stoned."
"I?"
"Yes, so that his clothes were torn to pieces."
"Good. And what about Monsieur Chomberg?"
"You will not deny that you had him dyed indigo color? When I saw him 3 hours after, he was still bright blue. Do you call that a joke?"
And the prince laughed in spite of himself, and Bussy joined. "Then," said he, "they think it was I who played them these tricks."
"Perhaps it was I."
"And you have the conscience to reproach a man who had such fine ideas."
"Well, I pardon you, but I have another complaint to make. What did you do to deliver me from my unlucky situation?"
"You see, I came to Anjou."
"It seems to me that you would have been more useful nearer."
"Ah, there we differ. I preferred coming to Anjou."
"Your caprice is a bad reason."
"But if I came to gather your partisans?"
"Ah, that is different. What have you done?"
"I will explain that to you tomorrow. At present I must leave you."
"Why?"
"I have to see an important person."
"Oh, very well, but be prudent."
"Prudent? Are we not the strongest here?"
"Never mind, risk nothing. Have you done much?"
"I have only been here 2 days."
"But you keep yourself concealed, I hope."
"I should think so. Look at my dress. Am I in the habit of wearing cinnamon colored clothes?"
"And where are you lodging?"
"Ah, I hope you will appreciate my devotion, in a tumble down old house near the ramparts. But you, my prince, how did you get out of the Louvre? How was it that I found you on the road, with M. d'Aubigné for a companion?"
"Because I have friends."
"You, friends?"
"Yes, friends that you do not know."
"Well, and who are they?"
"The King of Navarre and d'Aubigné, whom you saw."
"The King of Navarre? Ha! True. Did you not conspire together?"
"I never conspired, M. de Bussy."
"No, ask poor La Mole and Coconnas."
"La Mole," said the prince gloomily, "died for another crime than the one alleged against him."
"Well, never mind him. How the devil did you get out of the Louvre?"
"Through the window."
"Which window?"
"That of my bedroom."
"Then you knew of the rope ladder?"
"What rope ladder?"
"In the cupboard."
"Ah, it seems you knew it," cried the prince, turning pale.
"Oh, your highness knows I have sometimes had the happiness of entering that room."
"In the time of my sister Margot, then you came in by the window?"
"As you came out. All that astonishes me is that you knew of the ladder."
"It was not I who found it."
"Who then?"
"I was told of it."
"By whom?"
"By the King of Navarre."
"Ha! The King of Navarre knew of it. I should not have thought so. However, now you are here safe and sound, we will put Anjou in flames, and Béarn and the Angoumois will catch the light, so we shall have a fine blaze."
"But did you not speak of a rendezvous?"
"It is true. The interest of the conversation was making me forget. Adieu, monseigneur."
"Do you take your horse?"
"If it will be useful to you, monseigneur, you may keep it. I have another."
"Well, I accept. We will settle that later."
The duke gave Bussy his hand, and they separated. End of chapter 56. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 57 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 57. The Ideas of the Duc D'Anjou. Bussy returned home, but instead of St. Luc, whom he expected, he found only a letter fixing their meeting for the next day. About 6 in the morning, St. Luc started and rode straight to Bussy's house. "Accept the hospitality of my poor hut, St. Luc," said Bussy. "I am encamped here." "Yes, like a conqueror on the field of battle." "What do you mean?" "I mean, dear Bussy, that my wife has no secrets from me, and has told me all. Receive my compliments, but since you have sent for me, permit me to give you a piece of advice." "Well?" "Get rid as soon as possible of that abominable Monsoreau. No one at the court knows of your love for his wife, so when you marry the widow, no one will say you killed him on purpose." "There is but one obstacle to this project, which presented itself to my mind as to yours." "What is it?" "That I have sworn to Diana to respect the life of her husband, as long as he does not attack me." "You were very wrong." "Why so?" "Because if you do not take the initiative, he will discover you and will kill you." "I cannot break my oath to Diana. Besides, he who is now a monster in all eyes would be thought an angel in his tomb." "Therefore I do not advise you to kill him yourself." "Oh, St. Luc, no assassins." "Who spoke of assassins?" "Of what then?" "Nothing. An idea passed through my mind. I will tell you what it was at another time. I do not love this Monsoreau much more than you, although I have not the same reason to detest him, so let us speak of the wife instead of the husband." Bussy smiled. "You are a capital companion, St. Luc," said he, "and you may count on my friendship. Now, my friendship consists of 3 things: my purse, my sword, and my life. Now, what about Diana?" "I wish to ask if you were not coming to Meridor?" "My dear friend, I thank you, but you know my scruples." "I know all. At Meridor you fear to meet Monsoreau, although he is 80 leagues off; fear to have to shake his hand, and it is hard to shake the hand of the man you wish to strangle. You fear to see him embrace Diana, and it is hard to see that of the woman you love." "Ah, how well you understand!" cried Bussy with rage. "But, my dear friend, did you not hear last night the noise of bells and guns?" "Yes, and we wondered what it meant." "It meant that the Duc d'Anjou arrived last night." St. Luc jumped up. "The duke here? We heard he was imprisoned at the Louvre." "That is just why he is now at Angers. He managed to escape through a window and came here." "Well, here is an excellent opportunity to revenge yourself for the king's persecutions. The prince has already a party, he will soon have troops, and we shall have something like a little civil war." Oh, and I reckoned on you to help us." "Against the king?" said St. Luc, with sudden coldness. "Not precisely against the king, but against those who fight against us." "My dear Bussy, I came here for country air, not to fight against his majesty." "But let me present you to monseigneur." "Useless, my dear Bussy, I do not like Angers." "My dear St. Luc, you will do me a great service by consenting. The duke asked me what I came here for, and not being able to tell because of his own passion for Diana, I said that I had come to draw to his cause all the gentlemen in the canton. I even told him I had a rendezvous with one this morning." "Well, tell him you have seen the gentleman, and that he asks 6 months to consider. Listen, I will always help you to defend Diana, you shall help me to defend my wife. We will make a treaty for love, but not for politics." "I see, I must yield to you, St. Luc, for you have the advantage over me. I want you, and you do not want me." "On the contrary, it is I who claim your protection." "How so?" "Suppose the rebels besiege and sack Meridor." The 2 friends laughed then. As the duke had sent to inquire for Bussy, they separated with renewed promises of friendship, and charmed with each other. Bussy went to the ducal palace, where already all the nobility of the provinces were arriving. He hastened to arrange an official reception, a repast and speeches, and having thus cut out some hours' occupation for the prince, mounted his other horse and galloped to Meridor. The duke made some good speeches, and produced a great effect, giving himself out for a prince persecuted by the king on account of the love of the Parisians for him. When Bussy returned, it was 4 in the afternoon. He dismounted and presented himself to the duke all covered with dust.
"Ah, my brave Bussy, you have been at work?"
"You see, monseigneur."
"You are very hot."
"I have ridden fast."
"Take care not to get ill again."
"There is no danger."
"Whence do you come?"
"From the environs. Is your highness content? Have you had a numerous assemblage?"
"Yes, I am pretty well satisfied, but I missed someone."
"Who?"
"Your protege, the Baron de Meridor."
Bussy changed color.
"And yet we must not neglect him," continued the duke. "He is influential here."
"You think so?"
"I am sure of it. He was the correspondent of the League at Angers, chosen by M. de Guise, and the Guises choose their men well. He must come, Bussy."
"But if he does not come?"
"I will go to him."
"To Meridor?"
"Why not?"
"Oh, why not, certainly," cried Bussy with flashing eyes. "A prince may do anything."
"Then you think he is still angry with me?"
"How should I know?"
"You have not seen him?"
"No."
"As one of the great men of the province, I thought—"
"I was not sufficiently fortunate in the former promises I made him to be in a hurry to present myself to him."
"Has he not attained his object?"
"How so?"
"He wanted his daughter to marry the count, and she has done so."
Bussy turned his back on the duke, who at the same moment moved towards another gentleman who entered the room. Bussy began to reflect on what the duke's projects were with regard to the baron, whether they were purely political, or whether he was still seeking to approach Diana. But he imagined that, embroiled with his brother, banished from the Louvre, and the chief of provincial insurrection, he had sufficiently grave interests at stake to outweigh his love fancies. He passed the night banqueting with the duke and the Angevin gentlemen, then in dancing with the Angevin ladies. It is needless to say that he was the admiration of the latter, and the hatred of the husbands, several of whom looked at him in a way which did not please him, so that, curling his mustachios, he invited 3 or 4 of them to take a walk with him by moonlight. But his reputation had preceded him, and they all declined. At the door Bussy found a laughing face waiting for him, which he believed to be 80 leagues off. "Ah!" cried he joyfully, "it is you, Rémy."
"Yes, monseigneur."
"I was going to write you to join me."
"Really?"
"On my word."
"That is capital. I was afraid you would scold me."
"For what?"
"For coming without leave. But I heard that M. le Duc d'Anjou had escaped, and had fled here. I knew you were also here, and I thought there might be civil war, and many holes made in skins, so I came."
"You did well, Rémy. I wanted you."
"How is Gertrude, monsieur?"
"I will ask Diana the first time I see her."
"And in return, every time I see her, I will ask for news of Madame de Monsoreau."
"You are charming."
Meanwhile they had reached Bussy's lodging.
"Here is my palace. You must lodge as you can."
"It will not be difficult. I could sleep standing, I am so tired."
Bussy rose early the next morning and went to the ducal palace, leaving word for Rémy to follow him. The duke had prepared a list of important things to be done. Firstly, a walk round the walls to examine the fortifications. Secondly, a review of the inhabitants and their arms. Thirdly, a visit to the arsenal. Fourthly, correspondence.
"Ah!" cried the duke, "you already?"
"Ma foi, yes, monseigneur. I could not sleep, your highness's interests were so much on my mind. What shall we do this morning? Shall we hunt?"
"How?" said the duke. "You pretend to have been thinking all night of my interests, and the result of so much meditation is to propose to me a hunt."
"True," said Bussy. "Besides, we have no hounds."
and no chief huntsman."
"Ah, ma foi, the chase would be more agreeable without him."
"Ah, I am not like you. I want him. He would have been very useful to us here."
"How so?"
"He has property here."
"He?"
"He or his wife."
Bussy bit his lips.
"Meridor is only 3 leagues off, you know that," continued the duke, "you who brought the old baron to me."
"Dame, I brought him because he hung on to my cloak. However, my protection did not do him much good."
"Listen," said the duke, "I have an idea."
"Diable!" said Bussy, who was always suspicious of the duke's ideas.
"Yes, it is that. If Monsoreau had the advantage over you at first, you shall have it now."
"What do you mean?"
"It is very simple. You know me, Bussy."
"I have that misfortune."
"Think you I am a man to submit to an affront with impunity?"
"Explain yourself, monseigneur."
"Well, he stole the young girl I loved to make her his wife. Now I will steal his wife."
Bussy tried to smile, but made a grimace instead. "Steal his wife?" stammered he.
"Nothing more easy. She is here, and you told me she hated her husband. Therefore, without too much vanity, I may flatter myself she will give me the preference, if I promise her."
"What, monseigneur?"
"To get rid of her husband for her."
"You will do that?"
"You shall see. Meanwhile, I will pay a visit to Meridor."
"You will dare?"
"Why not?"
"You will present yourself before the old baron, whom you abandoned after promising me?"
"I have an excellent excuse to give him."
"Where the devil will you find it?"
"Oh, I will say to him I did not break this marriage because Monsoreau, who knew that you were one of the principal agents to the League, threatened to denounce you to the king."
"Has your highness invented that?"
"Not entirely."
"Then I understand."
"Yes, I shall make him believe that by marrying his daughter I saved his life."
"It is superb."
"Well, order the horses, and we will go to Meridor."
"Immediately, monseigneur." Bussy then went to the door, but turned back and said, "How many horses will your highness have?"
"Oh, 4 or 5, what you like."
"If you leave it to me, I shall take 100.
"What for?"
cried the prince, surprised. "To have at least 25 I can rely on in case of attack."
"Attack?"
"Yes, I have heard that there are thick woods in that neighborhood, and it would not surprise me if we fell into some ambush."
"Ah, do you think so?"
"Monseigneur knows that true courage does not exclude prudence. I will order 150." And he moved towards the door.
"A moment," said the prince. "Do you think I am in safety at Angers?"
"Why, the town is not very strong, but well defended."
"Yes, but it may be badly defended. However brave you are, you can be but in one place at a time."
"True."
"Then, if I am not in safety here, and I am not if Bussy doubts."
"I did not say I doubted."
"If I am not safe, I had better make myself so. I will go to the castle and entrench myself."
"You are right, monseigneur."
"And then another idea."
"The morning is fruitful."
"I will make the Meridors come here."
"Monseigneur, you are grand to day. Now let us visit the castle." Bussy went out while the prince was getting ready, and found Rémy waiting. He wrote hastily a little note, picked a bunch of roses from the conservatory, rolled the note round the stems, went to the stable, brought out his horse, and putting Rémy on it, and giving him the bouquet, led him out of the city. "Now," said he, "let Roland go. At the end of this road you will find the forest, in the forest a park, round the park a wall, at that part of the wall where Roland stops, throw over this bouquet. He whom you expect does not come," said the note, "because he who was not expected has come, and is more menacing than ever, for he loves still.
take with the lips and the heart all that is invisible to the eyes in this paper." In half an hour Remy reached his destination, carried by his horse, and threw over the bouquet. A little cry from the other side told him it had been received. Then Remy returned, in spite of his horse, which seemed much put out at losing its accustomed repast on the acorns. Remy joined Bussy as he was exploring a cave with the prince. "Well," said he to his messenger, "what did you hear or see?" "A wall, a cry, and 7 leagues," replied Remy laconically. End of chapter 57. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 58 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 58. A flight of Angevins. Bussy contrived to occupy the duke so well with his preparations for war during 2 days, that he found no time to think of Meridor, and from time to time, under pretext of examining the outer fortifications, jumped on Roland, and arrived at a certain wall, which he got over all the more quickly because each time he made some stone fall, and was in fact gradually making a breach. Towards the end of the 3rd day, as an enormous convoy of provisions was entering the city, the produce of a tax levied by the duke on his good Angevins, as Ventre D'Anjou, to make himself popular, was tasting the black bread and salt fish of the soldiers, they heard a great noise at one of the gates of the city, where a man mounted on a white horse had presented himself. Now Bussy had had himself named Captain General of Anjou, and had established the most severe discipline in Angers. No one could go out of or enter the town without a password, all which had no other aim than to prevent the duke from sending a messenger to Meridor without his knowledge. The man on the white horse had arrived at a furious gallop, and had attempted to enter, but had been stopped. "I am Antragues," said he, "and desire to speak to the Duc d'Anjou." "We do not know Antragues," they replied, "but as for seeing the duke, you shall be satisfied, for we shall arrest you and conduct you to him." "You are a nice fellow, truly, to talk of arresting Charles Balzac, d'Antragues, Baron de Cuneo, and Comte de Graville." "We will do so, however," replied the bourgeois, who had 20 men behind him. "Wait a little, my good friends. You do not know the Parisians. Well, I will show you a specimen of what they can do." "Let us arrest him," cried the furious militia. "Softly, my little lambs of Anjou, it is I who will have that pleasure." "What does he say?" asked the bourgeois. "He says that his horse has only gone 10 leagues, and will ride over you all." And drawing his sword and swinging it furiously round, he cut off in his passage the blades of the nearest halberds, and in less than 10 minutes 15 or 20 of them were changed into broom handles. "Ha, ha, ha, ha! This is very amusing," cried he, laughing, and as he spoke, stunning one of the bourgeois with a blow on the head with the flat of his sword. However, as more and more bourgeois crowded to attack, and Antragues began to feel tired, he said, "Well, you are as brave as lions. I will bear witness to it. But you see you have nothing left but the handles of your halberts, and you do not know how to load your muskets. I have resolved to enter the city, but I did not know it was guarded by an army of Caesars. I renounce my victory over you. Good evening, I am going away. Only tell the prince that I came here expressly to see him." However, the captain had managed to communicate the fire to the match of his musket, but just as he was raising it to his shoulder, Antragues gave him such a furious blow upon the fingers that he dropped it. "Kill him! Kill him!" cried several voices. "Do not let him escape." "Ah!" said Antragues, "just now you would not let me come in. Now you will not let me go out. Take care. That will change my tactics, and instead of the flat of my sword, I will use the point. Instead of cutting the halberts, I will cut the wrists. Now, will you let me go?" "No, no, he is tired. Kill him." "Well, then, take care of your hands." Scarcely had he spoken when another cavalier appeared, riding furiously also, and who cried out as he approached, "Antragues, what are you doing among all these bourgeois?" "Livarot!" cried Antragues. "Mon Dieu, you are welcome. Montjoie and Saint Denis, to the rescue!" "I heard 4 hours ago that you were before me, and I have been trying to catch you. But what is the matter? Do they want to massacre you?" "Yes, they will neither let me in nor out." "Gentlemen," said Livarot, "will you please to step either to the right or left and let us pass?" "They insult us! Kill them!" cried the people. "Oh, this is Angers' manners," said Livarot, drawing his sword. "Yes, you see, unluckily there are so many of them." "If there were but 3 of us!" "And here is Ribeirac coming." "Do you hear him?" "Ah, I see him! Here, Ribeirac!" "Are you fighting?" cried Ribeirac. "Good morning, Livarot. Good morning, Antragues." "Let us charge them," said Antragues. The bourgeois looked in stupefaction at this reinforcement that was about to join the attacking party. "They are a regiment," said the captain of the militia. "This is only the advanced guard," cried another. "We are fathers of families, and our lives belong to our children," said others, and they all tried to fly, fighting with each other to get out of the way. At this stage of the affair, Bussy and the prince arrived, followed by 20 cavaliers, to ascertain the cause of the tumult. They were told that it was 3 incarnate devils from Paris who were making all the disturbance. "3 men? Bussy, see who they are." Bussy raised himself in his stirrups, and his quick eye soon recognized Livarot. "Mort de ma vie, monseigneur," cried he, "they are our friends from Paris, who are besieging us." "No," cried Livarot, "on the contrary, it is these people who are killing us." "Down with your arms, knaves!" cried the duke. "These are our friends." "Friends?" cried the bourgeois. "Then they should have had the password, for we have been treating them like pagans, and they us like Turks." Livarot, Antragues, and Ribeirac advanced in triumph to kiss the duke's hand. "Monseigneur," said Bussy, "how many militia do you think there were here?" "At least 150." "You have not very famous soldiers, since 3 men beat them." "True, but I shall have the 3 men who did beat them." End of chapter 58. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 59 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 59. Roland. Thanks to the reinforcement which had arrived, M. le Duc d'Anjou could go where he pleased. He explored the ramparts of the surrounding country and castles. The Angevin gentlemen found liberty and amusement at the court of the duke, and the 3 friends were soon intimate with many of these nobles, especially those who had pretty wives. The general joy was at its height when 22 riding horses, 30 carriage horses, and 40 mules, together with litters, carriages, and wagons, arrived at Angers, all the property of the duke. We must allow that the saddles were not paid for, and that the coffers were empty, but still it made a magnificent effect. The duke's reputation for wealth was henceforward solidly established, and all the province remained convinced that he was rich enough to war against all Europe if need were. Therefore they did not grudge the new tax which the prince imposed upon them. People never mind giving or lending to rich people, only to poor ones. Therefore the worthy prince lived like a patriarch on all the fat of the land. Numerous cavaliers arrived to offer to him their adhesions or their offers of service. One afternoon, however, about 4 o'clock, M. de Monsoreau arrived on horseback at the gate of Angers. He had ridden 18 leagues that day, therefore his spurs were red, and his horse covered with foam and half dead. They no longer made difficulties about letting strangers enter, therefore M. de Monsoreau went straight through the city to the palace and asked for the duke. "He is out reconnoitering," replied the sentinel. "Where?" "I do not know." "Diable! What I have to say to him is very pressing." "First put up your horse in the stable, or he will fall." "The advice is good. Where are the stables?" As he spoke, a man approached and asked for his name. M. de Monsoreau gave it. The major domo, for it was he, bowed respectfully, for the chief huntsman's name was well known in Anjou. "Monsieur," said he, "please to enter and take some repose. Monseigneur has not been out more than 10 minutes, and will not be back till 8 o'clock." 8 o'clock? I cannot wait so long. I am the bearer of news which cannot be too soon known to his highness. Can I not have a horse and a guide?" "There are plenty of horses, but a guide is a different thing, for his highness did not say where he was going." "Well, I will take a fresh horse and try to discover him." "Probably you will hear where he has passed, monsieur." "Do they ride fast?" "Oh, no." "Well, get me a horse then." "Will monsieur come into the stables and choose one? They all belong to the duke." Monsoreau entered. 10 or 12 fine horses, quite fresh, were feeding from the manger, which was filled with grain. Monsoreau looked over them, and then said, "I will take this bay." "Roland?" "Is that his name?" "Yes, and it is the highness's favorite horse. Monsieur de Bussy gave him to the duke, and it is quite a chance that it is here today." Roland was soon saddled, and Monsoreau rode out of the stable. "In which direction did they start?" asked he. The man pointed it out. "Ma foi," said Monsoreau, "the horse seems to know the way." Indeed, the animal set off without being urged, and went deliberately out of the city, took a short cut to the gate, and then began to accelerate his pace. Monsoreau let him go. He went along the boulevard, then turned into a shady lane, which cut across the country, passing gradually from a trot to a gallop. "Oh," thought Monsoreau as they entered the woods, "one would say we were going to Meridor. Can his highness be there?" And his face grew black at the thought. "Oh," murmured he, "I who was going to see the prince, and putting off till tomorrow to see my wife, shall I see them both at the same time?" The horse went on, turning always to the right. "We cannot be far from the park," said he. At that moment his horse neighed, and another answered him. In a minute Monsoreau saw a wall, and a horse tied to a neighboring tree. "There is someone," thought he, turning pale. End of chapter 59. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 60 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 60. What M. de Monsoreau came to announce. As M. de Monsoreau approached, he remarked the dilapidation of the wall. It was almost in steps, and the brambles had been torn away and were lying about. He looked at the horse standing there. The animal had a saddle cloth embroidered in silver, and in one corner an F and an A. There was no doubt then that it came from the prince's stables. The letters stood for François d'Anjou. The count's suspicions at this sight became real alarm. The duke had come here, and had come often, for besides the horse waiting there, there was a second that knew the way. He tied up his horse near to the other, and began to scale the wall. It was an easy task. There were places for both feet and hands, and the branches of an oak tree which hung over had been carefully cut away. Once up, he saw at the foot of a tree a blue mantilla and a black cloak, and not far off, a man and woman, walking hand in hand with their backs turned to the wall, and nearly hidden by the trees. Unluckily, with M. de Monsoreau's weight, a stone fell from the wall on the crackling branches with a great noise. At this noise the lovers must have turned and seen him, for the cry of a woman was heard, and a rustling of the branches as they ran away like startled deer. At this cry Monsoreau felt cold drops on his forehead, for he recognized Diana's voice. Full of fury, he jumped over the wall, and with his drawn sword in his hand tried to follow the fugitives, but they had disappeared, and there was not a trace or sound to guide him. He stopped, and considered that he was too much under the influence of passion to act with prudence against so powerful a rival. Then a sublime idea occurred to him. It was to climb back again over the wall, and carry off with his own and the horse he had seen there. He retraced his steps to the wall, and climbed up again. But on the other side no horse was to be seen. His idea was so good that before it came to him, it had come to his adversary. He uttered a howl of rage, clenching his fists, but started off at once on foot. In 2 hours and a half he arrived at the gates of the city, dying with hunger and fatigue, but determined to interrogate every sentinel, and find out by what gate a man had entered with 2 horses.
The first sentinel he applied to said that about 2 hours before, a horse without a rider had passed through the gate, and had taken the road to the palace. He feared some accident must have happened to his rider. Monsoreau ground his teeth with passion and went on to the castle. There he found great life and gaiety, windows lighted up, and animation everywhere. He went first to the stable, and found his horse in the stall he had taken him from, and then, without changing his dress, he went to the dining room. The prince and all his gentlemen were sitting round a table magnificently served and lighted. The duke, who had been told of his arrival, received him without surprise, and told him to sit down and sup with him. "Monseigneur," replied he, "I am hungry, tired, and thirsty, but I will neither eat, drink, nor sit down till I have delivered my important message."
"You come from Paris?"
"Yes, in great haste."
"Well, speak."
Monsoreau advanced with a smile on his lips and hatred in his heart, and said, "Monseigneur, your mother is advancing hastily to visit you." The duke looked delighted.
"It is well," said he. "Monsieur de Monsoreau, I find you today as ever a faithful servant. Let us continue our supper, gentlemen."
Monsoreau sat down with them, but gloomy and preoccupied. He still seemed to see the two figures among the trees, and to hear the cry of Diana.
"You are overcome with weariness," said the prince to him. "Really, you'd better go to bed."
"Yes," said Livarot, "or he will go to sleep in his chair." "Pardon, monseigneur, I am tired out." "Get tipsy," said Antragues. "There is nothing so good when you are tired. To your health, count." "You must give us some good hunts," said Ribeirac. "You know the country." "You have horses and woods here," said Antragues. "And a wife," added Livarot.
"We will hunt a boar, count," said the prince.
"Oh, yes, tomorrow," cried the gentleman.
"What do you say, Monsoreau?"
"I am always at your highness's orders, but I am too much fatigued to conduct a chase tomorrow, besides which I must examine the woods."
"And we must leave him time to see his wife," cried the duke.
"Granted," cried the young men. "We give him 24 hours to do all he has to do." "Yes, gentlemen, I promise to employ them well."
"Now go to bed," said the duke, and M. de Monsoreau bowed and went out, very happy to escape.
End of chapter 60. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 61 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 61. How the King learned the flight of his beloved brother, and what followed. When Monsoreau had retired, the repast continued, and was more gay and joyous than ever.
"Now, Livarot," said the duke, "finish the recital of your flight from Paris, which Monsoreau interrupted."
Livarot began again, but as our title of historian gives us the privilege of knowing better than Livarot himself what had passed, we will substitute our recital for that of the young man. Towards the middle of the night, Henry III was awoke by an unaccustomed noise in the palace. It was oaths, blows on the wall, rapid steps in the galleries, and amidst all, these words continually sounding, "What will the king say?" Henry sat up and called Chicot, who was asleep on the couch. Chicot opened one eye. "Ah, you were wrong to call me, Henry," said he. "I was dreaming that you had a son." "But listen." "To what? You say enough follies to me by day without breaking in on my nights." "But do you not hear?" "Oh, I do hear cries." "Do you hear? What will the king say?" "It is one of two things. Either your dog Narcissus is ill, or the Huguenots are taking their revenge for St. Bartholomew." "Help me to dress." "If you will first help me to get up." "What a misfortune!" sounded from the antechamber. "Shall we arm ourselves?" said the king. "We had better go first and see what is the matter." And almost immediately they went out by the secret door into the gallery. "I begin to guess," said Chicot, "your unlucky prisoner has hanged himself."
Oh, no, it cannot be that.
So much the worse.
Come on. And they entered the duke's chamber. The window was open, and the ladder still hung from it. Henry grew as pale as death. "Oh, my son, you are not so blasé as I thought," said Chicot. "Escaped?" cried Henry, in such a thundering voice that all the gentlemen who were crowded round the window turned in terror. Chomberg tore his hair. Quelus and Maugiron struck themselves like madmen. As for D'Epernon, he had vanished. This sight calmed the king. "Gently, my son," said he, laying hold of Maugiron. "No, mordieu!" cried he, "I will kill myself," and he knocked his head against the wall. "Hola! Help me to hold him." "It would be an easier death to pass your sword through your body," said Chicot. "Quelus, my child," said the king, "you will be as blue as Chomberg when he came out of the indigo." Quelus stopped, but Chomberg still continued to tear at his hair. "Chomberg, Chomberg, a little reason, I beg." "It is enough to drive one mad." "Indeed, it is a dreadful misfortune. There will be a civil war in my kingdom. Who did it? Who furnished the ladder? Mordieu! I will hang all the city. Who was it? 10,000 crowns to whoever will tell me his name, and 100,000 to whoever will bring him to me, dead or alive." "It must have been some Angevin," said Maugiron. "Oh, yes! We will kill all the Angevins!" cried Quelus. However, the king suddenly disappeared. He had thought of his mother, and without saying a word went to her. When he entered, she was half lying in a great armchair. She heard the news without answering. "You say nothing, mother? Does not this flight seem to you criminal and worthy of punishment?"
"My dear son, liberty is worth as much as a crown, and remember, I advised you to fly in order to gain a crown."
"My mother, he braves me, he outrages me."
"No, he only saves himself."
"Ha! This is how you take my part?"
"What do you mean, my son?"
"I mean that with age the feelings grow calm, that you do not love me as much as you used to do."
"You are wrong, my son," said Catherine coldly. "You are my beloved son, but he of whom you complain is also my son."
"Well, then, madame, I will go to find other counselors capable of feeling for me and of aiding me."
"Go, my son, and may God guide your counselors, for they will have need of it to aid you in this strait."
"Adieu, then, madame."
"Adieu, Henry. I do not pretend to counsel you. You do not need me, I know, but beg your counselors to reflect well before they advise, and still more before they execute."
"Yes, madame, for the position is difficult."
"Very grave,"
replied she, raising her eyes to heaven. "Have you any idea who it was that carried him off?" Catherine did not reply. "I think it was the Angevins," continued the king. Catherine smiled scornfully.
"The Angevins!"
"You do not think so?"
"Do you, really?"
"Tell me what you think, madame."
"Why should I?"
"To enlighten me."
"Enlighten you? I am but a doting old woman, whose only influence lies in her prayers and repentance."
"No, mother, speak. You are the cleverest of us all."
"Useless. I have only ideas of the last century. At my age, it is impossible I should give good counsel."
"Well, then, mother, refuse me your counsel. Deprive me of your aid. In an hour I will hang all the Angevins in Paris."
"Hang all the Angevins?"
cried Catherine in amazement. "Yes, hang, slay, massacre, burn. Already, perhaps, my friends are out to begin the work."
"They will ruin themselves, and you with them."
"How so?"
"Blind! Will kings eternally have eyes and not see?"
"Kings must avenge their injuries. It is but justice, and in this case all my subjects will rise to defend me."
"You are mad."
"Why so?"
You will make oceans of blood flow. The standard of revolt will soon be raised, and you will arm against you a host who never would rise for Francois."
"But if I do not revenge myself, they will think I am afraid."
"Did anyone ever think I was afraid? Besides, it was not the Angevins."
"Who was it then? It must have been my brother's friends."
"Your brother has no friends."
"But who was it then?"
"Your enemy."
"What enemy?"
"Oh, my son, you know you have never had but one. Yours, mine, your brother Charles's, always the same."
"Henry of Navarre, you mean?"
"Yes, Henry of Navarre."
"He is not at Paris."
"Do you know who is at Paris, and who is not? No, you are all deaf and blind."
"Can it have been he?"
"My son, at every disappointment you meet with, at every misfortune that happens to you of which the author is unknown, do not seek or conjecture, it is useless. Cry out, it is Henry of Navarre, and you will be sure to be right. Strike on the side where he is, and you will be sure to strike right. Oh, that man, that man! He has the sword suspended over the head of the Valois."
"Then you think I should countermand my orders about the Angevins?"
"At once, without losing an instant. Hasten, perhaps you are already too late."
Henry flew out of the Louvre to find his friends, but found only Chicot drawing figures in the sand with a stone. End of chapter 61. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 62 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 62. How, as Chicot and the queen mother were agreed, the king began to agree with them. "Is this how you defend your king?" cried Henry. "Yes, it is my manner, and I think it is a good one." "Good indeed." "I maintain it, and I will prove it." "I am curious to hear this proof." "It is easy, but first we have committed a great folly." "How so?" cried Henry, struck by the agreement between Chicot and his mother. "Yes," replied Chicot, "your friends are crying through the city, 'Death to the Angevins,' and now that I reflect, it was never proved that they had anything to do with the affair, and your friends crying thus through the city will raise that nice little civil war of which M. de Guise has so much need of, and which they do not succeed in raising for themselves. Besides which, your friends may get killed, which would not displease me, I confess, but which would afflict you, or else they would chase all the Angevins from the city, which will please M. d'Anjou enormously." "Do you think things are so bad?" "Yes, if not worse." "But all this does not explain what you do here, sitting on a stone." "I am tracing a plan of all the provinces that your brother will raise against you, and the number of men each will furnish to the revolt." "Chicot, Chicot, you are a bird of bad augury." "The owl sings at night, my son, it is his hour. Now it is dark, Henry, so dark that one might take the day for the night, and I sing what you ought to hear. Look." "At what?" "My geographical plan. Here is Anjou, something like a tartlet, you see. There your brother will take refuge. Anjou, well managed, as Monsoreau and Bussy will manage it, will alone furnish to your brother 10,000 combatants." "Do you think so?" "That is the minimum. Let us pass to Guyenne. Here it is, this figure like a calf walking on one leg. Of course, you will not be astonished to find discontent in Guyenne. It is an old focus for revolt, and will be enchanted to rise. They can furnish 8,000 soldiers. That is not much, but they are well trained. Then we have Béarn and Navarre. You see these two compartments, which look like an ape on the back of an elephant. They may furnish about 16,000. Let us count now. 10,000 for Anjou, 8,000 for Guyenne, 16,000 for Béarn and Navarre, making a total of 34,000. You think, then, that the King of Navarre will join my brother?
I should think so.
Do you believe that he had anything to do with my brother's escape? Chicot looked at him. That is not your own idea, Henry. Why not? It is too clever, my son. Never mind whose idea it was, answer my question.
Well, I heard of Ventre St. Gris in the Rue de la Ferronnerie.
You heard of Ventre St. Gris? But it might not have been he.
I saw him.
You saw Henry of Navarre in Paris?
Yes.
You saw my mortal enemy here, and did not tell me. I am not a spy. Then there are the Guises. 20,000 or 25,000 men under the orders of the Duc de Guise will make up altogether a nice little army. But Henry of Navarre and the Duc de Guise are enemies.
Which will not prevent them from uniting against you. They will be free to fight with each other when they have conquered you.
You are right, Chicot, and my mother is right. I will call the Swiss.
Oh yes, Quelus has got them.
My guards, then?
Chomberg has them.
My household, at least?
They have gone with Maugiron.
Without my orders?
And when do you ever give orders, except perhaps to flagellate either your own skin or that of others? But about government, bah! Allow me to observe that you have been a long time finding out that you rank 7th or 8th in this kingdom.
Here they are, cried the king, as 3 cavaliers approached, followed by a crowd of men on foot and on horseback. Chomberg, Quelus, come here, cried the king. They approached. I have been seeking you and waiting for you impatiently. What have you done? Do not go away again without my permission.
There is no more need, said Maugiron, who now approached, since all is finished.
All is finished? Heaven be praised, said D'Epernon, appearing all at once, no one knew from whence. Then you have killed them? cried the king. Well, at least the dead do not return. Oh, we had not that trouble. The cowards ran away. We had scarcely time to cross our swords with them. Henry grew pale. With whom? said he. With Antragues? On the contrary, he killed a lackey of Quelus's. Oh, murmured the king, here is a civil war lighted up. Quelus started. It is true, said he. Ah, said Chicot, you begin to perceive it, do you? But Monsieur Chicot, you cried with us, death to the Angevins. Oh, that is a different thing. I am a fool, and you are a clever man. Come, peace, gentlemen. We shall have enough of war soon. What are your majesty's orders? That you employ the same ardor in calming the people as you have done in exciting them, and that you bring back all the Swiss, my guards, and my household, and have the doors of the Louvre closed, so that perhaps tomorrow the bourgeois may take the whole thing for a sortie of drunken people. The young men went off, and Henry returned to his mother. Well, said she, what has passed? All you foresaw, mother. They have escaped? Alas, yes. What else? Is not that enough? The city is in tumult, but that is not what disquiets me. No, it is the provinces, which will revolt. What shall you do? I see but one thing. What is that? To withdraw the army from La Charité and march on Anjou. And Monsieur de Guise? Oh, I will arrest him if necessary. And you think violent measures will succeed? What can I do then? Your plan will not do. Well, what is your idea? Send an ambassador. To whom? To your brother. Ambassador to that traitor? You humiliate me, mother.
This is not a moment to be proud.
An ambassador will ask for peace.
Who will buy it if necessary?
With what? Mon Dieu!
If it were only to secure quietly afterwards those who have gone to make war on you.
I would give much for that.
Well, then, the end is worth the means.
I believe you are right, mother, but whom shall I send?
Seek among your friends.
My mother, I do not know a single man to whom I could confide such a mission.
Confide it to a woman, then.
My mother, would you consent?
My son, I am very old and very weak, and death will perhaps await me on my return, but I will make this journey so rapidly that your brother and his friends will have not had time to learn their own power.
Oh, my good mother, cried Henry, kissing her hands, you are my support, my benefactress.
That means that I am still Queen of France,
murmured she. End of chapter 62. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 63 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 63, in which it is proved that gratitude was one of St. Luke's virtues. The next morning, M. de Monsoreau rose early and descended into the courtyard of the palace. He entered the stable where Roland was in his place. "Are the horses of Monseigneur taught to return to their stables alone?" asked he of the man who stood there. "No, Monsieur le Comte." "But Roland did so yesterday?" "Oh, he is remarkably intelligent." "Has he ever done it before?" "No, monsieur, but he is generally ridden by the Duc d'Anjou, who is a good rider, and never gets thrown." "I was not thrown," replied the count, "for I also am a good rider. No, I tied him to a tree while I entered a house, and at my return he had disappeared. I thought he had been stolen, or that some passerby had played a bad joke by carrying him away. That was why I asked how he returned to the stable." "He returned alone, as monsieur said just now." "It is strange. Monseigneur often rides this horse, you say?" "Nearly every day." "His highness returned late last night?" "About an hour before you." "And what horse did he ride? Was it a bay with a white star on his forehead?" "No, monsieur, he rode Isolin, which you see here." "And in the prince's escort, is there anyone who rides such a horse as I describe?" "I know of no one." "Well," said Monsoreau impatiently, "saddle me Roland." "Roland?" "Yes, are there any orders against it?" "No, on the contrary, I was told to let you have any horse you pleased." When Roland was saddled, Monsoreau said to the man, "What are your wages?" 20 crowns, monsieur." "Will you earn 10 times that sum at once?" "I ask no better, but how?" "Find out who rode yesterday the horse I described." "Ah! monseigneur, what you ask is very difficult. There are so many gentlemen come here." "Yes, but 200 crowns are worth some trouble." "Certainly, monsieur le comte, and I will do my best to discover." "That is right, and here are 10 crowns to encourage you." "Thanks, monsieur le comte." "Well, tell the prince I have gone to reconnoiter the wood for the chase." As he spoke he heard steps behind him, and turned. "Ah, Monsieur de Bussy!" cried he. "Why, monsieur le comte, who would have thought of seeing you here?" "And you, who they said was so ill?" "So I am. My doctor orders absolute rest, and for a week I have not left the city. Ah, you are going to ride Roland. I sold him to the duke, who is very fond of him." "Yes, he is an excellent animal. I rode him yesterday." "Which makes you wish for him again today?" "Yes." "You were speaking of a chase." "Yes, the prince wishes for one." "Whereabouts is it to be?" near Meridor. Will you come with me?" "No, thank you, I do not feel well."
"Oh!" cried a voice from behind. "There is M. de Bussy out without permission."
"Ah, there is my doctor scolding. Adieu, comte." Bussy went away, and Monsoreau jumped into the saddle.
"What is the matter?" said Rémy. "You look so pale. I believe you are really ill."
"Do you know where he is going?"
"No."
"To Meridor."
"Well, did you hope he would not?"
"Mon Dieu, what will happen after what he saw yesterday?"
"Madame de Monsoreau will deny everything."
"But he saw her."
"She will say he did not."
"She will never have the courage."
"Oh, M. de Bussy, it is possible you do not know women better than that."
"Rémy, I feel very ill."
"So I see. Go home, and I will prescribe for you."
"What?"
"A slice of fowl and ham, and some lobster."
"Oh, I am not hungry."
"The more reason I should order you to eat."
"Rémy, I fear that wretch will make a great scene at Meridor. I ought to have gone with him when he asked me."
"What for?"
"To sustain Diana."
"Oh, she will sustain herself. Besides, you ought not to be out. We agreed you were too ill."
"I could not help it, Rémy. I was so unquiet." Rémy carried him off, and made him sit down to a good breakfast. M. de Monsoreau wished to see if it were chance or habit that had led Roland to the park wall, therefore he left the bridle on his neck. Roland took precisely the same road as on the previous day, and before very long M. de Monsoreau found himself in the same spot as before. Only now the place was solitary, and no horse was there. The count climbed the wall again, but no one was to be seen. Therefore, judging that it was useless to watch for people on their guard, he went on to the park gates. The baron, seeing his son-in-law coming over the drawbridge, advanced ceremoniously to meet him. Diana, seated under a magnificent sycamore, was reading poetry, while Gertrude was embroidering at her side. The count, seeing them, got off his horse and approached them. "Madame," said he, "will you grant me the favor of an interview?"
"Willingly, monsieur."
"What calm, or rather, what perfidy," thought the count.
"Do you do us the honor of remaining at the chat?"
asked the baron. "Yes, monsieur, until tomorrow at least." The baron went away to give orders, and Diana reseated herself, while Monsoreau took Gertrude's chair, and with a look sufficient to intimidate most people, said, "Madame, who was in the park with you yesterday?"
"At what time?"
said Diana, in a firm voice. "At 6."
"Where?"
"Near the copse."
"It must have been someone else. It was not I."
"It was you, madame."
"What do you know about it?"
"Tell me the man's name," cried Monsoreau, furiously.
"What man?"
"The man who was walking with you."
"I cannot tell. If it was some other woman."
"It was you, I tell you."
"You are wrong, monsieur."
"How dare you deny it? I saw you."
"You, monsieur?"
"Yes, madame, myself, and there is no other lady here."
"You are wrong again. There is Jeanne de Brissac."
"Madame de St. Luc?"
"Yes, my friend."
"And Monsieur de St. Luc?"
"Never leaves her. Theirs was a love match. You must have seen them."
"It was not them. It was you, with some man whom I do not know, but whom I will know, I swear. I heard your cry."
"When you are more reasonable, monsieur, I shall be ready to hear you. At present, I will retire."
"No, madame, you shall stay."
"Monsieur, here are Monsieur and Madame de St. Luc. I trust you will contain yourself."
Indeed, Monsieur and Madame de St. Luc approached. She bowed to Monsoreau, and St. Luc gave him his hand. Then, leaving his wife to Monsoreau, took Diana, and after a walk they returned. warned by the bell for dinner, which was early at Meridor, as the baron preserved the old customs. The conversation was general, and turned naturally on the Duc d'Anjou and the movement his arrival had caused. Diana sat far from her husband, between St. Luc and the baron. End of chapter 63. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 64 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 64. The Project of Monsieur de St. Luc. When the repast was over, Monsoreau took St. Luc's arm and went out. "Do you know," said he, "that I am very happy to have found you here, for the solitude of Meridor frightened me." "What, with your wife? As for me, with such a companion, I should find a desert delightful." "I do not say no, but still—" "Still what?" "I am very glad to have met you here." "Really, monsieur, you are very polite, for I cannot believe that you could possibly fear ennui with such a companion, and such a country." "Bah! I pass half my life in the woods." "The more reason for being fond of them, it seems to me. I know I shall be very sorry to leave them. Unluckily, I fear I shall be forced to do so before long." "Why so?" "Oh, monsieur, when is man the arbiter of his own destiny? He is like the leaf of the tree, which the wind blows about. You are very fortunate." "Fortunate how?" "To live amongst these splendid trees." "Oh, I do not think I shall stay here long. I am not so fond of nature, and I fear these woods. I think they are not safe." "Why? On account of their loneliness, do you mean?" "No, not that, for I suppose you see friends here." "Not a soul." "Ha! Really? How long is it since you had any visitor?" "Not since I have been here." "Not one gentleman from the court of Angers?" "Not one." "Impossible." "It is true." "Then I am wrong." "Perfectly; but why is not the park safe? Are there bears there?" "Oh, no." "Wolves?" "No." "Robbers?" "Perhaps. Tell me, monsieur, Madame de St. Luc seemed to me very pretty, is she not?" "Why, yes." "Does she often walk in the park?" "Often; she adores the woods, like myself." "And do you accompany her?" "Always." "Nearly always?" "What the devil are you driving at?" "Oh, mon Dieu, nothing, or at least a trifle." "I listen." "They told me—" "Well?" "You will not be angry?" "I never am so." "Besides, between husbands these confidences are right. They told me a man had been seen wandering in the park." "A man?" "Yes." "Who came from my wife?" "Oh, I do not say that." "You would be wrong not to tell me, my dear Monsoreau. Who saw him? Pray tell me." "Oh, to tell you the truth, I do not think it was for Madame de St. Luc that he came." "For whom, then?" "Ah, I fear it is for Diana." "Oh, I should like that better." "What?" Certainly, you know we husbands are an egotistical set, everyone for himself, and God for us all." "The devil, rather." "Then you think a man has entered here?" "I think so." "And I do more than think," said St. Luc, "for I saw him." "You saw a man in the park?" "Yes." "When?" "Yesterday." "Alone?" "With Madame de Monsoreau." "Where?" "Just here, to the left." And as they had walked down to the old copse, St. Luc pointed out the spot where Bussy always came over. "Ah," continued he, "here is a wall in a bad state. I must warn the baron."
Whom do you suspect?
Of what?
Of climbing over here to talk to my wife. St. Luc seemed to reflect. Diable, said he, it could only have been.
Whom?
Why, yourself.
Are you joking, Monsieur de St. Luc?
Ma foi, no. When I was first married, I did such things.
Come, you are trying to put me off, but do not fear, I have courage. Help me to seek, you will do me an immense favor.
St. Luc shook his head. It must have been you, said he.
Do not jest, I beg of you, the thing is serious.
Do you think so?
I am sure of it.
Oh, and how does this man come?
Secretly.
Often?
I fear so. Look at the marks in the wall.
Well, I suspected it, but I always fancied it was you.
But I tell you no.
Oh, I believe you, my dear sir.
Well then?
It must have been someone else.
Monsoreau began to look black, but St. Luc preserved his easy nonchalance.
I have an idea, said he.
Tell me.
If it were.
Well?
But no.
Pray, speak.
The Duc D'Anjou.
I thought so at first, but I have made inquiries, and it could not have been he.
Oh, he is very cunning.
Yes, but it was not he.
Wait, then.
Well?
I have another idea. If it was neither you nor the duke, it must have been I.
You?
Why not?
You to come on horseback to the outside of the park when you live inside?
Oh, mon Dieu, I am such a capricious being.
You who fled away when you saw me?
Oh, anyone would do that.
Then you were doing wrong, cried the count, no longer able to keep in his anger.
I do not say so.
You are mocking me, cried the count, growing very pale, and have been doing so for a quarter of an hour.
You are wrong, monsieur, said St. Luc, drawing out his watch and looking steadily at him. It has been 20 minutes.
You insult me?
And you insult me with your questions, like a constable.
Ah, now I see clearly.
How wonderful, at 10 o'clock in the morning. But what do you see?
I see that you act in concert with the traitor, the coward whom I saw yesterday.
Huh, I should think so. He is my friend.
Then I will kill you in his place.
Bah! In your own house, and without crying gare? Ha! Monsieur de Monsoreau, how badly you have been brought up, and how living among beasts spoils the manners.
Do you not see that I am furious?
Howled the count. Yes, indeed, I do see it, and it does not become you at all. You look frightful.
The count drew his sword.
Ah, said St. Luc, you try to provoke me. You see I am perfectly calm.
Yes, I do provoke you.
Take the trouble to get over the wall. On the other side we shall be on neutral ground.
What do I care?
I do. I do not want to kill you in your own house.
Very well, said Monsoreau, climbing over.
Take care, pray do not hurt yourself, my dear count. Those stones are loose, said St. Luc. Then he also got over. End of chapter 64. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 65 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 65. How Monsieur de St. Luc showed Monsieur de Monsoreau the thrust that the king had taught him.
Are you ready?
Cried Monsoreau. No, I have the sun in my eyes.
Move then, I warn you, I shall kill you. Shall you really? Well, man proposes and God disposes. Look at that bed of poppies and dandelions. Well? Well, I mean to lay you there. And he laughed as he drew his sword. Monsoreau began the combat furiously, but St. Luc parried his thrusts skillfully. Pardieu, Monsieur de Monsoreau, said he, you use your sword very well. You might kill anyone but Bussy or me. Monsoreau grew pale. As for me, continued St. Luc, the king who loves me took the trouble to give me a great many lessons, and showed me, among other things, a thrust, which you shall see presently. I tell you, that you may have the pleasure of knowing you are killed by the king's method. It is very flattering. And then suddenly he rushed furiously on Monsoreau, who, half wild with rage as he was, parried 5 thrusts, but received the 6th full in his chest. Ah, said St. Luc, you will fall just where I told you, as Monsoreau sank down on the poppies. Then, wiping his sword, he stood quietly by, watching the changes which came over the face of the dying man. Ah, you have killed me, cried Monsoreau. I intended to do so, but now I see you dying. Devil take me if I'm not sorry for what I have done. You are a horribly jealous. It is true, but you were brave. Have you any last wish? If so, tell it to me, and on the faith of a gentleman it shall be executed. Are you thirsty? Shall I get you water? Monsoreau did not reply. He turned over with his face to the earth, biting the ground and struggling in his blood. Then he tried to raise his head, but fell back with a groan. Come, he is dead. Let me think no more about him. Ah, but that is not so easy when you have killed a man. And jumping back over the wall, he went to the chateau. The first person he saw was Diana talking to his wife. How well she will look in black, thought he. Then approaching them, pardon me, said he, but may I say a few words to Jeanne? Do so, I will go to my father. What is it? Said Jeanne, when Diana was gone. You look rather gloomy. Why, yes. What has happened? Oh, mon Dieu, an accident. To you? Not precisely to me, but to a person who was near me. Who was it? The person I was walking with. Monsieur de Monsoreau? Alas, yes, poor dear man. What has happened to him? I believe he is dead. Dead? Cried Jeanne, starting back in horror. Just so. He who was here just talking now? Yes, that is just the cause of his death. He talked too much. St. Luc, you are hiding something from me, cried Jeanne, seizing his hands. I? Nothing, not even the place where he lies. Where is it? Down there behind the wall, just where Bussy used to tie his horse. It was you who killed him. Parbleu, that is not very difficult to discover. Unlucky that you are. Ah, dear friend, he provoked me, insulted me, drew the sword first. It is dreadful, the poor man. Good, I was sure of it. Before a week is over, he will be called Saint Monsoreau. But you cannot stay here in the house of the man you have killed. So I thought at once, and that is why I came to ask you to get ready. He has not wounded you? No, I am perfectly unhurt. Then we will go. As quickly as possible, for you know the accident may be discovered at any moment. Then Diana is a widow? That is just what I thought of. After you killed him? No, before. Well, I will go and tell her. Spare her feelings. Do not laugh. Meanwhile, you get the horses saddled. But where shall we go? To Paris. But the king? Oh, he will have forgotten everything by this time. Besides, if there is to be war, as seems probable, he will be glad of me. But I must have pen and ink. For what? To write to Bussy. I cannot leave Anjou without telling him why."
"No, of course not. You will find all that you require in my room."
St. Luc went in and wrote, "Dear friend, you will learn by report ere long the accident which has happened to M. de Monsoreau. We had together by the old copse a discussion on broken down walls and horses that go home alone. In the heat of the argument he fell on a bed of poppies and dandelions so hard that he died there. Your friend for life, St. Luc. P.S. As you may think this rather improbable, I must add that we had our swords in our hands. I set off at once for Paris to make peace with the king, Anjou not seeming to me very safe after what has occurred." 10 minutes after, a servant sent off for Angers with this letter, while M. and Madame de St. Luc went out by another door, leaving Diana much grieved at their departure, and much embarrassed how to tell the baron what had occurred. She had turned away her eyes from St. Luc as he passed. "That is the reward for serving your friends," said he to his wife. "Decidedly, all people are ungrateful excepting me." End of chapter 65. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 66 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 66, in which we see the Queen Mother enter the town of Angers, but not triumphantly. At the same time that M. de Monsoreau fell under the sword of St. Luc, a flourish of trumpets sounded at the closed gates of Angers. It was Catherine de Medicis, who arrived there with rather a large suite. They sent to tell Bussy, who rose from his bed, and went to the prince, who immediately got into his. Certainly the airs played by the trumpets were fine, but they had not the virtue of those which made the walls of Jericho fall, for the gates did not open. Catherine leaned out of her litter to show herself to the guards, hoping the sight of her would do more than the sound of the trumpets. They saw her and saluted her courteously, but did not open the gates. Then she sent a gentleman to demand admittance, but they replied that Angers being in a state of war, the gates could not be opened without some necessary formalities. Catherine was furious. At last Bussy appeared with 5 other gentlemen. "Who is there?" cried he.
"It is Her Majesty the Queen Mother, who has come to visit Angers."
"Very well, go to the left, and about 80 steps off you will find the postern." "A postern for Her Majesty!" cried the gentleman, but Bussy was no longer there to hear. He and his friends had ridden off towards the indicated spot. "Did your Majesty hear?" asked the gentleman.
"Oh, yes, monsieur, I heard. Let us go there, if that be the only way to get in."
The cortege turned to the left, and the postern opened. "Your Majesty is welcome to Angers," said Bussy.
"Thank you, Monsieur de Bussy,"
said the queen, descending from her litter, and advancing towards the little door. Bussy stopped her. "Take care, madame," said he, "the door is low, and you will hurt yourself."
"Must I then stoop?" replied she. "It is the first time I ever entered a city so."
Once through the gate, she re-entered her litter to go to the palace, Bussy and his friends escorting her.
"Where is my son?" cried she. "Why do I not see M. d'Anjou?"
"Monseigneur is ill, madame, or else your Majesty cannot doubt that he would have come himself to do the honors of his city." Catherine was sublime in hypocrisy.
"Ill? My poor child ill?" cried she. "Ah, let us hasten to him. Is he well taken care of?"
"Yes, madame, we do our best."
"Does he suffer?"
"Horribly. He is subject to these sudden indispositions."
"It was sudden, then?"
"Mon Dieu, yes, madame." When they arrived at the palace, Bussy ran up first to the duke. "Here she is," cried he.
"Is she furious?"
"Exasperated."
"Does she complain?"
"No, she does worse. She smiles."
"What do the people say?"
"They looked at her in mute terror. Now, monseigneur, be careful."
"We stick to war?"
"Pardieu, ask 100 to get 10, and with her you will get only 5."
"Bah! You think me very weak. Are you all here? Where is Monsoreau?"
"I believe he is at Meridor." "Her Majesty the Queen Mother!" cried the usher at the door. Catherine entered, looking pale. The duke made a movement to rise, but she threw herself into his arms, and half stifled him with kisses. She did more, she wept. "We must take care," said Antragues to Ribeirac. "Each tear will be paid for by blood." Catherine now sat down on the foot of the bed. At a sign from Bussy, everyone went away but himself.
"Will you not go and look after my poor attendants, Monsieur de Bussy, you who are at home here?" said the queen.
It was impossible not to go, so he replied, "I am happy to please your majesty," and he also retired. Catherine wished to discover whether her son were really ill or feigning, but he, worthy son of such a mother, played his part to perfection. She had wept, he had a fever. Catherine, deceived, thought him really ill, and hoped to have more influence over a mind weakened by suffering. She overwhelmed him with tenderness, embraced him, and wept so much that at last he asked her the reason.
"You have run so great a risk,"
replied she.
"In escaping from the Louvre, mother?" "No, after." "How so?" "Those who aided you in this unlucky escape." "Well?" "Were your most cruel enemies."
"She wishes to find out who it was," thought he.
"The King of Navarre," continued she, "the eternal scourge of our race."
"Ah, she knows."
"He boasts of having gained much by it."
"That is impossible, for he had nothing to do with it, and if he had, I am quite safe, as you see. I have not seen the King of Navarre for 2 years."
"It was not only of danger I spoke."
"Of what, then?" replied the duke, smiling, as he saw the tapestry shake behind the queen.
"The king's anger," said she in a solemn voice, "the furious anger which menaces you." "This danger is something like the other, madame. He may be furious, but I am safe here." "You believe so?" "I am sure of it. Your majesty has announced it to me yourself." "How so?" "Because if you had been charged only with menaces, you would not have come, and the king, in that case, would have hesitated to place such a hostage in my hands." "A hostage? I?" cried she, terrified. "A most sacred and venerable one," replied the duke, with a triumphant glance at the wall. Catherine was baffled, but she did not know that Bussy was encouraging the duke by signs. "My son," said she at length, "you are quite right. They are words of peace I bring to you." "I listen, mother, and I think we shall now begin to understand each other." End of chapter 66. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 67 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 67. Little causes and great effects. Catherine had, as we have seen, had the worst of the argument. She was surprised, and began to wonder if her son were really as decided as he appeared to be, when a slight event changed the aspect of affairs. Bussy had been, as we said, encouraging the prince secretly at every word that he thought dangerous to his cause. Now his cause was war at any price, for he wished to stay in Anjou, watch M. de Monsoreau, and visit his wife. The duke feared Bussy, and was guided by him. Suddenly, however, Bussy felt himself pulled by his cloak. He turned and saw Rémy, who drew him gently towards him. "What is it, Rémy?" said he impatiently. "Why disturb me at such a moment?" "A letter." "And for a letter you take me from this important conversation?" "It is from Meridor." "Oh, thank you, my good Rémy." "Then I was not wrong?" "Oh, no, where is it?" "That is what made me think of it of importance. The messenger would only give it to you yourself." "Is he here?" "Yes." "Bring him in." Rémy opened the door, and a servant entered.
Here is Monsieur de Bussy," said Remy. "Oh, I know him well," said the man, giving the letter. "Did she give it to you?" "No, Monsieur de St. Luc." As Bussy read, he grew first pale, then crimson. Remy dismissed the servant, and Bussy, with a bewildered look, held out the letter to him. "See," said he, "what St. Luc has done for me." "Well," said Remy, "this appears to me to be very good, and St. Luc is a gallant fellow." "It is incredible!" cried Bussy. "Certainly, but that is nothing. Here is our position quite changed. I shall have a Comtesse de Bussy for a patient." "Yes, she shall be my wife. So he is dead." "So you see it is written." "Oh, it seems like a dream, Remy. What, shall I see no more that specter, always coming between me and happiness? It cannot be true." "It is true. Read again. He died there." "But Diana cannot stay at Meridor. I do not wish it. She must go where she will forget him." "Paris will be best. People soon forget at Paris." "You are right. We will return to the little house in the Rue des Tournelles, and she shall pass there her months of widowhood in obscurity." "But to go to Paris you must have—" "What?" "Peace in Anjou." "True. Oh, mon Dieu! What time lost!" "That means that you are going at once to Meridor." "No, not I, but you. I must stay here. Besides, she might not like my presence just now." "How shall I see her? Shall I go to the castle?" "No, go first to the old copse, and see if she is there. If she is not, then go to the castle." "What shall I say to her?" "Say that I am half mad." And pressing the young man's hand, he returned to his place behind the tapestry. Catherine had been trying to regain her ground. "My son," she had said, "it seemed to me that a mother and son could not fail to understand each other. Yet you see that happens sometimes." "Never when she wishes it." "When they wish it, you mean?" said the duke, seeking a sign of approbation from Bussy for his boldness. "But I wish it, my son, and am willing to make any sacrifices to attain peace." "Oh." "Yes, my dear child. What do you ask? What do you demand? Speak." "Oh, my mother," said François, almost embarrassed at his own easy victory. "Listen, my son. You do not wish to drown the kingdom in blood. It is not possible. You are neither a bad Frenchman nor a bad brother." "My brother insulted me, madame, and I owe him nothing, either as my brother or king." "But I, François, you cannot complain of me." "Yes, madame, you abandoned me." "Ah, you wish to kill me. Well, a mother does not care to live to see her children murder each other," cried Catherine, who wished very much to live. "Oh, do not say that, madame, you tear my heart," cried François, whose heart was not torn at all. Catherine burst into tears. The duke took her hands and tried to reassure her, not without uneasy glances towards the tapestry. "But what do you want to ask for, mother? I will listen," said he. "I wish you to return to Paris, dear child, to return to your brother's court, who will receive you with open arms." "No, madame, it is not he whose arms are open to receive me, it is the Bastile." "No, return, and on my honor, on my love as a mother, I solemnly swear that you shall be received by the king as though you were king, and he the Duc d'Anjou." The duke looked to the tapestry. "Accept, my son, you will have honors, guards." "Oh, madame, your son gave me guards, his 4 minions." "Do not reply so. You shall choose your own guards, and Monsieur de Bussy shall be their captain if you like."
Again the duke glanced to the wall, and to his surprise saw Bussy smiling and applauding by every possible method. "What is the meaning of this change?" thought the duke. "Is it that he may be captain of my guards? Then must I accept?" said he aloud, as though talking to himself. "Yes, yes," signed Bussy, with head and hands. "Quit Anjou and return to Paris?" "Yes," signed Bussy, more decidedly than ever. "Doubtless, dear child," said Catherine, "it is not disagreeable to return to Paris." "Well, I will reflect," said the duke, who wished to consult with Bussy. "I have won," thought Catherine. They embraced once more and separated. End of chapter 67. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 68 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 68. How M. de Monsoreau opened and shut his eyes, which proved that he was not dead. Rémy rode along, wondering in what humor he should find Diana, and what he should say to her. He had just arrived at the park wall when his horse, which had been trotting, stopped so suddenly that, had he not been a good rider, he would have been thrown over his head. Rémy, astonished, looked to see the cause, and saw before him a pool of blood, and a little further on a body lying against the wall. "It is Monsoreau!" cried he. "How strange! He lies dead there, and the blood is down here. Ah, there is the track. He must have crawled there, or rather that good M. de St. Luc leaned him up against the wall, that the blood might not fly to his head. He died with his eyes open, too." All at once Rémy stared back in horror. The two eyes that he had seen open, shut again, and a paleness more livid than ever spread itself over the face of the defunct. Rémy became almost as pale as M. de Monsoreau, but as he was a doctor, he quickly recovered his presence of mind, and said to himself that if Monsoreau moved his eyes, it showed he was not dead. "And yet I have read," thought he, "of strange movements after death. This devil of a fellow frightens one even after death. Yes, his eyes are quite closed. There is one method of ascertaining whether he is dead or not, and that is to shove my sword into him, and if he does not move, he is certainly dead." And Rémy was preparing for this charitable action, when suddenly the eyes opened again. Rémy started back, and the perspiration rolled off his forehead as he murmured, "He is not dead. We are in a nice position. Yes, but if I kill him, he will be dead." And he looked at Monsoreau, who seemed also to be looking at him earnestly. "Oh!" cried Rémy, "I cannot do it. God knows that if he were upright before me, I would kill him with all my heart. But as he is now, helpless and 3 parts dead, it would be an infamy." "Help!" murmured Monsoreau. "I am dying." "Mordieu!" thought Rémy, "my position is embarrassing. I am a doctor, and as such bound to succor my fellow creatures when they suffer. It is true that Monsoreau is so ugly that he can scarcely be called a fellow creature. Still, he is a man. Come, I must forget that I am the friend of M. de Bussy, and do my duty as a doctor." "Help!" repeated the wounded man. "Here I am," said Rémy. "Fetch me a priest and a doctor." "The doctor is here, and perhaps he will dispense with the priest." "Rémy," said Monsoreau, "by what chance?" Rémy understood all the question might mean. This was no beaten road, and no one was likely to come without particular business. "Pardieu!" he replied, "a mile or 2 off I met M. de St. Luc." "Ah, my murderer!" "And he said, 'Rémy, go to the old copse; there you will find a man dead.'" "Dead?" "Yes, he thought so. Well, I came here and saw you." "And tell me now, frankly, am I mortally wounded?"
I will try to find out." Remy approached him carefully, took off his cloak, his doublet, and shirt. The sword had penetrated between the 6th and 7th ribs. "Do you suffer much?" "In my back, not in my chest." "Ah, let me see. Where?" "Below the shoulder bone." "The steel must have come against a bone," and he began to examine. "No, I am wrong," said he. "The sword came against nothing, but passed right through." Monsoreau fainted after this examination. "Ah, that is all right," said Remy. "Syncope, low pulse, cold in the hands and legs. Diable! The widowhood of Madame de Monsoreau will not last long, I fear." At this moment a slight bloody foam rose to the lips of the wounded man. Remy drew from his pocket his lancet case, then tearing off a strip from the patient's shirt, bound it round his arm. "We shall see," said he, "if the blood flows. Ah, it does, and I believe that Madame de Monsoreau will not be a widow. Pardon, my dear Monsieur Bussy, but I am a doctor." Presently the patient breathed and opened his eyes. "Oh," stammered he, "I thought all was over." "Not yet, my dear monsieur, it is even possible—" "That I live?" "Oh, mon Dieu, yes, but let me close the wound. Stop, do not move. Nature at this moment is aiding my work. I will make the blood flow, and she stops it. Ah, nature is a great doctor, my dear sir. Let me wipe your lips. See, the bleeding has stopped already. Good, all goes well, or rather badly." "Badly?" "No, not for you, but I know what I mean." "You think I shall get well?" "Alas, yes." "You are a singular doctor, Monsieur Remy." "Never mind, as long as I cure you," said he, rising. "Do not abandon me," said the count. "Ah, you talk too much. Diable! I ought to tell him to cry out." "What do you mean?" "Never mind, your wound is dressed. Now I will go to the castle and fetch assistance." "And what must I do meanwhile?" "Keep quite still, do not stir, breathe lightly, and try not to cough. Where is the nearest house?" "The Château de Meridor." "Which is the way to it?" said Remy, affecting ignorance. "Get over the wall, you will find yourself in the park." "Very well, I go." "Thanks, generous man." "Generous indeed, if you only knew all." He soon arrived at the château, where all the inhabitants were busy looking for the body of the count, for St. Luc had given them a wrong direction. Remy came among them like a thunderbolt, and was so eager to bring them to the rescue that Diana looked at him with surprise. "I thought he was Bussy's friend," murmured she, as Remy disappeared, carrying with him a wheelbarrow, lint, and water. Chapter 68. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 69 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 69. How Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou went to Meridor to congratulate Madame de Monsoreau on the death of her husband, and found him there before him. As soon as the duke left his mother, he hastened to Bussy to know the meaning of all his signs. Bussy, who was reading St. Luc's letter for the 5th time, received the prince with a gracious smile. "How, monseigneur takes the trouble to come to my house and seek me." "Yes, mordieu, I want an explanation." "From me?" "Yes, from you." "I listen, monseigneur." "You tell me to steel myself against the suggestions of my mother, and to sustain the attack valiantly. I do so, and in the hottest of the fight you tell me to surrender." I gave you all those charges, monseigneur, because I was ignorant of the object for which your mother came. But now that I see that she has come to promote your highness's honor and glory—"
"How? What do you mean?"
"Doubtless. What does your highness want? To triumph over your enemies, do you not? For I do not believe, as some people say, that you wish to become king of France." The duke looked sullen. "Some might counsel you to it, but believe me, they are your most cruel enemies. Consider for yourself, monseigneur. Have you 100,000 men, 10 millions of liver, alliance with foreigners, and above all, would you turn against your king?"
"My king did not hesitate to turn against me."
"Ah, there you are right. Well, declare yourself, get crowned, take the title of King of France, and if you succeed, I ask no better, I should grow great with you."
"Who speaks of being king?" cried the duke, angrily. "You discuss a question which I have never proposed, even to myself."
"Well, then that is settled. Let them give you a guard and 500,000 livres. Obtain before peace is signed a subsidy from Anjou to carry on the war. Once you have it, you can keep it. So we should have arms and money, and we could do God knows what."
"But once they have me at Paris, they will laugh at me."
"Oh, impossible, monseigneur. Did you not hear what the queen mother offered you?"
"She offered me many things."
"That disquiets you?"
"Yes."
"But among other things, she offered you a company of guards, even if I commanded it."
"Yes, she offered that."
"Well, accept. I will be captain, Antragues and Livarot lieutenants, and Ribeirac ensign. Let us get up your company for you, and see if they dare to laugh at you then."
"Ma foi! I believe you are right, Bussy. I will think of it."
"Do so, monseigneur."
"What were you reading so attentively when I came in?"
"Oh, a letter which interests you still more than me. Where the devil were my brains that I did not show it to you?"
"What is it?"
"Sad news, monseigneur. Monsoreau is dead."
"What?" cried the duke, with a surprise which Bussy thought was a joyful one.
"Dead, monseigneur."
"M. de Monsoreau?"
"Mon Dieu, yes. Are we not all mortal?"
"Yes, but so suddenly."
"Ah, but if you are killed—"
"Then he was killed?"
"So it seems, and by St. Luc, with whom he quarreled."
"Oh, that dear St. Luc!"
"I did not think he was one of your highness's friends."
"Oh, he is my brother's, and since we are to be reconciled, his friends are mine. But are you sure?"
"As sure as I can be. Here is a letter from St. Luc announcing it, and I have sent Rémy, my doctor, to present my condolences to the baron."
"Oh, Monsoreau!"
cried the prince, with his malignant smile. "Why, monseigneur, one would say you hated the poor count."
"No, it was you."
"Of course I did. Did he not humiliate me through you?"
"You remember it still."
"But you, monseigneur, whose friend and tool he was."
Well, get my horse saddled, Bussy."
"What for?"
"To go to Meridor. I wish to pay a visit to Madame Monsoreau. I have been projecting one for some time, and I do not know why it has not taken place sooner."
"Now Monsoreau is dead," thought Bussy, "I do not care, I will protect Diana. I will go with him and see her." A quarter of an hour after, the prince, Bussy, and 10 gentlemen rode to Meridor, with that pleasure which fine weather, turf, and youth always inspire in men on horseback. The porter at the chateau came to ask the names of the visitors.
"The Duc D'Anjou," replied the prince.
The porter blew his horn, and soon windows were opened, and they heard the noise of bolts and bars as the door was unfastened, and the old baron appeared on the threshold, holding in his hand a bunch of keys. Immediately behind him stood a lady.
"Ah, "There is the beautiful Diana!" cried the duke. "Do you see her, Bussy?" Diana indeed came out of the house, and behind her came a litter, on which lay Monsoreau, his eyes shining with fever and jealousy as he was carried along. "What does this mean?" cried the duke to his companion, who had turned whiter than the handkerchief with which he was trying to hide his emotion. "Long live the Duc d'Anjou!" cried Monsoreau, raising his hand in the air by a violent effort. "Take care, you will hurt yourself," said a voice behind him. It was Rémy. Surprise does not last long at court, so, with a smile, the duke said, "Oh, my dear count, what a happy surprise! Do you know we heard you were dead?" "Come near, monseigneur, and let me kiss your hand. Thank God, not only am I not dead, but I shall live. I hope to serve you with more ardor than ever." As for Bussy, he felt stunned, and scarcely dared to look at Diana. This treasure, twice lost to him, belonged still to his rival. "And you, Monsieur de Bussy," said Monsoreau, "receive my thanks, for it is almost to you that I owe my life." "To me?" stammered the young man, who thought the count was mocking him. "Yes, indirectly, it is true, for here is my savior," said he, turning to Rémy, who would willingly have sunk into the earth. Then, in spite of his signs, which he took for precautions to himself, he recounted the care and skill which the young doctor had exhibited towards him. The duke frowned, and Bussy looked thunders. The poor fellow raised his hands to heaven. "I hear," continued the count, "that Rémy one day found you dying as he found me. It is a tie of friendship between us, Monsieur de Bussy, and when Monsoreau loves, he loves well. It is true that when he hates, it is also with all his heart." "Come, then," said the duke, getting off his horse, "deign, beautiful Diana, to do us the honors of the house, which we thought to find in grief, but which we find still the abode of joy. As for you, Monsoreau, rest, you require it." "Monseigneur," said the count, "it shall never be said that Monsoreau, while he lived, allowed another to do the honors of his house to you. My servants will carry me, and wherever you go, I shall follow." Bussy approached Diana, and Monsoreau smiled. He took her hand, and he smiled again. It was only the duke he feared. "Here is a great change, Monsieur le Comte," said Diana. "Alas, why is it not greater?" End of chapter 69. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 70 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 70. The inconvenience of large litters and narrow doors. Bussy did not quit Diana. The smiles of Monsoreau gave him a liberty which he was only too glad to make use of. "Madame," said he to Diana, "I am in truth the most miserable of men. On the news of his death, I advised the prince to return to Paris, and to come to terms with his mother. He did so, and now you remain in Anjou."
"Oh, Louis," replied she, "we dare not say that we are unhappy. So many happy days, so many joys. Do you forget them all?"
"I forget nothing, madame. On the contrary, I remember but too much, and that is why I suffer as I do at losing this happiness. What shall I do if I return to Paris, 100 leagues from you? My heart sinks at the thought, Diana." Diana looked at him, and saw so much grief in his eyes that she said,
"Well, if you go to Paris, I will go also."
"How? Will you quit Monsieur de Monsoreau?"
"No, he would not allow me to do so. He must come with us."
"Wounded? Ill as he is? Impossible."
"He will come, I tell you."
And leaving Bussy, she went to the prince. The count frowned dreadfully.
"Monseigneur," said she, "they say your highness is fond of flowers. If you will come with me, I will show you the most beautiful in Anjou."
The duke offered her his hand. "Where are you about to take monseigneur?" asked Monsoreau uneasily.
"Into the greenhouse."
"Ah, well, carry me there." "Ma foi," thought Remy, "I was right not to kill him, for he will soon kill himself." Diana smiled on Bussy, and said to him in a low voice,
"Do not let M. de Monsoreau suspect that you are about to leave Anjou, and I will manage all."
"Good," said Bussy, and approaching the prince, he whispered, "Do not let Monsoreau know that we intend to make peace."
"Why not?"
"Because he might tell the queen mother to make a friend of her."
"You suspect him, then?"
"Yes, I do."
"Well, so do I. I believe he only counterfeited death to deceive us."
"No, he really received a sword thrust through his body, and but for that fool of Remy, he would have died. I believe his soul must be glued to his body."
They arrived at the conservatory, and Diana continued to smile charmingly on the prince. He passed first, then Diana, and Monsoreau wished to follow, but it was impossible. His litter was too large to go through the door. At this sight he uttered a groan. Diana went on quietly without looking at him, but Bussy, who understood her, said to him, "It is useless to try, Monsieur le Comte, your litter will not pass."
"Monseigneur," cried Monsoreau, "do not go into that conservatory. Some of the flowers exhale dangerous perfumes."
Then he fainted, and was carried to his room. Bussy went to tell Diana what had happened, and she left the duke to go to the castle. "Have we succeeded?" said Bussy to her as she passed.
"I hope so. Do not go away without having seen Gertrude."
When Monsoreau opened his eyes again, he saw Diana standing at his bedside. "Ah, it is you, madame," said he. "Tonight we leave for Paris." Remy cried out in horror, but Monsoreau paid no attention.
"Can you think of such a thing with your wound?" said Diana quietly.
"Madame, I would rather die than suffer, and were I to die on the road, we start tonight."
"As you please, monsieur."
"Then make your preparations."
"My preparations are soon made, but may I ask the reason of this sudden determination?"
"I will tell you, madame, when you have no more flowers to show to the prince, and when my doors are large enough to admit litters."
Diana bowed. "But, madame," said Remy.
"Monsieur le Comte wishes it," replied she, "and my duty is to obey."
And she left the room. As the duke was making his adieu to the Baron de Meridor, Gertrude appeared, and said aloud to the duke that her mistress regretted that she could not have the honor of saying farewell to his highness, and softly to Bussy that Diana would set off for Paris that evening. As they went home again, the duke felt unwilling to leave Anjou now that Diana smiled on him, therefore he said,
"I have been reflecting, Bussy," said he.
"On what, monseigneur?"
"That it is not wise to give in at once to my mother."
"You are right, she thinks herself clever enough without that."
"But by dragging it on for a week, and giving fetes, and calling the liability around us, she will see how strong we are."
"Well reasoned, but still—"
"I will stay here a week. Depend upon it, I shall draw new concessions from the queen."
Bussy appeared to reflect. "Well, monseigneur," said he, "perhaps you are right, but the king, not knowing your intentions, may become annoyed. He is very irascible."
"You are right, but I shall send someone to the king to announce my return in a week."
"Yes, but that someone will run great risks."
"If I change my mind, you mean?"
"Yes, and in spite of your promise, you would do so if you thought it your interest."
"Perhaps."
"Then they will send your messenger to the Bastile."
"I will give him a letter, and not let him know what he is carrying."
On the contrary, give him no letter, and let him know."
"Then no one will go."
"Oh, I know someone."
"Who?"
"I, myself."
"You?"
"Yes, I like difficult negotiations."
"Bussy, my dear Bussy, if you will do that, I shall be eternally grateful."
Bussy smiled. The duke thought he hesitated.
"And I will give you 10,000 crowns for your journey,"
added he. "Thanks, monseigneur, but these things cannot be paid for."
"Then you will go?"
"Yes."
"When?"
"Whenever you like."
"The sooner the better."
"This evening, if you wish it."
"Dear Bussy."
"You know I would do anything for your highness. I will go tonight. You stay here and enjoy yourself, and get me something good from the queen mother."
"I will not forget it."
Bussy then prepared to depart as soon as the signal arrived from Meridor. It did not come till the next morning, for the count had felt himself so feeble that he had been forced to take a night's rest. But early in the morning a messenger came to announce to Bussy that the count had set off for Paris in a litter, followed on horseback by Rémy, Diana, and Gertrude. Bussy jumped on his horse and took the same road. End of chapter 70. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 71 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 71. What temper the king was in when St. Luc reappeared at the Louvre. Since the departure of Catherine, Henry, however, confident in his ambassador, had thought only of arming himself against the attacks of his brother. He amused, or rather ennuyed himself by drawing up long lists of proscriptions, in which were inscribed in alphabetical order all who had not shown themselves zealous for his cause. The list became longer every day, and at the S and the L, that is to say, twice over, was inscribed the name of Monsieur de St. Luc. Chicot, in the midst of all this, was little by little, and man by man, enrolling an army for his master. One evening Chicot entered the room where the king sat at supper. "What is it?" asked the king. "Monsieur de St. Luc." "Monsieur de St. Luc?"
"Yes."
"At Paris?"
"Yes."
"At the Louvre?"
"Yes."
The king rose, red and agitated. "What has he come for, the traitor?"
"Who knows?"
"He comes, I am sure, as deputy from the states of Anjou, as an envoy from my rebellious brother. He makes use of the rebellion as a safe conduct to come here and insult me."
"Who knows?"
"Or perhaps he comes to ask me for his property, of which I have kept back the revenues, which may have been rather an abuse of power, as, after all, he has committed no crime."
"Who knows?"
"Ah! You repeat eternally the same thing. Mort de ma vie! You tire my patience out with your eternal who knows." Mordieu, do you think you are very amusing with your eternal questions? "At least you might reply something." "And what should I reply? Do you take me for an ancient oracle? It is you who are tiresome with your foolish suppositions." "Monsieur Chicot?" "Monsieur Henry." "Chicot, my friend, you see my grief and you laugh at me." "Do not have any grief." "But everyone betrays me." "Who knows? Ventre de biche, who knows?" Henry went down to his cabinet, where, at the news of his return, a number of gentlemen had assembled, who were looking at St. Luc with evident distrust and animosity. He, however, seemed quite unmoved by this. He had brought his wife with him also, and she was seated, wrapped in her traveling cloak, when the king entered in an excited state. "Ah, monsieur, you here?" he cried. "Yes, sire," replied St. Luc. "Really, your presence at the Louvre surprises me." "Sire, I am only surprised that under the circumstances your majesty did not expect me." "What do you mean, monsieur?" "Sire, your majesty is in danger."
Danger?" cried the courtiers. "Yes, gentlemen, a real serious danger, in which the king has need of the smallest as well as the greatest of those devoted to him. Therefore I come to lay at his feet my humble services." "Ah," said Chicot, "you see, my son, that I was right to say, 'Who knows?'" Henry did not reply at once. He would not yield immediately. After a pause, he said, "Monsieur, you have only done your duty. Your services are due to us." "The services of all the king's subjects are due to him, I know, sire, but in these times many people forget to pay their debts. I, sire, come to pay mine, happy that your majesty will receive me among the number of your creditors." "Then," said Henry, in a softer tone, "you return without any other motive than that which you state, without any mission or safe conduct?" "Sire, I return simply and purely for that reason. Now your majesty may throw me into the Bastile or have me shot, but I shall have done my duty. Sire, Anjou is on fire, Touraine is about to revolt, Guyenne is rising, Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou is hard at work." "He is well supported, is he not?" "Sire, M. de Bussy, firm as he is, cannot make your brother brave." "Ha, ha! He trembles then, the rebel." "Let me go and shake St. Luc's hand," said Chicot, advancing. The king followed him, and going up to his old favorite and laying his hand on his shoulder, said, "You are welcome, St. Luc." "Ah, sire," cried St. Luc, kissing the king's hand, "I find again my beloved master." "Yes, but you, my poor St. Luc, you have grown thin."
"It is with grief at having displeased your majesty,"
said a feminine voice. Now, although the voice was soft and respectful, Henry frowned, for it was as distasteful to him as the noise of thunder was to Augustus. "Madame de St. Luc," said he. "Ah, I forgot." Jeanne threw herself at his feet. "Rise, madame," said he, "I love all that bear the name of St. Luc." Jeanne took his hand and kissed it, but he withdrew it quickly. "You must convert the king," said Chicot to the young woman. "You are pretty enough for it." But Henry turned his back to her, and passing his arm round St. Luc's neck, said, "Then we have made peace, St. Luc?" "Say rather, sire, that the pardon is granted." "Madame," said Chicot, "a good wife should not leave her husband," and he pushed her after the king and St. Luc. End of chapter 71. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 72 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 72, in which we meet two important personages whom we have lost sight of for some time. There are two of the personages mentioned in this story about whom the reader has the right to ask for information. We mean an enormous monk with thick eyebrows and large lips, whose neck was diminishing every day, and a large donkey whose sides were gradually swelling out like a balloon. The monk resembled a hogshead, and the ass was like a child's cradle supported by 4 posts. The one inhabited a cell at St. Geneviève, and the other the stable at the same convent. The one was called Gorenflot, and the other Panurge. Both were enjoying the most prosperous lot that ever fell to a monk and an ass. The monks surrounded their illustrious brother with cares and attentions, and Panurge fared well for his master's sake. If a missionary arrived from foreign countries, or a secret legate from the Pope, they pointed out to him Brother Gorenflot, that double model of the church, preaching and militant. They showed Gorenflot in all his glory, that is to say, in the midst of a feast, seated at a table in which a hollow had been cut on purpose for his sacred stomach. And they related, with a noble pride, that Gorenflot consumed the rations of 8 ordinary monks. And when the newcomer had piously contemplated this spectacle, the prior would say, "See how he eats! And if you had but heard his sermon, one famous night in which he offered to devote himself for the triumph of the faith. It is a mouth which speaks like that of Saint Chrysostom, and swallows like that of Gargantua." Every time that anyone spoke of the sermon, Gorenflot sighed and said, "What a pity I did not write it." "A man like you has no need to write," the prior would reply. "No, you speak from inspiration. You open your mouth, and the words of God flow from your lips." "Do you think so?" sighed Gorenflot. However, Gorenflot was not perfectly happy. He who at first thought his banishment from the convent an immense misfortune, discovered in his exile infinite joys before unknown to him. He sighed for liberty, liberty with Chicot, the joyous companion, with Chicot, whom he loved without knowing why. Since his return to the convent, he had never been allowed to go out. He never attempted to combat this decision, but he grew sadder from day to day. The prior saw this, and at last said to him, "My dear brother, no one can fight against his vocation. Yours is to fight for the faith. Go then, fulfill your mission, only watch well over your precious life, and return for the great day." "What great day?" "That of the Fete Dieu." "Ita," replied Gorenflot. It was the only Latin word he knew, and used it on all occasions. "But give me some money to bestow in alms in a Christian manner." "You have your text, have you not, dear brother?" "Yes, certainly." "Confide it to me." "Willingly, but to you alone. It is this: the flail which threshes the corn." "Oh, magnificent! Sublime!" cried the prior. "Now, my father, am I free?" "Yes, my son, go and walk in the way of the Lord." Gorenflot saddled Panurge, mounted him with the aid of 2 vigorous monks, and left the convent about 7 in the evening. It was the same day on which St. Luc arrived at Paris from Meridor. Gorenflot, having passed through the Rue St. Etienne, was going to have turned to the right, when suddenly Panurge stopped, and a strong hand was laid on his croup. "Who is there?" cried Gorenflot in terror. "A friend." Gorenflot tried to turn, but he could not. "What do you want?" said he. "Will the venerable brother show me the way to the Corne d'Abondance?" "Morbleu, it is Monsieur Chicot!" cried Gorenflot joyfully. "Just so. I was going to seek you at the convent, when I saw you come out, and followed you until you were alone. Ventre de biche, how thin you are!" "But what are you carrying, Monsieur Chicot?" said the monk. "You appear laden." "It is some venison which I have stolen from the king." "Dear Monsieur Chicot, and under the other arm?" "A bottle of Cyprus wine sent by a king to my king." "Let me see." "It is my wine, and I love it much. Do not you, brother?" "Oh, oh!" cried Gorenflot, raising his eyes and hands to heaven, and beginning to sing in a voice which shook the neighboring windows. It was the first time he had sung for a month. End of chapter 72. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 73 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 73. Diana's second journey to Paris. Let us leave the 2 friends entering the Corne d'Abondance, and return to the litter of M. Monsoreau and to Bussy, who set out with the intention of following them. Not only is it not difficult for a cavalier while mounted to overtake foot travelers, but it is difficult not to pass them. This happened to Bussy. It was the end of May, the heat was great, and about noon M. de Monsoreau wished to make a halt in a little wood, which was near the road, and as they had a horse laden with provisions, they remained there until the great heat of the day had gone by. During this time Bussy passed them, but he had not traveled, as we may imagine, without inquiring if a party on horseback and a litter carried by peasants had been seen. Until he had passed the village of Durtal, he had obtained the most satisfactory information, and convinced that they were before him, had ridden on quickly, but he could see nothing of them, and suddenly all traces of them vanished, and on arriving at La Flèche, he felt certain he must have passed them on the road. Then he remembered the little wood, and doubted not that they had been resting there when he passed. He installed himself at a little inn, which had the advantage of being opposite the principal hotel, where he doubted not that Monsoreau would stop, and he remained at the window watching. About 4 o'clock he saw a courier arrive, and half an hour afterwards the whole party. He waited till 9 o'clock, and then he saw the courier set out again, and after him the litter, then Diana, Remy, and Gertrude on horseback. He mounted his horse and followed them, keeping them in sight. Monsoreau scarcely allowed Diana to move from his side, but kept calling her every instant. After a little while Bussy gave a long shrill whistle, with which he had been in the habit of calling his servants at the hotel. Remy recognized it in a moment. Diana started and looked at the young man, who made an affirmative sign. Then he came up to her and whispered, "It is he." "Who is speaking to you, madame?" said Monsoreau.
"To me, monsieur."
"Yes, I saw a shadow pass close to you, and heard a voice."
"It is Monsieur Remy. Are you also jealous of him?"
"No, but I like people to speak out. It amuses me."
"There are some things which cannot be said aloud before Monsieur le Comte, however," said Gertrude, coming to the rescue.
"Why not?"
"For 2 reasons. Firstly, because some would not interest you, and some would interest you too much."
"And of which kind is what Monsieur Remy has just whispered?"
"Of the latter."
"What did Remy say to you, madame?" "I said, Monsieur le Comte, that if you excite yourself so much, you will be dead before we have gone 1/3 of the way." Monsoreau grew deadly pale. "He is expecting you behind," whispered Remy again. "Ride slowly, and he will overtake you." Monsoreau, who heard a murmur, tried to rise and look back after Diana. "Another movement like that, Monsieur le Comte, and you will bring on the bleeding again," said Remy. Diana turned and rode back a little way, while Remy walked by the litter to occupy the count. A few seconds after, Bussy was by her side. "You see I follow you," said he, after their first embrace.
"Oh, I shall be happy, if I know you are always so near to me."
"But by day he will see us."
"No, by day you can ride afar off. It is only I who will see you, Louis. From the summit of some hill, at the turn of some road, your plume waving, your handkerchief fluttering in the breeze, would speak to me in your name, and tell me that you love me."
"Speak on, my beloved Diana. You do not know what music I find in your voice."
"And when we travel by night, which we shall often do, for Remy has told him that the freshness of the evening is good for his wounds, then, as this evening, from time to time, I will stay behind, and we will tell each other, with a rapid pressure of the hands, all our thoughts of each other during the day."
"Oh, I love you," murmured Bussy. "Oh, to see you, to press your hand, Diana." Suddenly they heard a voice which made them both tremble, Diana with fear and Bussy with anger. "Diana," it cried, "where are you? Answer me."
"Oh, it is he. I had forgotten him," said Diana. "Sweet dream, frightful awaking."
"Listen, Diana, we are together. Say one word, and nothing can separate us more. Diana, let us fly. What prevents us? Before us is happiness and liberty. One word, and we go. One word, and lost to him, you belong to me forever."
"And my father?"
"When he shall know how I love you."
"Oh, a father!"
"I will do nothing by violence, dear Diana. Order, and I obey."
"It is our destiny, Bussy, but be strong, and you shall see if I know how to love."
"Must we then separate?" "Comtesse," cried the voice, "reply, or if I kill myself in doing it, I will jump from this infernal litter."
"Adieu, Bussy. He will do as he says."
"You pity him?"
"Jealous," said Diana, with an adorable smile. Bussy let her go. In a minute she was by the litter, and found the count half fainting.
"Ah!" cried he, "where were you, madame?"
"Where should I have been? Behind you."
"At my side, madame. Do not leave me again." From time to time this scene was renewed. They all hoped he would die with rage, but he did not die. On the contrary, at the end of 10 days, when they arrived at Paris, he was decidedly better. During those 10 days, Diana had conquered all Bussy's pride, and had persuaded him to come and visit Monsoreau, who always showed him much friendship. Remy watched the husband, and gave notes to the wife. "Aesculapius and Mercury," said he, "my functions accumulate." End of chapter 73. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 74 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 74. How the ambassador of the Duc d'Anjou arrived at the Louvre, and the reception he met with. As neither Catherine nor the Duc d'Anjou reappeared at the Louvre, the dissension between the brothers became apparently every day more and more certain. The king thought, "No news, bad news." The minions added, "Francois, badly counseled, has detained the queen mother." Badly counseled. In these words were comprised all the policy of this singular reign, and the 3 preceding ones. Badly counseled was Charles IX, when he authorized the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Badly counseled was Francois II, when he ordered the massacre at Amboise. Badly counseled had been Henry II, when he burned so many heretics and conspirators. And now they dared not say, "Your brother has the family blood in his veins, he wishes, like the rest, to dethrone or poison. He would do to you what you did to your elder brother, what your elder brother did to his, what your mother has taught you to do to one another." Therefore they said, "Your brother is badly counseled." Now, as only one person was able to counsel Francois, it was against Bussy that the cry was raised, which became every day more and more furious. At last the news was spread that the duke had sent an ambassador. At this the king grew pale with anger, and the minions swore that he should be cut to pieces, and a piece sent to all the provinces of France as a specimen of the king's anger. Chicot said nothing, but he reflected. Now the king thought much of Chicot's reflections, and he questioned him about them. "Sire," replied he, "if your brother sends an ambassador, it is because he feels himself strong enough to do so, he who is prudence itself. Now, if he is strong, we must temporize with him. Let us respect his ambassador, and receive him with civility. That engages you to nothing. Do you remember how your brother embraced Admiral Coligny, who came as ambassador from the Huguenots?" "Then you approve of the policy of my brother Charles?" "Not so, but I cite a fact, and I say to you, do not hurt a poor devil of a herald or ambassador. Perhaps we may find the way to seize the master, the mover, the chief, the great Duc d'Anjou, with the 3 Guises, and if you can shut them up in a place safer than the Louvre, do it." "That is not so bad." "Then why do you let all your friends bellow so?" "Bellow?" "Yes, I would say roar if they could be taken for lions, but they are more like bearded apes." "Chicot, they are my friends." "Friends? I would lay any bet to make them all turn against you before tomorrow." "Well, what do you advise?" "To wait, my son. Half the wisdom of Solomon lies in that word. If an ambassador arrive, receive him courteously, and as to your brother, kill him if you can and like, but do not degrade him. He is a great knave, but he is a Valois. Besides, he can do that well enough for himself." "It is true, Chicot." "One more lesson that you owe me. Now let me sleep, Henry. For the last week I have been engaged in fuddling a monk." "A monk? The one of whom you have already spoken to me?" "Just so. You promised him an abbey." "I?" "Pardieu! It is the least you can do for him after all he has done for you." "He is then still devoted to me?" "He adores you. Apropos, my son." "What?" "In 3 weeks it will be the Fete Dieu." "Well?" "Are we to have some pretty little procession?" "I am the most Christian king, and it is my duty to set an example to my subjects."
And you will, as usual, stop at the 4 great convents of Paris?"
"Yes."
"And at Saint Genevieve?"
"Yes, that is the second I stop at."
"Good."
"Why do you ask?"
"Oh, nothing, I was curious. Now I know all I want, so good night, Henry."
But just as Chicot prepared to leave, a great noise was heard. "What is that noise?" said the king.
"It is ordained that I am not to sleep. Henry, you must get me a room in the town, or I must leave your service. The Louvre becomes insupportable."
At this moment the captain of the guards entered, saying, "Sire, it is an envoy from M. le Duc d'Anjou." "With a suite?"
"No, sire, alone." "Then you must receive him doubly well, Henry, for he is a brave fellow."
"Well," said the king, very pale, but trying to look calm, "let all my court assemble in the great hall." Chapter 74. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 75 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 75, which is only the end of the preceding one. Henry sat on his throne in the great hall, and around him was grouped an eager crowd. He looked pale and frowning. "Sire," said Quelus to the king, "do you know the name of the ambassador?" "No, but what does it matter?"
"Sire, it is M. de Bussy. The insult is doubled."
"I see no insult," said the king with affected sang-froid. "Let him enter," continued he. Bussy, with his hat in his hand, and his head erect, advanced straight to the king, and waited, with his usual look of pride, to be interrogated. "You here, M. de Bussy?" said the king. "I thought you were in Anjou." "Sire, I was, but you see I have quitted it." "And what brings you here?" "The desire of presenting my humble respects to your majesty." The king and courtiers looked astonished. They expected a different answer. "And nothing else?" said the king. "I will add, sire, the orders I received from the Duc d'Anjou to join his respects to mine." "And the duke said nothing else?" "Only that he was on the point of returning with the queen mother, and wished me to apprise your majesty of the return of one of your most faithful subjects." The king was choked with surprise. "Good morning, M. de Bussy," said Chicot. Bussy turned, astonished to find a friend in that place. "Good day, M. Chicot. I am delighted to see you." "Is that all you have to say, M. de Bussy?" asked the king. "Yes, sire, anything that remains to be said will be said by the duke himself." The king rose and went away, and Bussy continued to converse with Chicot until the king called to him. As soon as Bussy was alone, Quelus approached him. "Good morning, Monsieur Quelus," said Bussy graciously. "May I have the honor of asking how you are?" "Very bad." "Oh, mon Dieu, what is the matter?" "Something annoys me infinitely." "Something? And are you not powerful enough to get rid of it?" "It is not something, but someone that Monsieur Quelus means," said Maugiron, advancing. "And whom I advise him to get rid of," said Chomberg, coming forward on the other side. "Ah, M. de Chomberg, I did not recognize you." "Perhaps not. Is my face still blue?" "No, sir, you are very pale. Are you not well?" "Yes, it is with anger." "Oh, then you have also someone who annoys you?" "Yes, monsieur." "And I also," said Maugiron. "Really, gentlemen, you all look very gloomy." "You forget me," said D'Epernon, planting himself before Bussy. "Pardon me, Monsieur d'Epernon, you were behind the others as usual, and I have so little the pleasure of knowing you that it was not for me to speak first." It was strange to see Bussy smiling and calm among those 4 furious faces, whose eyes spoke with so terrible an eloquence. that he must have been blind or stupid not to have understood their language, but Bussy never lost his smile. "It seems to me that there is an echo in this room," said he quietly. "Look, gentlemen," said Quelus, "how provincial Monsieur de Bussy has become. He has a beard, and no knot to his sword. He has black boots, and a gray hat." "It is an observation that I was just making to myself, dear sir. Seeing you so well dressed, I said to myself, how much harm a few weeks' absence does to a man. Here I am, Louis de Clermont, forced to take a little Gascon gentleman as a model of taste. But let me pass. You are so near to me that you tread on my feet, and I feel it in spite of my boots." And turning away, he advanced towards St. Luc, whom he saw approaching. "Incredible!" cried all the young men. "We insulted him, he took no notice." "There is something in it," said Quelus. "Well," said the king, advancing, "what were you and Monsieur de Bussy saying?" "Do you wish to know what Monsieur de Bussy said, sire?" "Yes, I am curious." "Well, I trod on his foot and insulted him, and he said nothing." "What, gentlemen?" cried Henry, feigning anger. "You dared to insult a gentleman in the Louvre?" "Alas, yes, sire, and he said nothing." "Well, I am going to the queen." As the king went out of the great door, St. Luc re-entered by a side one, and advanced towards the four gentlemen. "Pardon, Monsieur Quelus," said he, "but do you still live in the Rue Saint Honoré?" "Yes, my dear friend, why do you ask?" "I have 2 words to say to you." "Ah! And you, Monsieur de Chomberg?" "Rue Bethisy," said Chomberg, astonished. "D'Epernon's address I know." "Rue de Grenelle." "You are my neighbor. And you, Maugiron?" "Near the Louvre, but I begin to understand you come from Monsieur de Bussy." "Never mind from whom I come. I have to speak to you all, that is all." "To all 4 of us?" "Yes." "Then if you cannot speak here, let us all go to Chomberg's, it is close by." "So be it." And the 5 gentlemen went out of the Louvre arm in arm. End of chapter 75. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 76 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 76. How Monsieur de St. Luc acquitted himself of the commission given to him by Bussy. Let us leave St. Luc a little while in Chomberg's room, and see what had passed between him and Bussy. Once out of the hall, St. Luc had stopped and looked anxiously at his friend. "Are you ill?" said he. "You are so pale, you look as though you were about to faint."
"Oh no, I am only choking with anger."
"You do not surely mind those fellows?"
"You shall see."
"Come, Bussy, be calm."
"You are charming, really. Be calm indeed. If you had had half said to you that I have had, someone would have been dead before this."
"Well, what do you want?"
"You are my friend. You have already given me a terrible proof of it."
"Ah, my dear friend," said St. Luc, who believed Monsoreau dead and buried, "do not thank me, it is not worth while. Certainly the thrust was a good one, and succeeded admirably, but it was the king who showed it to me, when he kept me here a prisoner at the Louvre."
"Dear friend."
"Never mind Monsoreau. Tell me about Diana. Was she pleased at last? Does she pardon me? Will the wedding take place?"
"Oh, my dear friend, we must wait till Monsoreau is dead."
"What?" cried St. Luc, starting back, as though he had put his foot on a pointed nail.
"Yes, poppies are not such dangerous plants as you thought. He did not die from his fall on them, but is alive and more furious than ever."
"Really?"
"Yes, and he talks of nothing but vengeance, and of killing you on the first occasion."
"And I have announced his death to everyone. He will find his heirs in mourning. But he shall not give me the lie. I shall meet him again, and if he escapes me a second time—" Calm yourself, my dear St. Luc. Really, I am better off than you would think. It is the duke whom he suspects, and of whom he is jealous. I am his dear Bussy, his precious friend. That is only natural, for it was that fool of a Remy who cured him." "What an idiot he must have been!" "He has an idea that, as an honest man and a doctor, it is his duty to cure people. However, Monsoreau says he owes his life to me, and confides his wife to my care." "Ah, I understand that this makes you wait more patiently for his death. However, I am quite thunderstruck at the news." "But now, my friend, let us leave Monsoreau." "Yes, let us enjoy life while he is still ill. But once he is well, I shall order myself a suit of mail, have new locks put on my doors, and you must ask the Duc D'Anjou if his mother has not given him some antidote against poison. Meanwhile, let us amuse ourselves." "Well, my dear friend, you see you have only rendered me half a service." "Do you wish me to finish it?" "Yes, in another way." "Speak. Are you great friends with those four gentlemen?" "Ma foi, we are something like cats and dogs in the sun, as long as we get the heat, but we agree. But if one of us took the warmth from another, then I do not answer for the consequences." "Well, will you go for me to M. Quelus first?" "Ah?" "And ask him what day it will please him that I should cut his throat, or he mine." "I will." "You do not mind it?" "Not the least in the world. I will go at once if you wish." "One moment. As you go, just call on Monsieur Chomberg, and make him the same proposal." "Chomberg too? Diable! How you go on! Well, as you wish." "Then, my dear St. Luc, as you are so amiable, go also to Monsieur Maugiron, and ask him to join the party." "What, 3? Bussy, you cannot mean it. I hope that is all." "No, from him go to D'Epernon." 4? "Even so, my dear friend, I need not recommend to a man like you to proceed with courtesy and politeness towards the gentlemen. Let the thing be done in gallant fashion." "You shall be content, my friend. What are your conditions?" "I make none, I accept theirs." "Your arms?" "What they like." "The day, place, and hour?" "Whatever suits them." "But oh, never mind such trifles, but do it quickly. I will walk in the little garden of the Luxembourg. You will find me there when you have executed your commission." "You will wait, then?" "Yes." "It may be long." "I have time." We know how St. Luc found the four young men, and accompanied them to Schomberg's house. St. Luc remained in the antechamber, waiting until, according to the etiquette of the day, the four young men were installed in the saloon, ready to receive him. Then an usher came and saluted St. Luc, who followed him to the threshold of the saloon, where he announced M. d'Espinay de St. Luc. Schomberg then rose and saluted his visitor, who, to mark the character of the visit, instead of returning it, put on his hat. Chomberg then, turning towards Quelus, said, "I have the honor to present to you Monsieur Jacques de Levis, Comte de Quelus." The two gentlemen bowed, and then the same ceremony was gone through with the others. This done, the four friends sat down, but St. Luc remained standing, and said to Quelus, "Monsieur le Comte, you have insulted Monsieur le Comte Louis de Clermont Amboise, Seigneur de Bussy, who presents to you his compliments, and calls you to single combat on any day and hour, and with such arms as may please you. Do you accept?" "Certainly, Monsieur de Bussy does me much honor." "Your day and hour, Monsieur le Comte?" "Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock." "Your arms?" "Rapier and dagger, if that suits Monsieur de Bussy." St. Luc bowed. Then he addressed the same questions to the others, and received the same answers. "If we all choose the same day and hour, Monsieur de Bussy will be rather embarrassed," said Schomberg. "Certainly," replied St. Luc, "Monsieur de Bussy may be embarrassed, but he says that the circumstance would not be new to him, as it has already happened at the Tournelles." "And he would fight us all four?" "All four." "Separately?" "Separately or at once." The four young men looked at each other, then Quelus, red with anger, said, "It is very fine of M. de Bussy, but however little we may be worth, we can each do our own work. We will accept therefore the count's proposal, fighting separately, or rather, which will be still better, as we do not seek to assassinate a gallant man. Chance shall decide which of us shall fight M. de Bussy." "And the three others?" "Oh, M. de Bussy has too many friends and we too many enemies for them to remain with folded arms. Do you agree to this, gentlemen?" "Yes," cried all. "If MM. Ribeirac, Antragues, and Livarot will join the party, it would be complete." "Gentlemen," said St. Luc, "I will transmit your desires to M. de Bussy, and I believe I may promise that he is too courteous not to agree with your wishes. It is therefore only remains for me to thank you in his name." Then he took his leave, after throwing his purse to the four lackeys, whom he found outside to drink to their masters' healths. End of chapter 76, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 77 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 77. In what respect M. de St. Luc was more civilized than M. de Bussy, the lessons which he gave him, and the use which M. de Bussy made of them. St. Luc returned, proud of having executed his commission so well. Bussy thanked him, but looked sad, which was not natural to him. "Have I done badly?" said St. Luc. "Ma foi, my dear friend, I only regret you did not say at once." "Why? What is the hurry?" "I wish to die as soon as possible." St. Luc looked at him in astonishment. "Die? At your age? With your name? And Diana?" "Yes, I shall kill them, I know. But I shall receive some good blows, which will tranquilize me forever." "What black ideas, Bussy!" "A husband whom I thought dead, and who has returned to life. A wife who can scarcely quit the bedside of the pretended dying man, not to see her, smile on her, touch her hand. Mon Dieu!" St. Luc interrupted him with a burst of laughter. "Oh," cried he, "the innocent man! Why, no lover can be more fortunate than you." "Prove that to me." "You are the friend of M. de Monsoreau." "Yes, I am ashamed to say he calls me his friend." "Well, be his friend." "Oh, and abuse this title." "Is he really your friend?" "He says so." "No, for he makes you unhappy. Now the end of friendship is to make one another happy. At least so his majesty says, and he is learned in friendship. So, if he makes you unhappy, he is not your friend. Therefore, you may treat him either as a stranger and take his wife from him, or as an enemy and kill him if he murmurs." "In fact, I hate him. But do you not think he loves me?" "Diable! Take away his wife and see." "I must continue to be a man of honor." "And let Madame de Monsoreau cure her husband both physically and morally, for it is certain that if you get yourself killed, she will attach herself to the only man who remains to her." Bussy frowned. "But," added St. Luc, "here is my wife. She always gives good advice. She has been picking herself a bouquet in the gardens of the queen mother, and will be in a good humor. Listen to her, she speaks gold." Jeanne arrived radiant, full of happiness and fun. Bussy saluted her in a friendly manner, and she held out her arm to him, saying with a smile, "How go on the love affairs?" "They are dying." "They are wounded and fainting. Perhaps you can restore them, Jeanne." "Let me see. Show me the wound." "In 2 words, this is it. M. de Bussy does not like smiling on M. de Monsoreau, and he thinks of retiring." "And leaving Diana to him?" "Oh, madame, St. Luc does not tell you that I wish to die." "Poor Diana," murmured Jeanne.
Decidedly, men are ungrateful."
"Good. This is the conclusion my wife draws." "I ungrateful!" cried Bussy, "because I fear to render my love vile by practicing a disgraceful hypocrisy."
"Oh, monsieur, that is only a pretext. If you were really in love, you would fear but one thing, not to be loved in return."
"But, madame, there are sacrifices."
"Not another word. Confess that you love Diana no longer. It will be more worthy of a gallant man."
Bussy grew pale.
"You do not dare to tell her. Well, I will."
"Madame, madame!"
"You are rich, you men, with your sacrifices, and does she make none? What, expose herself to be massacred by that tiger of a Monsoreau, preserve her position only by employing a strength of will of which Samson or Hannibal would have been incapable. Oh, I swear, Diana is sublime. I could not do a quarter of what she does every day."
"Thank you," said St. Luc.
"And he hesitates," she continues. "He does not fall on his knees and say his mea culpa."
"You are right," said Bussy. "I am but a man, that is to say, an imperfect creature, inferior to the most commonplace woman."
"It is lucky you are convinced of it."
"What do you order me?"
"To go at once and pay a visit."
"To Monsieur de Monsoreau?"
"Who speaks of him? To Diana."
"But he never leaves her."
"When you went so often to see Madame de Barbezieux, had she not always near her that great ape who bit you because he was jealous?"
Bussy began to laugh, and St. Luc and Jeanne followed his example. "Madame," then said Bussy, "I am going to Monsieur de Monsoreau's house. Adieu." He went there and found the count in bed. He was delighted to see him, and told him that Rémy promised that his wound would be cured in 3 weeks. Bussy recounted to him the commission with which he had been charged, and his visit to the court. "The duke has still projects on foot, has he not?" "I believe so." "Do not compromise yourself for that bad man. I know him. He is perfidious, and will not hesitate to betray you." "I know it." "You are my friend, and I wish to put you on your guard." "You must sleep after the dressing of your wound," said Rémy. "Yes, my dear doctor. My friend, take a turn in the garden with Madame de Monsoreau." "I am at your orders," replied Bussy.
End of chapter 77. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 78 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 78. The Precautions of M. de Monsoreau. St. Luc was right, and Jeanne was right, and Bussy soon acknowledged it. As for Diana, she gave herself up to the 2 instincts that Figaro recognizes as inborn in mankind, to love and to deceive. M. de Monsoreau grew better and better. He had escaped from fever, thanks to the application of cold water, that new remedy which Providence had discovered to Ambrose Paré, when all at once he received a great shock at hearing of the arrival in Paris of the duke with the queen mother. The day after his arrival, the duke, under the pretext of asking after him, presented himself at his hotel, and it was impossible to close his door against the prince who showed so much interest in him. M. de Monsoreau, therefore, was obliged to receive the prince, who was most amiable to him and to his wife. As soon as he was gone, M. de Monsoreau took Diana's arm, and in spite of Rémy's remonstrances, walked 3 times round his armchair, and from his satisfied air, Diana was sure he was meditating on some project. The next day the duke came again, and this time Monsoreau walked round his room. That evening Diana warned Bussy that her husband had certainly some project in his head. A few minutes after, when Bussy and Monsoreau were alone, "When I think," said Monsoreau, "that this prince who smiles on me is my mortal enemy, and tried to have me assassinated by Monsieur de St. Luc." "Oh, assassinated! Take care, Monsieur le Comte. St. Luc is a gentleman, and you confessed yourself that you provoked him, drew the sword first, and received your wound in fair fight." "Certainly, but it is not the less true that he obeyed the wishes of Monsieur d'Anjou." "Listen, I know Monsieur de St. Luc, and I can assure you he is devoted to the king, and hates the duke. If your wound had come from Antragues, Livarot, or Ribeirac, it might be so, but not from St. Luc." "You do not know," replied Monsoreau, obstinate in his opinion. At last he was able to go down into the garden. "That will do," said he. "Now we will move." "Why move?" said Rémy. "The air is good here, and there is plenty of amusement." "Too much. Monsieur d'Anjou fatigues me with his visits, and he always brings with him a crowd of gentlemen, and the noise of their spurs destroys my nerves." "But where are you going?" "I have ordered them to get ready my little house at the Tournelles." Bussy and Diana exchanged a look of loving remembrance. "What, that little place?" cried Rémy, imprudently. "What, do you know it?" "Who does not know the house of the chief huntsman, particularly I, who lived in the Rue Beautrellis?" Yes, yes, I will go there. It is a fortress, and one can see from the window 300 yards off who is coming to visit you, and avoid them if you like, particularly when you are well." Bussy bit his lips. He feared a time might come when Monsoreau might avoid him. Diana thought of the time when she had seen Bussy in that house, lying fainting on the bed. "You cannot do it," said Rémy. "Why not, if you please, monsieur?" "Because the chief huntsman of France must hold receptions, must keep valets and equipages. Let him have a palace for his dogs if he likes, but not a dog kennel for himself." "It is true, but I am the doctor of the mind as of the body. It is not your residence here that displeases you." "What then?" "That of Madame. Therefore send her away." "Separate!" cried Monsoreau, fixing on Diana a look more of anger than love. "Then give up your place, send in your resignation. I believe it would be wise. If you do not do your duty, you will displease the king, and if you do—" "I will do anything but quit the countess," said Monsoreau, with closely shut teeth. As he spoke, they heard in the courtyard a noise of voices and horses' feet. "The duke again!" cried he. "Yes," said Rémy. Immediately after, the prince entered, and Monsoreau saw his first glance given to Diana. He brought to her, as a present, one of those masterpieces of which the artists of that day were in the habit of producing 2 or 3 in the course of a lifetime. It was a poniard with a handle of chased gold. This handle was a smelling bottle, and on the blade a chase was carved with admirable skill. Horses, dogs, trees, game, and hunters mingled together in an harmonious pêle-mêle on this blade of azure and gold. "Let me see," cried Monsoreau, who feared there was a note hidden in the handle. The prince separated the 2 parts. "To you, who are a hunter," said he, "I give the blade, to the countess the handle. Good morning, Bussy. You are then a friend of the count's now?" Diana reddened, but Bussy said, "Your highness forgets that you asked me to inquire after Monsieur de Monsoreau." "It is true." The prince sat down and began to talk to Diana. In a few minutes he said, "Count, it is dreadfully warm in your rooms. I see the countess is stifling. I will give her my arm for a turn in the garden." The husband looked furious. "Give me an arm," said he to Bussy, and he got up and followed his wife. "Ah," said the duke, "it seems you are better." "Yes, monseigneur, and I hope soon to be able to accompany Madame de Monsoreau wherever she goes." "Good, but meanwhile, do not fatigue yourself." Monsoreau was obliged to sit down, and he kept them in view. "Count," said he to Bussy, "will you be amiable enough to escort Madame de Monsoreau this evening to my house at the Tournelles?" "You cannot do that, monsieur," said Rémy. "Why not?" "Because Monsieur d'Anjou would never forgive you if you helped to play him such a trick."
Bussy was about to cry, "What do I care?" but a glance from Remy stopped him. "Remy is right," said Monsoreau. "It would injure you. Tomorrow I will go myself." "You will lose your place." "It is possible, but I shall keep my wife." The next day they went to the old house. Diana took her old room with the bed of white and gold damask. A corridor only separated it from that of the count. Bussy tore his hair with rage. End of chapter 78. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 79 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 79. A visit to the house at Les Tournelles. The duke became more and more in love with Diana, as she seemed always to escape him, and with his love for her his hatred of Monsoreau increased. On the other side, he had not renounced his political hopes, but had recommenced his underhand machinations. The moment was favorable, for many wavering conspirators had been encouraged by the kind of triumph which the weakness of the king and the cunning of Catherine had given to the duke. However, he no longer confided his projects to Bussy, and showed him only a hypocritical friendship. He was vaguely uneasy at seeing him at Monsoreau's house, and envious of the confidence that Monsoreau, so suspicious of himself, placed in him. He was frightened also at the joy and happiness which shone in Diana's face. He knew that flowers only bloom in the light of the sun, and women in that of love. She was visibly happy, and this annoyed him. Determined to use his power both for love and vengeance, he thought it would be absurd to be stayed in this purpose by such ridiculous obstacles as the jealousy of a husband and the repugnance of a wife. One day he ordered his equipages, intending to visit Monsoreau. He was told that he had moved to his house in the Rue St. Antoine. "Let us go there," said he to Bussy. Soon the place was in commotion at the arrival of the 24 handsome cavaliers, each with 2 lackeys, who formed the prince's suite. Both Bussy and the prince knew the house well. They both went in, but while the prince entered the room, Bussy remained on the staircase. It resulted from this arrangement that the duke was received by Monsoreau alone, while Bussy was received by Diana, while Gertrude kept watch. Monsoreau, always pale, grew livid at sight of the prince. "Monseigneur here? Really, it is too much honor for my poor house," cried he, with a visible irony. The prince smiled. "Wherever a suffering friend goes, I follow him," replied he. "How are you?" "Oh, much better. I can already walk about, and in a week I shall be quite well." "Was it your doctor who prescribed for you the air of the Bastille?" asked the prince, with the most innocent air possible. "Yes, monseigneur." "Did you not like the Rue de Petit Père?" "No, monseigneur, I had too much company there; they made too much noise." "But you have no garden here." "I did not like the garden." The prince bit his lips. "Do you know, comte," said he, "that many people are asking the king for your place?" "On what pretext, monseigneur?" "They say you are dead." "Monseigneur, you can answer for it that I am not." "I answer for nothing; you bury yourself as though you were dead." It was Monsoreau's turn to bite his lips. "Well, then, I must lose my place," said he. "Really?" "Yes, there are things I prefer to it." "You are very disinterested." "It is my character, monseigneur." "Then of course you will not mind the king's knowing your character." "Who will tell him?" "Diable! If he asks me about you, I must repeat our conversation." "Ma foi, monseigneur, if all they say in Paris were reported to the king, his 2 ears would not be enough to listen with." "What do they say at Paris, monsieur?" asked the prince, sharply. Monsoreau tried to calm himself. "How should a poor invalid as I am know?" said he. If the king is angry at seeing his work badly done, he is wrong.
How so?
Because doubtless my accident proceeds to some extent from him.
Explain yourself.
Monsieur de St. Luc, who wounded me, is a dear friend of the king's. It was the king who taught him the thrust by which he wounded me, and it might have been the king who prompted him.
You are right, but still the king is the king.
Until he is no longer.
The duke trembled. Is not Madame de Monsoreau here? Said he.
Monseigneur, she is ill, or she would have come to present her respects to you.
Ill? Poor woman! It must be grief at seeing you suffer.
Yes, and the fatigue of moving.
Let us hope it will be a short indisposition. You have so skillful a doctor.
Yes, that dear Remy.
Why, he is Bussy's doctor.
He has lent him to me.
You are then great friends?
He is my best, I might say my only friend.
Adieu. Come. As the duke raised the tapestry, he fancied he saw the skirt of a dress disappear into the next room, and immediately Bussy appeared at his post in the middle of the corridor. Suspicion grew stronger with the duke. We are going, said he to Bussy, who ran downstairs without replying, while the duke, left alone, tried to penetrate the corridor where he had seen the silk dress vanish. But turning, he saw that Monsoreau had followed and was standing at the door. Your Highness mistakes your way, said he. True, said the duke. Thank you. And he went down with rage in his heart. When he returned, Aurilly glided into his room. Well, said the duke, I am baffled by the husband. And perhaps also by the lover, monseigneur. What do you say? The truth. Speak, then. I hope your highness will pardon me. It was in your service. I pardon you in advance. Go on. After your highness had gone upstairs, I watched under a shed in the courtyard. Ah, what did you see? I saw a woman's dress. I saw this woman lean forward, and then I heard the sound of a long and tender kiss. But who was the man? I cannot recognize arms. No, but you might gloves. Indeed, it seemed to me. That you recognized them? It was only a guess. Never mind. Well, monseigneur, they looked like the gloves of Monsieur de Bussy. Buff, embroidered with gold, were they not? Yes, monseigneur. Ah, Bussy! Yes, it was Bussy. Oh, I was blind and yet not blind, but I could not believe in so much audacity. But your highness must not believe it too lightly. Might there not have been a man hidden in her room? Yes, doubtless, but Bussy, who was in the corridor, would have seen him. That is true. And then the gloves. Yes, and besides the kiss I heard. What? 3 words, till tomorrow evening. Oh, mon Dieu! So that if you like, we can make sure. Aurilly, we will go. Your highness knows I am at your orders. Oh, Bussy, a traitor! Bussy, the honest man! Bussy, who does not wish me to be king of France! And the duke, smiling with an infernal joy, dismissed Aurilly. End of chapter 79. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 80 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 80. The Watchers. The duke kept Bussy near him all day, so as not to lose sight of his movements. Bussy did not care, so that he had his evenings free. At 10 o'clock he wrapped himself in his cloak, and with a rope ladder under his arm went toward the Bastille.
The duke, who did not know that he had a ladder, and could not believe in anyone walking alone at night through the streets of Paris, thought Bussy would certainly call at his hotel for a horse and a servant, and lost 10 minutes in preparations. During those 10 minutes, Bussy, active and in love, had already gone 3/4 of the distance. He was lucky, as brave people generally are, and met with no accident by the way, and on arriving saw a light in the window. It was the signal agreed on between him and Diana. He threw his ladder up to the balcony. It had 6 hooks to it, and was sure to fasten itself somewhere. At the noise, Diana put out her light and opened the window to fasten a ladder. The thing was done in a moment. Diana looked all around. The streets seemed deserted. Then she signed to Bussy to mount, and he was up in 5 seconds. The moment was happily chosen, for while he got in at the window, M. de Monsoreau, after having listened patiently for a quarter of an hour at his wife's door, descended the stairs painfully, leaning on the arm of a confidential valet, and it so happened that he opened the street door just as the ladder was drawn up and the window closed. He looked around, but the streets were deserted. "You have been badly informed," said he to the servant. "No, monsieur, I just left the Hôtel d'Anjou, and they told me that the duke had ordered 2 horses for this evening, but perhaps it was not to come here." "Where else should he go?" said Monsoreau, with a somber air. He, like all jealous persons, thought the whole world had nothing to do but to torment him. "Perhaps I should have done better to stay in her room," murmured he, "but they probably have signals for corresponding. She would have warned him of my presence, and I should have learned nothing. It is better to watch outside. Come, conduct me to the hiding place, whence you say one can see everything." "Come, monsieur." About 25 steps from the door was an enormous heap of stones belonging to demolished houses, and serving for fortifications to the children of the neighborhood when they played at battles. In the midst was a space which could contain 2 people. The valet spread a cloak, on which Monsoreau sat down, while his servant sat at his feet, with a loaded musket placed beside him. Diana had prudently drawn her thick curtains, so that scarcely a ray of light showed through to betray that there was life in this gloomy house. They had been watching about 10 minutes, when 2 horses appeared at the end of the street. The valet pointed to them. "I see," said Monsoreau. The 2 men got off their horses and tied them up at the corner of the Hôtel des Tournelles. "Monseigneur," said Aurilly, "I believe we have arrived too late. He must have gone straight from your hotel and must have entered." "Perhaps so, but if we do not see him go in, we can see him come out." "Yes, but when?" "When we please." "Would it be too curious to ask you how you mean to manage?" "Nothing is more easy. We have but to knock at the door and ask after M. de Monsoreau. Our lover will be frightened at the noise, and as you enter the house, he will come out at the window, and I, who am hidden outside, shall see him." "And Monsoreau?" "What can he say? I am his friend, and was uneasy about him, as he looked so ill yesterday. Nothing can be more simple." "It is very ingenious, monseigneur." "Do you hear what they say?" asked Monsoreau of his valet. "No, monsieur, but we shall soon, for they are coming nearer." "Monseigneur," said Aurilly, "here is a heap of stones which seems made on purpose for us." "Yes, but wait a minute, perhaps we can see through the opening of the curtain." And they stood for some minutes trying to find a place to peep through. Meanwhile, Monsoreau was boiling with impatience, and his hand approached the musket. "Oh, shall I suffer this?" murmured he. "Shall I devour this affront also? No, my patience is worn out. Mordieu, that I can neither sleep nor wake, nor even suffer quietly, because a shameful caprice has lodged in the idle brain of this miserable prince. No, I am not a complaisant valet, I am the Comte de Monsoreau, and if he comes near, on my word, I will blow his brains out. Light the match, René." At this moment, just as the prince was about to seek his hiding place, leaving his companion to knock at the door, Aurilly touched his arms. "Well, monsieur, what is it?" asked the prince. "Come away, monseigneur, come." "Why so?" "Do you not see something shining there to the left?" "I see a spark among the heap of stones."
It is the match of a musket, or arquebus.
Ah, who the devil can be in ambush there?
Some friend or servant of Bussy's. Let us go and make a detour, and return another way. The servant will give the alarm, and we shall see Bussy come out of the window."
"You are right. Come."
And they went to their horses. "They are going," said the valet. "Yes. Did you recognize them?"
"They seemed to me to be the prince and Aurilly."
"Just so. But I shall soon be more sure still."
"What will monsieur do?"
"Come." Meanwhile, the duke and Aurilly turned into the Rue St. Catherine, intending to return by the boulevard of the Bastile. Monsoreau went in and ordered his litter. What the duke had foreseen happened. At the noise that Monsoreau made, Bussy took the alarm. The light was extinguished, the ladder fixed, and Bussy, to his great regret, was obliged to fly, like Romeo, but without having, like him, seen the sun rise and heard the lark sing. Just as he touched the ground, and Diana had thrown him the ladder, the duke and Aurilly arrived at the corner of the Bastile. They saw a shadow suspended from Diana's window, but this shadow disappeared almost instantaneously at the corner of the Rue St. Paul.
"Monsieur," said
the valet to Monsoreau,
"we shall wake up the household."
"What do I care?" cried Monsoreau furiously. "I am master here, I believe, and I have at least the right to do what Monsieur d'Anjou wished to do." The litter was got ready and drawn by 2 stout horses. It was soon at the Hôtel d'Anjou. The duke and Aurilly had so recently come in that their horses were not unsaddled. Monsoreau, who had the entrée, appeared on the threshold just as the duke, after having thrown his hat on a chair, was holding out his boots to a valet to pull off. A servant preceding him by some steps announced M. de Monsoreau. A thunderbolt breaking his windows could not have astonished the prince more.
"M. de Monsoreau?"
cried he, with an uneasiness he could not hide. "Myself, monseigneur," replied he, trying to repress his emotion. But the effort he made over himself was so violent that his legs failed him, and he fell onto a chair which stood near.
"But you will kill yourself, my dear friend," said the duke. "You are so pale, you look as though you were going to faint."
"Oh, no, what I have to say to your highness is of too much importance. I may faint afterwards."
"Speak then, my dear comte."
"Not before your people, I suppose."
The duke dismissed everyone.
"Your highness has just come in," said Monsoreau.
"As you see, comte."
"It is very imprudent of your highness to go by night in the street."
"Who told you I had been in the streets?"
"The dust on your clothes."
"M. de Monsoreau, have you another employment besides that of chief huntsman?"
"Yes, that of spy, monseigneur. All the world follow that calling now, more or less, and I like the rest."
"And what does this profession bring you, monsieur?"
"Knowledge."
"It is curious."
"Very curious."
"Well, tell me what you have to say."
"I came for that."
"You permit me to sit down?"
said the duke. "No irony, monseigneur, towards an old and faithful servant who comes at this hour, and in this state, to do you a service. If I sat down, on my honor, it was because I could not stand."
"A service? To do me a service?"
"Yes."
"Speak, then."
"Monseigneur, I come on the part of a great prince."
"From the king?"
"No, Monsieur le Duc de Guise."
"Ah, that is quite a different thing. Approach and speak low."
End of chapter 80. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 81 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 81. How Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou signed, and after having signed, spoke. There was a moment's silence, then the duke said,
"Well, Monsieur le Comte, what have you to say to me from the Duc de Guise?"
"Much, monseigneur,"
they have written to you?"
"No, the duke writes no more since the strange disappearance of Nicolas David. They have come to Paris."
"Messieurs de Guise are at Paris?"
"Yes, monseigneur."
"I have not seen them."
"They are too prudent to expose themselves to your highness to any risk."
"And I was not told?"
"I tell you now."
"What have they come for?"
"They come, monseigneur, to the rendezvous you gave them."
"That I gave them?"
"Doubtless. On the day when your highness was arrested, you received a letter from Monsieur de Guise, and replied to it verbally, through me, that they were to come to Paris from the 31st of May to the 2nd of June. It is now the 31st of May, and if your highness has forgotten them, they have not forgotten you."
Francois grew pale. So many events had passed since, that he had forgotten the rendezvous.
"It is true,"
said he at length.
"but the relations which then existed between us exist no longer."
"If that be so, monseigneur, you would do them well to tell them, for I believe they think differently."
"How so?"
"You, perhaps, think yourself free as regards to them, but they feel bound to you."
"A snare, my dear comte, in which a man does not let himself be taken twice."
"And where was monseigneur taken in a snare?"
"Where? At the Louvre, mordieu."
"Was it the fault of Messieurs de Guise?"
"I do not say so, but they never assisted me to escape."
"It would have been difficult. They were flying themselves."
"It is true."
"But when you were in Anjou, did they not charge me to tell you that you could always count on them, as they on you, and that the day you marched on Paris, they would do the same?"
"It is true, but I did not march on Paris."
"You are here."
"Yes, but as my brother's ally."
"Monseigneur will permit me to observe that he is more than the ally of the Guises."
"What then?"
"Their accomplice."
The duke bit his lips.
"And you say they charged you to announce their arrival to me?"
"They did me that honor."
"But they did not tell you the motive of their return?"
"They told me all, knowing me to be the confidant of your highness."
"Then they have projects. What are they?"
"The same as always."
"And they think them practicable?"
"They look upon them as certain."
"And these projects have for an aim?"
The duke stopped, not daring to finish.
"To make you king of France. Yes, monseigneur."
The duke felt the flush of joy mount to his face.
"But," said he, "is the moment favorable?"
"Your wisdom must decide."
"My wisdom?"
"Yes, the facts cannot be contradicted. The nomination of the king as head of the League was only a comedy, quickly seen through and appreciated. Now, the reaction has commenced, and the entire state is rising against the tyranny of the king and his creatures. Sermons are a call to arms, and churches are places where they curse the king instead of praying to God. The army trembles with impatience. The bourgeois league together. Our emissaries bring in nothing but signatures and new adherents to the League. In a word, the king's reign touches on its close. Now, do you renounce your former projects?"
The duke did not reply.
"Monseigneur knows that he may speak frankly to me."
"I think," said the duke, "that considering my brother has no children, that his health is uncertain, and that after him the crown will come naturally to me, there is no reason why I should compromise my name and my dignity in a useless struggle and try to take, with danger, what will come to me in due course."
"Your Highness is in error. Your brother's throne will only come to you if you take it. Monsieurs de Guise cannot be kings themselves, but they will only allow to reign a king of their own making, a king whom they substitute for the reigning one. They count on your Highness, but if you refuse, they will seek another."
"And who will dare to seat himself on the throne of Charlemagne?"
"A Bourbon instead of a Valois, monseigneur. A son of Saint Louis instead of a son of Saint Louis."
"The King of Navarre?"
"Why not? He is young and brave."
"He is a Huguenot."
"Was he not converted at the Saint Bartholomew?"
"Yes, but he abjured afterwards."
"Oh, monseigneur, what he did for his wife, he will do again for the crown."
"They think, then, that I will yield my rights without a struggle?"
"The case is provided for."
"I will fight."
"They are men of war."
"I will put myself at the head of the League."
"They are the soul of it."
"I will join my brother."
"Your brother will be dead."
"I will call the kings of Europe to my aid."
"They will think twice before making war on a people."
"My party will stand by me."
"Your party, I believe, consists of Monsieur de Bussy and myself."
"Then I am tied."
"Nearly so. You can do nothing without the Guises. With them, everything. Say the word, and you are king."
The duke walked about for a few minutes in great agitation, then stopped and said, "Go on, count."
"Then this is the plan. In 8 days the Fete Dieu will take place, and the king meditates on that day a great procession to the convents of Paris. There the guards will remain at the door. The king will stop before each altar, kneel down, and say 5 paters and 5 aves."
"I know all of that."
"He will go to Saint Genevieve."
"Yes."
"He will enter with a suite of 5 or 6 persons, and behind them the doors will be closed."
"And then?"
"Your Highness knows the monk who will do the honors of the abbey to his majesty."
"They will be the same?"
"Who were there when your Highness was crowned."
"They will dare to lay hands on the Lord's anointed?"
"Oh, to shave him only."
"They will never dare to do that to a king."
"He will not be a king then."
"How so?"
"Have you never heard of a holy man who preaches sermons and is going to perform miracles?"
"Brother Gorenflot?"
"Just so."
"The one who wished to preach the League with his arquebus on his shoulder?"
"The same. Well, they will conduct the king into his cell. Once there, he will be asked to sign his abdication. Then, when he has signed, Madame de Montpensier will enter, scissors in hand. She wears them now, hanging to her side. They are charming scissors, made of gold and admirably chased to do him honor. You understand the rest. We announce to the people that the king, experiencing a holy repentance for his sins, has announced his intention of never more leaving the convent. If there are any who doubt, Monsieur de Guise holds the army, Monsieur le Cardinal the church, and Monsieur de Mayenne the bourgeois, and with these 3 powers you can make the people believe what you like."
"But they will accuse me of violence," said the duke.
"You need not be there."
"They will look on me as a usurper."
"Monseigneur forgets the abdication."
"The king will refuse."
"It seems that Brother Gorenflot is not only clever, but strong."
"The plan is settled?" Quite. And they do not fear that I shall denounce it? No, monseigneur, for in that case they have another, not less sure. Ah. Yes. And this one? I do not know. They have thought me too much your friend to trust me with it. Well, I yield, Count. What must I do? Approve. I do. Words are not enough. What then? Writing. It is a folly to suppose I will ever consent to that. And why not? If the conspiracy fail, it is just in case it should that they ask for your signature. Then they wish to shelter themselves behind my name? Just so. Then I refuse. You cannot. I cannot refuse. No. Are you mad? To refuse is to betray. Let them think as they like. At all events, I will choose my own danger. Monseigneur, you choose badly. I will risk it, cried Francois, endeavoring to keep firm. For your own interest, I advise you not to do so. But I shall compromise myself by signing. In refusing, you assassinate yourself. Francois shuddered. They would dare? Said he. They would dare anything, monseigneur. The conspirators have gone so far that they must succeed at any cost. The duke, with his usual indecision, felt terribly perplexed. I will sign, said he at last. When? Tomorrow. No, monseigneur. If you sign, it must be done at once. But Monsieur de Guise must draw up the agreement. It is already drawn. Here it is. And Monsoreau drew a paper from his pocket. It was a full adhesion to the scheme. The duke read it, though growing more and more pale as he did so. Here is the pen, monseigneur. Then I must sign? If you wish to do so, no one forces you. Yes, they do, since they menace me with assassination. I do not menace you, monseigneur. I only warn you. Give me the pen. And snatching it eagerly, he signed the paper. Monsoreau watched him with an eye full of hatred and hope, and no sooner had the duke finished than exclaiming, "Ah!" he seized the paper, buttoned it into his doublet, and wrapped his cloak over it. Francois looked at him with astonishment, for a flash of ferocious joy played over his face. "And now, monseigneur, be prudent," said he. "How so?" "Do not run about the streets with Aurilly, as you did just now." "What do you mean?" "I mean that this evening you pursued with your love a woman whom her husband adores and whom he is jealous of, enough to kill anyone who approaches her without permission." "Is it of you and your wife that you are speaking?" "Yes, monseigneur. I have married Diana de Meridor. She is mine, and no one shall have her while I live, not even a prince. I swear it by my name and on this poniard." And he touched with his poniard the breast of the prince, who started back. "Monsieur, you menace me?" cried Francois, pale with rage. "No, monseigneur. Once more, I say I only warn you." "Of what?" "That no one shall make love to my wife." "And I warn you that you are too late, and that someone makes love to her already." Monsoreau uttered a terrible cry. "Is it you?" cried he. "You are mad, Count." "No, I am not. Prove your words." "Who was hidden this evening 20 steps from your door with a musket?" "I." "Well, Comte, during that time there was a man with your wife." You saw him go in? I saw him come out. By the door? No, by the window. Did you recognize him? Yes. Name him, monseigneur, or I do not answer for myself. The duke half smiled. Monsieur le Comte, said he, on my faith as a prince, on my soul, within a week I will tell you his name. You swear it? I swear it. Well, monseigneur, you have a week, but, said he, touching the paper in his breast, come back in 8 days. Good. In 8 days I shall have regained all my strength, ready for vengeance. End of chapter 81. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 82 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 82. A promenade at the Tournelles. In course of time, the Angevin gentlemen had returned to Paris, although not with much confidence. They knew too well the king, his brother, and mother, to hope that all would terminate in a family embrace. They returned therefore timidly, and glided into the town armed to the teeth, ready to fire on the least suspicion, and drew their swords 50 times before the Hôtel d'Anjou on harmless bourgeois, who were guilty of no crime but of looking at them. They presented themselves at the Louvre, magnificently dressed in silk, velvet, and embroidery. Henry III would not receive them. They waited vainly in the gallery. It was Messieurs Quelus, Maugiron, Chomberg, and D'Epernon who came to announce this news to them, with great politeness, and expressing all the regrets in the world. "Ah, gentlemen," said Antragues, "the news is sad, but coming from your mouths it loses half its bitterness." "Gentlemen," said Chomberg, "you are the flower of grace and courtesy. Would it please you to change the reception which you have missed into a little promenade?" "Ah, gentlemen, we were about to propose it." "Where shall we go?" said Quelus. "I know a charming place near the Bastille," said Chomberg. "We follow you. Go on." Then the 8 gentlemen went out arm in arm, talking gaily on different subjects, until Quelus said, "Here is a solitary place with a good footing." "Ma foi, yes." "Well, we thought that you would one day accompany us here to meet Monsieur de Bussy, who has invited us all here." "It is true," said Bussy. "Do you accept?" said Maugiron. "Certainly, we rejoice at such an honor." "That is well," said Chomberg. "Shall we each choose an opponent?" "No," said Bussy, "that is not fair. Let us trust to chance, and the first one that is free can join the others." "Let us draw lots, then," said Quelus. "One moment," said Bussy. "First, let us settle the rules of the game." "They are simple. We will fight till death ensues." "Yes, but how?" "With sword and dagger." "On foot?" "Oh, yes, on horseback one's movements are not so free." "Then on foot." "What day?" "The soonest possible." "No," said D'Epernon, "I have 1,000 things to settle and a will to make. I would rather wait 5 or 6 days." "So be it." "Then draw lots." "One moment. Divide the ground into 4 compartments, each for a pair." "Well said." "I propose for number 1 the long square between the chestnuts. It is a fine place." "Agreed." "But the sun, one would be turned to the east." "No," said Bussy, "that is not fair." And he proposed a new position, which was agreed to. Chomberg and Ribeirac came first. They were the first pair. Quelus and Antragues the second, then Livarot and Maugiron the third. D'Epernon, who saw himself left to Bussy, grew very pale. "Now, gentlemen," said Bussy, "until the day of the combat, let us be friends. Will you accept a dinner at the Hôtel Bussy?" All agreed, and returned with Bussy to his hotel, where a sumptuous banquet united them till morning.
End of chapter 82. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 83 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 83, in which Chicot sleeps. The movements of the young men had been remarked by the king and Chicot. The king walked up and down, waiting impatiently for his friends to return, but Chicot followed them at a distance and saw enough to be satisfied of their intentions. When he returned to the house, he found the king walking up and down, muttering, "Ah, my dear friend, do you know what has become of them?" cried Henry. "Whom, your minions?" "Alas, yes, my poor friends." "They must lie very low by this time." "Have they been killed?" cried Henry. "Are they dead?" "Dead, I fear." "And you laugh, wretch!" "Oh, my son, dead drunk." "Oh, Chicot, how you terrified me! But why do you calumniate these gentlemen?" "On the contrary, I praise them." "Be serious, I beg. Do you know that they went out with the Angevins?" "Of course I know it." "What was the result?" "What I tell you, that they are dead drunk." "But Bussy?" "He is intoxicating them. He is a dangerous man." "Chicot, for pity's sake." "Yes, Bussy has given a dinner to your friends. How do you like that?" "Impossible. They are sworn enemies." "Have you good legs?" "What do you mean?" "Will you go to the river?" "I would go to the end of the world to see such a thing." "Well, go only to the Hotel Bussy." "Will you accompany me?" "Thank you, I have just come from there." "But—" "Oh, no, I, who have seen, do not need to be convinced. Go, my son, go. You disquiet yourself about your friends. You first pity them as if they were dead, and when you hear they are not dead, you are uneasy still." "You are intolerable, Monsieur Chicot." "Would you have preferred that they should have each had 7 or 8 wounds by a rapier?" "I should like to be able to depend on my friends." "Oh, ventre de biche, depend on me. I am here, my son. Only feed me. I want pheasant and truffles." Henri and his only friend went to bed early, the king still sighing. The next day, at the petit lever of the king, MM. Quelus, Chomberg, Maugiron, and D'Epernon presented themselves. Chicot still slept. The king jumped from his bed in a fury, and tearing off the perfumed mask from his face, cried, "Go out from here!" The young men looked at each other in wonder. "But, sire, we wish to say to your majesty—" "That you are no longer drunk, I suppose?" Chicot opened his eyes. "Your majesty is in error," said Quelus, gravely. "And yet I have not drunk the wine of Anjou." "Oh, I understand," said Quelus, smiling. "What?" "If your majesty will remain alone with us, we will tell you." "I hate drunkards and traitors." "Sire!" cried 3 of the gentlemen. "Patience, gentlemen," said Quelus. "His majesty has slept badly, and had unpleasant dreams. A few words will set all right." "Speak then, but be brief." "It is possible, sire, but difficult." "Yes, one turns long round certain accusations." "No, sire, we go straight to it," replied Quelus, looking again at Chicot and the usher, and as though to reiterate his request that they might be left alone. The king signed to the usher to leave the room, but Chicot said, "Never mind me, I sleep like a top," and closing his eyes again, he began to snore with all his strength. End of chapter 83. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 84 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 84, Where Chicot Wakes. "Your Majesty," said Quelus, "knows only half the business, and that the least interesting half. Assuredly, we have all dined with M. de Bussy, and to the honor of his cook, be it said, dined well. There was above all a certain wine from Austria or Hungary, which really appeared to me marvelous, but during the repast, or rather after it, we had the most serious and interesting conversation concerning your Majesty's affairs." "You make the exordium very long." "How talkative you are, Valois!" cried Chicot. "Oh, Monsieur Gascon," said Henry, "if you do not sleep, you must leave the room." "Pardieu! It is you who keep me from sleeping, your tongue clacks so fast." Quelus, seeing it was impossible to speak seriously, shrugged his shoulders and rose in anger. "We were speaking of grave matters," said he. "Grave matters?" "Yes," said D'Epernon, "if the lives of 8 brave gentlemen are worth the trouble of your Majesty's attention." "What does it mean, my son?" said Henry, placing his hand on Quelus's shoulder. "Well, sire, the result of our conversation was, that royalty is menaced, weakened, that is to say, that all the world is conspiring against you. Sire, you are a great king, but you have no horizon before you. The nobility have raised so many barriers before your eyes that you can see nothing, and if it be not the still higher barriers that the people have raised. When, sire, in battle one battalion places itself like a menacing wall before another, what happens? Cowards look behind them, and seeing an open space, they fly. The brave lower their heads and rush on." "Well, then, forward!" cried the king. "Mordieu, am I not the first gentleman in my kingdom? Were there not great battles that I fought in my youth? Forward, then, gentlemen, and I will take the lead. It is my custom in the melee." "Oh, yes, sire!" cried the young men with one voice. "And," said Quelus, "against these ramparts which are closing round your Majesty, 4 men will march, sure to be applauded by you and glorified by posterity." "What do you mean, Quelus?" cried the king, with eyes in which joy was tempered by solicitude. "Who are these 4 men?" "I and these other gentlemen," replied Quelus with pride, "we devote ourselves, sire." "To what?" "To your safety." "Against whom?" "Against your enemies." "Private enmities of young men?" "Oh, sire, that is the expression of vulgar prejudice. Speak like a king, sire, not like a bourgeois. Do not profess to believe that Maugiron detests Antragues, that Chomberg dislikes Livarot, that D'Epernon is jealous of Bussy, and that I hate Ribeirac. Oh, no, they are all young and agreeable, and might love each other like brothers. It is not therefore a rivalry between man and man which places the swords in our hands. It is the quarrel of France with Anjou, the dispute as to the rights of the populace against the prerogatives of the king. We present ourselves as champions of royalty in those lists, where we shall be met by the champions of the League, and we came to say, bless us, sire, smile on those who are going to die for you. Your blessing will, perhaps, give us the victory. Your smile will make us die happy." Henry, overcome with emotion, opened his arms to Quelus and the others. He united them in his heart, and it was not a spectacle without interest, a picture without expression, but a scene in which manly courage was allied to softer emotions, sanctified by devotion. Chicot looked on, and his face, ordinarily indifferent or sarcastic, was not the least noble and eloquent of the 6. "Ah!" cried the king, "I am proud today, not of being king of France, but of being your friend. At the same time, as I know my interests best, I will not accept a sacrifice of which the result will deliver me up if you fall into the hands of my enemies. France is enough to make war on Anjou. I know my brother, the Guises and the League, and have often conquered more dangerous foes." "But, sire, soldiers do not reason thus. They never take ill luck into their calculations." "Pardon me, Maugiron, a soldier may act blindly, but the captain reflects." "Reflect then, sire, and let us act, who are only soldiers," said Chomberg. "Besides, I know no ill luck. I am always successful." "Friend, friend," said the king sadly. "I wish I could say as much. It is true you are but 20."
"Sire," said Quelus, "on what day shall we meet Messieurs Bussy, Livarot, Antragues, and Ribeirac?"
"Never. I forbid it, absolutely."
"Sire, excuse us. The rendezvous was arranged before the dinner. Words were said which cannot be retracted."
"Excuse me, monsieur," said Henry. "The king absolves from oaths and promises by saying, 'I will or I will not,' for the king is all powerful. Tell these gentlemen, therefore, that I have menaced you with all my anger if you come to blows, and that you may not doubt it yourselves, I swear to exile you if—"
"Stop, sire, do not swear, because if for such a cause we have merited your anger, and this anger shows itself by exiling us, we will go into exile with joy, because being no longer on your majesty's territories, we can then keep our promises and meet our adversaries."
"If these gentlemen approach you within range of an arquebus, I will throw them all into the Bastille."
"Sire, if you do so, we will all go barefooted, and with cords round our necks, to M. Testu, the governor, and pray to be incarcerate with them."
"I will have them beheaded, then. I am king, I hope."
"We will cut our throats at the foot of their scaffold."
Henry kept silent for a long time, then raising his eyes, said, "God will surely bless a cause defended by such noble hearts."
"Yes, they are noble hearts," said Chicot, rising. "Do what they wish, and fix a day for their meeting. It is your duty, my son."
Mon Dieu, mon Dieu," murmured Henry.
"Sire, we pray you," cried all the four gentlemen, bending their knees.
"Well, so be it. Let us trust that God will give us the victory, but let us prepare for the conflict in a Christian manner. If I had time, I would send all your swords to Rome, that the Pope might bless them. But we have the shrine of St. Genevieve, which contains most precious relics. Let us fast and do penance, and keep holy the great day of the Fete Dieu, and then the next day."
"Ah, sire, thanks. That is in 8 days," cried the young men.
And they seized the hands of the king, who embraced them all once more, and going into his oratory, melted into tears.
"Our cartel is ready," said Quelus. "We have but to add the day and hour. Right, Maugiron, the day after the Fete Dieu. Here is a table." "It is done," said Maugiron. "Now who will carry the letter?" "I will, if you please," said Chicot, approaching, "but I wish to give you a piece of advice. His majesty speaks of fasts and macerations. That is all very well after the combat, but before, I prefer good nourishment, generous wine, and 8 hours sleep every night." "Bravo, Chicot!" "Adieu, my little lions," replied the Gascon. "I go to the Hotel Bussy." He went 3 steps and returned, and said, "Apropos, do not quit the king during the Fete Dieu. Do not go to the country, any of you, but stay by the Louvre. Now I will do your commission."
Chapter 84. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 85 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 85. The Fete Dieu. During these 8 days, events were preparing themselves as a tempest gathers in the heavens during the calm days of summer. Monsoreau had an attack of fever for 24 hours, then he rallied and began to watch himself, but as he discovered no one, he became more than ever convinced of the hypocrisy of the Duc d'Anjou and of his bad intentions with regard to Diana. Bussy did not discontinue his visits by day, but, warned by Rémy of this constant watchfulness, came no more at night to the window. Chicot divided his time between the king, whom he watched like a child, and his friend Gorenflot, whom he persuaded to return to his convent. He passed hours with him in his cell, always bringing with him large bottles in his pocket, and the report began to spread that Gorenflot had nearly persuaded him to turn monk. As for the king, he gave constant lessons in fencing to his friends, teaching them new thrusts, and above all, exercising D'Epernon, to whom fate had given so skillful an adversary that he was visibly preoccupied by it. Anyone walking in the streets of Paris at certain hours might have met the strange monks of whom our first chapters furnish some description, and who resembled troopers more than monks. Then, to complete the picture, we must add that the Hôtel de Guise had become at once mysterious and turbulent, the most peopled within and the most deserted without that can be imagined, that meetings were held every night in the great hall, and with all the blinds and windows hermetically closed, and that these meetings were preceded by dinners, to which none but men were invited, and which were presided over by Madame de Montpensier. Of all these meetings, however, important though they were, the police suspected nothing. On the morning of the great day the weather was superb, and the flowers which filled the streets sent their perfumes through the air. Chicot, who for the last fortnight had slept in the king's room, woke him early. No one had yet entered the royal chamber. "Oh, Chicot!" cried the king, "you have woke me from one of the sweetest dreams I ever had in my life." "What was it, my son?" "I dreamed that Quelus had run Antragues through the body, and was swimming in the blood of his adversary. Let us go and pray that my dream be realized. Call, Chicot, call." "What do you want?" "My haircloth and my scourge." "Would you not prefer a good breakfast?" "Pagan, would you go to hear a mass on the Fete Dieu with a full stomach?" "Even so." "Call, Chicot." "Patience, it is scarcely 8 o'clock, and you will have plenty of time to scourge yourself. Let us talk first. Converse with your friend. You will not repent it, Valois, on the faith of a Chicot." "Well, talk, but be quick." "How shall we divide our day, my son?" "Into 3 parts." "In honor of the Trinity, very well. Let me hear these 3 parts." "First, mass at Saint Germain l'Auxerrois." "Well?" "Return to the Louvre for a collation." "Very good." "Then a procession of penitents through the streets, stopping at the principal convent of Paris, beginning at the Jacobine and finishing at Saint Geneviève, where I have promised the prior to stay till tomorrow in the cell of a saint, who will pray for the success of our arms." "I know him." "The saint?" "Yes, perfectly." "So much the better. You shall accompany me, and we will pray together." "Yes, make yourself easy." "Then dress yourself and come." "Wait a little." "What for?" "I have more to ask." "Be quick, then, for time passes." "What is the court to do?" "Follow me." "And your brother?" "Will accompany me." "Your guard?" "The French guard wait for me at the Louvre, and the Swiss at the door of the abbey." "That will do. Now I know all." "Then I may call?" "Yes." Henri struck on his gong. "The ceremony will be magnificent," said Chicot. "God will accept our homage, I hope." "But tell me, Henri, before anyone comes in, have you nothing else to say to me?" "No, I have given you all the details." "Have you settled to sleep at Saint Geneviève?" "Doubtless." "Well, my son, I do not like that part of the program." "How so?" "When we have dined I will tell you another plan that has occurred to me." "Oh, well, I consent." "Whether you consent or not, it will all be the same thing." "What do you mean?" "Hush! Here are your valets." As he spoke, the ushers opened the door, and the barber, perfumer, and valet of the king entered, and commenced to execute upon his majesty one of those toilets which we have described elsewhere. When the king was dressing, the Duc d'Anjou was announced. He was accompanied by M. de Monsoreau, D'Epernon, and Aurilly. Henri, at the sight of Monsoreau, still pale and looking more frightful than ever, could not repress a movement of surprise. "You have been wounded, comte, have you not?" "Yes, sire." "At the chase, they told me." "Yes, sire." "But you are better now?" "I am well."
"Sire," said the duke, "would it please you that, after our devotions, M. de Monsoreau should go and prepare a chase for us in the woods of Compiègne?"
"But do you not know that tomorrow—" He was going to say, "4 of your friends are to fight 4 of mine," but he stopped, for he remembered that it was a secret.
"I know nothing," said the duke, "but if your majesty will inform me—"
"I meant that, as I am to pass the night at the Abbey of St. Geneviève, I should perhaps not be ready for tomorrow. But let the count go. If it be not tomorrow, it shall be the day after."
"You hear?"
said the Duc de Monsoreau.
"Yes, monseigneur."
At this moment Quelus and Chomberg entered. The king received them with open arms. Monsoreau said softly to the duke,
"You exile me, monseigneur?"
"Is it not your duty to prepare the chase for the king?"
"I understand. This is the last of the 8 days fixed by your highness, and you prefer sending me to Compiègne to keeping your promise."
"No, on the contrary, I keep my promise."
"Explain yourself."
"Your departure will be publicly known."
"Well?"
"Well, do not go, but hide near your house. Then, believing you gone, the man you wish to know will come, and the rest concerns yourself. I engage for no more."
"Ah, if that be so—"
"You have my word."
"I have better than that. I have your signature."
"Oh, yes, mordieu, I know that."
Aurilly touched D'Epernon's arm and said, "It is done. Bussy will not fight tomorrow."
"Not fight?"
"I will answer for it."
"Who will prevent it?"
"Never mind that."
"If it be so, my dear sorcerer, there are 1,000 crowns for you."
"Gentlemen," said the king, who had finished his toilet, "to Saint Germain l'Auxerrois."
"And from there to Saint Geneviève?"
asked the duke. "Certainly," replied Henri, passing into the gallery where all his court were waiting for him. CHAPter 85. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 86 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 86, which will elucidate the previous chapter. The evening before, M. de Monsoreau had returned to his home from the Hôtel Guise, and had found Bussy there. Then, in his friendship for this brave gentleman, he had taken him aside and said,
"Will you permit me to give you a piece of advice?"
"Pray do."
"If I were you, I should leave Paris tomorrow."
"I? And why so?"
"All that I can tell you is, that your absence may save you from great embarrassment."
"How so?"
"Are you ignorant of what is to take place tomorrow?"
"Completely."
"On your honor?"
"On my word as a gentleman."
"M. d'Anjou has confided nothing to you?"
"Nothing. M. d'Anjou confides nothing to me beyond what all the world knows."
"Well, I, who am not the Duc d'Anjou, who love my friends for their own sakes and not for mine, I will tell you, my dear count, that he is preparing for grave events tomorrow, and that the parting of Guise and Anjou meditate a stroke which may end in the fall of the king."
Bussy looked at M. de Monsoreau with suspicion, but his whole manner expressed so much sincerity that it was impossible to doubt him. "Count," replied he, "my sword belongs to the Duc d'Anjou. The king, against whom I have done nothing, hates me, and has never let slip an occasion of doing or saying something wounding to me. And tomorrow, I tell you, but you alone remember, I am about to risk my life to humiliate Henri de Valois in the person of his favorites."
"Then you are resolved to risk all the consequences of your adherence to the duke?"
"Yes."
"You know where it may lead you?"
"I know where I will stop.
whatever complaints I have against the king, I will never lift a hand against him, but I will let others do what they like, and I will follow Monsieur d'Anjou to protect him in case of need." "My dear comte," said Monsoreau, "the Duc d'Anjou is perfidious and a traitor, a coward, capable, from jealous or fear, of sacrificing his most faithful servant. His most devoted friend, abandon him, take a friend's counsel, pass the day in your little house at Vincennes, go where you like, except to the procession of the Fete Dieu." "But why do you follow the duke yourself?" "For reasons which concern my honor. I have need of him for a little while longer." "Well, that is like me. For things which concern my honor, I must follow the duke." The Comte de Monsoreau pressed his hand, and they parted. The next morning Monsoreau announced to his wife his approaching departure for Compiègne, and gave all the necessary orders. Diana heard the news with joy. She knew from her husband of the duel which was arranged between Bussy and D'Epernon, but had no fear for the result, and looked forward to it with pride. Bussy had presented himself in the morning to the Duc d'Anjou, who, seeing him so frank, loyal, and devoted, felt some remorse. But two things combated this return of good feeling. Firstly, the great empire Bussy had over him, as every powerful mind has over a weak one, and which annoyed him; and secondly, the love of Bussy for Diana, which awoke all the tortures of jealousy in his heart. Monsoreau, it was true, inspired him with equal dislike and fear, but he thought, "Either Bussy will accompany me and aid my triumph, and then if I triumph I do not care for Monsoreau, or Bussy will abandon me, and then I owe him nothing, and I will abandon him in return." When they were in the church, the duke saw Rémy enter, and going up to his master, slide a note into his hands. "It is from her," thought he. "She sends him word that her husband is leaving Paris." Bussy put the note into his hat, opened and read it, and the prince saw his face radiant with joy and love. The duke looked round. If Monsoreau had been there, perhaps he would not have had patience to wait until the evening to denounce Bussy. The mass over, they returned to the Louvre, where a collation waited for the king in his room and for his gentlemen in the gallery. On entering the Louvre, Bussy approached the duke. "Pardon, monseigneur," said he, "but can I say 2 words to you?" "Are you in a hurry?" "Very much so." "Will it not do during the procession? We shall walk side by side." "Monseigneur must excuse me, but what I wish to ask is, that I need not accompany you." "Why so?" "Monseigneur, tomorrow is a great day, and I would wish to retire today to my little house at Vincennes." "Then you do not join the procession with the king and the court?" "No, monseigneur, if you will excuse me." "Will you not rejoin me at Saint Geneviève?" "Monseigneur, I wish to have the whole day to myself." "But if anything should occur when I have need of my friends?" "As monseigneur would only want me to draw my sword against my king, it is a double reason for excusing myself," replied Bussy. "My sword is engaged against M. d'Epernon." Monsoreau had told the duke the night before that he might reckon on Bussy. This change, therefore, must have been occasioned by Diana's note. "Then," said the duke, "you abandon your chief and master?" "Monseigneur, he who is about to risk his life in a bloody duel, as ours will be, has but one master, and it is to him my last devotions will be paid." "You know that I am playing for a throne, and you leave me." "Monseigneur, I have worked enough for you. I will work again tomorrow. Do not ask me for more than my life." "It is well," said the duke in a hollow voice. "You are free. Go, Monsieur de Bussy." Bussy, without caring for the prince's evident anger, ran down the staircase of the Louvre, and went rapidly to his own house. The duke called Aurilly. "Well, he has condemned himself," said he. "Does he not follow you?" "No." "He goes to the rendezvous?" "Yes." "Then it is for this evening?" "It is." "Is M. de Monsoreau warned?"
Of the rendezvous, yes, but not yet of the man.
Then you have decided to sacrifice the count.
I have determined to revenge myself. I fear now but one thing.
What is that?
That Monsoreau will trust to his strength, and that Bussy will escape him.
Reassure yourself, monseigneur.
Why?
Is Monsieur de Bussy irrevocably condemned?
Yes, mordieu, a man who dictates to me, who takes away from me her whom I was seeking for, who is a sort of lion, of whom I am less the master than the keeper. Yes, Aurilly, he is condemned without mercy.
Well, then, be easy, for if he escape Monsoreau, he will not escape from another.
And who is that?
Does your majesty order me to name him?
Yes, I do.
It is Monsieur d'Epernon.
D'Epernon? Who was to fight him tomorrow?
Yes, monseigneur.
How is that?
Aurilly was about to reply when the duke was summoned, for the king was at table and had sent for his brother.
You shall tell me during the procession, said the duke.
We will now tell our readers what had passed between Aurilly and D'Epernon. They had long known each other, for Aurilly had taught D'Epernon to play on the lute, and as he was fond of music, they were often together. He called upon Aurilly to tell him of his approaching duel, which disquieted him not a little. Bravery was never one of D'Epernon's prominent qualities, and he looked on a duel with Bussy as certain death. When Aurilly heard it, he told D'Epernon that Bussy practiced fencing every morning with an artist, lately arrived, who was said to have borrowed from all nations their best points, until he had become perfect. During this recital, D'Epernon grew livid with terror. "Ah, I am doomed," said he.
Well?
"But it is absurd to go out with a man who is sure to kill me." "You should have thought of that before making the engagement." "Peste! I will break the engagement." "He is a fool who gives up his life willingly at 25, but now I think of it." "Well?" "Monsieur de Bussy is sure to kill me." "I do not doubt it." "Then it will not be a duel, but an assassination." "Perhaps so." "And if it be, it is lawful to prevent an assassination by a murder." "Doubtless. What prevents me, since he wishes to kill me, from killing him first?" "Oh, mon Dieu, nothing. I thought of that myself." "It is only natural." "Very natural. Only, instead of killing him with my own hands, I will leave it to others." "That is to say, you will hire assassins?" "Ma foi, yes, like M. de Guise for St. Megrim." "It will cost you dear." "I will give 3,000 crowns." "You will only get 6 men for that, when they know who they have to deal with." "Are not 6 enough?" "M. de Bussy would kill 4 before they touched him. Do you remember the fight in the Rue St. Antoine?" "Oh, I will give 6,000. If I do the thing, I will take care he does not escape." "Have you your men?" "Oh, there are plenty of unoccupied men soldiers of fortune." "Very well, but take care." "Of what?" "If they fail, they will denounce you." "I have the king to protect me." "That will not hinder M. de Bussy from killing you." "That is true." "Should you like an auxiliary?" "I should like anything which would aid me to get rid of him." "Well, a certain enemy of your enemy is jealous."
"And he is now laying a snare for him?"
"Ah!"
"Well?"
"But he wants money. With your 6,000 crowns he will take care of your affair as well as his own. You do not wish the honor of the thing to be yours, I suppose?" "Mon Dieu, no. I only ask to remain in obscurity." "Send your men, and he will use them." "But
I must know who it is."
"I will show you in the morning."
"Where?"
"At the Louvre."
"Then he is noble?"
"Yes."
"Aurilly, you shall have the 6,000 crowns."
"Then it is settled."
"Irrevocably."
"At the Louvre, then?"
"Yes, at the Louvre."
We have seen in the preceding chapter how Aurilly said to D'Epernon, "Be easy, Bussy will not fight tomorrow." End of chapter 86. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 87 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 87. The Procession. As soon as the collation was over, the king had entered his room with Chicot to put on his penitent's robe, and had come out an instant after, with bare feet, a cord round his waist, and his hood over his face. The courtiers had made the same toilet. The weather was magnificent, and the pavements were strewn with flowers. An immense crowd lined the roads to the 4 places where the king was to stop. The clergy of Saint Germain led the procession, and the Archbishop of Paris followed, carrying the Holy Sacrament. Between them walked young boys, shaking censers, and young girls scattering roses. Then the king came forward, followed by his 4 friends, barefooted and frocked like himself. The Duc d'Anjou followed in his ordinary dress, accompanied by his Angevins. Next came the principal courtiers, and then the bourgeois. It was 1 o'clock when they left the Louvre. Crillon and the French guards were about to follow, but the king signed to them to remain. It was near 6 in the evening before they arrived before the old abbey, where they saw the prior and the monks drawn up on the threshold to wait for his majesty. The Duc d'Anjou, a little before, had pleaded great fatigue, and had asked leave to retire to his hotel, which had been granted to him. His gentlemen had retired with him, as if to proclaim that they followed the duke and not the king, besides which, they did not wish to fatigue themselves before the morrow. At the door of the abbey the king dismissed his 4 favorites, that they also might take some repose. The archbishop also, who had eaten nothing since morning, was dropping with fatigue, so the king took pity on him and on the other priests, and dismissed them all. Then turning to the prior, Joseph Foulon, "Here I am, my father," said he. "I come, sinner as I am, to seek repose in your solitude." The prior bowed, and the royal penitent mounted the steps of the abbey, striking his breast at each step, and the door was immediately closed behind him. "We will first," said the prior, "conduct your majesty into the crypt, which we have ornamented in our best manner to do honor to the King of heaven and earth." No sooner had the king passed through the somber arcade, lined with monks, and turned the corner which led to the chapel, than 20 hoods were thrown into the air, and eyes were seen brilliant with joy and triumph. Certainly, they were not monkish or peaceful faces displayed, but bristling mustaches and embrowned skins, many scarred by wounds, and by the side of the proudest of all, who displayed the most celebrated scar, stood a woman covered with a frock, and looking triumphant and happy. This woman, shaking a pair of golden scissors which hung by her side, cried,
"Ah, my brothers, at last we have the Valois."
"Ma foi, sister, I believe so." "Not yet," murmured the cardinal.
"How so?"
"Shall we have enough bourgeois guards to make head against Crillon and his guards?"
"We have better than bourgeois guards, and believe me, there will not be a musket shot exchanged." "How so?" said the duchess. "I should have liked a little disturbance."
"Well, sister, you will be deprived of it. When the king is taken he will cry out, but no one will answer. Then, by persuasion or by violence, but without showing ourselves, we shall make him sign his abdication. The news will soon spread through the city, and dispose in our favor both the bourgeois and the troops."
"The plan is good, and cannot fail," said the duchess.
"It is rather brutal," said the Duc de Guise, "besides which, the king will refuse to sign the abdication. He is brave, and will rather die."
"Let him die, then."
"Not so," replied the duke firmly. "I will mount the throne of a prince who abdicates and is despised, but not of an assassinated man who is pitied. Besides, in your plans you forget Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, who will claim the crown."
Let him claim, mordieu, said Mayenne. He shall be comprised in his brother's act of abdication. He is in connection with the Huguenots and is unworthy to reign.
Are you sure of that?
Pardieu! Did he not escape from the Louvre by the aid of the King of Navarre?
Well?
Then another clause in favor of our house shall follow. This clause shall make you lieutenant general of the kingdom, from which to the throne is only a step. Yes, yes, said the cardinal, all that is settled, but it is probable that the French guards, to make sure that the abdication is a genuine one, and above all a voluntary one, will insist upon seeing the king, and will force the gates of the abbey if they are not admitted. Crillon does not understand joking, and he is just the man to say to the king, Sire, your life is in danger, but before everything, let us save our honor.
The general has taken his precautions. If it be necessary to sustain a siege, we have here 80 gentlemen, and I have distributed arms to 100 monks. We could hold out for a month against the army. Besides, in case of danger, we have the cave to fly to with our prey.
What is the Duc d'Anjou doing?
In the hour of danger he has failed as usual. He has gone home, no doubt, waiting for news of us through Bussy or Monsoreau.
Mon Dieu! He should have been here, not at home.
You are wrong, brother, said the cardinal. The people and the nobles would have seen in it a snare to trap the family. As you said just now, we must, above all things, avoid playing the part of usurper. We must inherit. By leaving the Duc d'Anjou free and the queen mother independent, no one will have anything to accuse us of. If we acted otherwise, we should have against us Bussy and 100 other dangerous swords.
Bah! Bussy is going to fight against the king's minions.
Pardieu! He will kill them, and then he will join us, said the Duc de Guise. He is a superior man, and one whom I much esteem, and I will make him general of the army in Italy, where war is sure to break out.
And I, said the duchess, if I become a widow, will marry him.
Who is near the king? asked the duke. The prior and brother Gorenflot.
Is he in the cell?
Oh no, he will look first at the crypt and the relics. At this moment a bell sounded. The king is returning, said the Duc de Guise. Let us become monks again. And immediately the hoods covered ardent eyes and speaking scars, and 20 or 30 monks conducted by the three brothers went towards the crypt. End of chapter 87. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 88 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 88. Chicot the First. The king visited the crypt, kissed the relics, often striking his breast and murmuring the most doleful psalms. At last the prior said, Sire, will it please you now to depose your earthly crown at the feet of the eternal king? Let us go, said the king. They arrived at the cell, on the threshold of which stood Gorenflot, his eyes brilliant as carbuncles. Henry entered. Hic portus salutis, murmured he. Yes, replied Foulon. Leave us, said Gorenflot with a majestic gesture, and immediately the door shut, and they were left alone. Here you are then, Herod, pagan, Nebuchadnezzar, cried Gorenflot suddenly. It is to me you speak, my brother? cried the king in surprise. Yes, to you. Can one accuse you of anything so bad? That it is not true. My brother? Bah! You have no brother here. I have long been meditating a discourse, and now you shall have it. I divide it into 3 heads. First, you are a tyrant. Second, you are a satyr. Third, you are dethroned. Dethroned? Neither more nor less. This abbey is not like Poland, and you cannot fly. Ah, a snare! Oh, Valois, learn that a king is but a man. You are violent, my brother? Pardieu! Do you think we imprison you to flatter you? You abuse your religious calling."
"There is no religion."
"Oh, you are a saint and say such things?"
"I have said it."
"You speak dreadfully, my brother."
"Come, no preaching. Are you ready?"
"To do what?"
"To resign your crown. I am charged to demand it of you."
"You are committing a mortal sin."
"Oh, I have right of absolution, and I absolve myself in advance. Come, renounce, Brother Valois."
"Renounce what?"
"The throne of France."
"Rather death."
"Oh, then you shall die. Here is the prior returning. Decide."
"I have my guards, my friends. They will defend me."
"Yes, but you will be killed first."
"Leave me at least a little time for reflection."
"Not an instant."
Your zeal carries you away, brother," said the prior, opening the door and saying to the king, "Your request is granted." He shut it again. Henry fell into a profound reverie. "I accept the sacrifice," he said, after the lapse of 10 minutes.
"It is done. He accepts," cried Gorenflot.
The king heard a murmur of joy and surprise. "Read him the act," said a voice, and a monk passed the paper to Gorenflot. Gorenflot read it to the king, who listened with his head buried in his hands. "If I refuse to sign?" cried he, shedding tears.
"It will be doubly your ruin,"
said the Duc de Guise from under his hood. "Look on yourself as dead to the world, and do not force your subjects to shed the blood of a man who has been their king."
"I will not be forced."
"I feared so," said the duke to his sister. Then turning to his brother, "Let everyone arm and prepare," said he.
"For what?"
cried the king in a miserable tone. "For anything." The king's despair redoubled.
"Corbleu!" cried Gorenflot. "I hated you before, Valois, but now I despise you. Sign, or you shall perish by my hand."
"Have patience," said the king. "Let me pray to my divine master for resignation."
"He wishes to reflect again," said Gorenflot.
"Give him till midnight," said the cardinal. "Thanks, charitable Christian," cried the king. "His brain is weak," said the duke. "We serve France by dethroning him." "I shall have great pleasure in clipping him," said the duchess. Suddenly a noise was heard outside, and soon they distinguished blows struck on the door of the abbey, and Mayenne went to see what it was. "My brothers," said he, "there is a troop of armed men outside." "They have come to seek him," said the duchess. "The more reason that he should sign quickly."
"Sign, Valois, sign!"
roared Gorenflot. "You gave me till midnight," said the king piteously.
"Ah, you hope to be rescued."
"He shall die if he does not sign,"
cried the duchess. Gorenflot offered him the pen. The noise outside redoubled.
"A new troop!"
cried a monk. "They are surrounding the abbey." "The Swiss," cried Foulon, "are advancing on the right." "Well, we will defend ourselves. With such a hostage in our hands, we need not surrender."
"He has signed!"
cried Gorenflot, tearing the paper from Henry, who buried his face in his hands. "Then you are king!" cried the cardinal to the duke. "Take the precious paper." The king overturned the little lamp which alone lighted the scene, but the duke already held the parchment. "What shall we do?" said a monk. "Here is Crillon, with his guards, threatening to break in the doors."
"In the king's name!"
cried the powerful voice of Crillon.
"There is no king!"
cried Gorenflot through the window. "Who says that?" cried Crillon.
I.
"Break in the doors, Monsieur Crillon," said a voice from outside, a voice which made the hair of all the monks, real and pretended, stand on end.
"Yes, sire,"
replied Crillon, giving a tremendous blow with a hatchet on the door. "What do you want?" said the prior, going to the window. "Ah, it is you, Monsieur Foulon," said the same voice. "I want my jester, who is in one of your cells. I want Chicot. I am ennuyé at the Louvre." "And I have been much amused, my son," said Chicot, throwing off his hood, and pushing his way through the crowd of monks, who recoiled with a cry of terror. At this moment the Duc de Guise, advancing to a lamp, read the signature obtained with so much labor. It was Chicot the First. "Chicot!" cried he. "Thousand devils!" "Let us fly," said the cardinal, "we are lost." "Ah!" cried Chicot, turning to Gorenflot, who was nearly fainting, and he began to strike him with the cord he had round his waist. Chapter 88. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 89 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 89. Interest and Capital. As the king spoke and the conspirators listened, they passed from astonishment to terror. Chicot the First relinquished his role of apparent terror, threw back his hood, crossed his arms, and, while Gorenflot fled at his utmost speed, sustained, firm and smiling, the first shock. It was a terrible moment, for the gentlemen, furious at the mystification of which they had been the dupes, advanced menacingly on the Gascon. But this unarmed man, his breast covered only by his arms, this laughing face, stopped them still more than the remonstrance of the cardinal, who said to them that Chicot's death could serve no end, but on the contrary would be terribly avenged by the king, who was the jester's accomplice in the scene of terrible buffoonery. The result was that daggers and rapiers were lowered before Chicot, who continued to laugh in their faces. However, the king's menaces and Crillon's blows became more vehement, and it was evident that the door could not long resist such an attack. Thus, after a moment's deliberation, the Duc de Guise gave the order for retreat. This order made Chicot smile, for, during his nights with Gorenflot, he had examined the cave and found out the door, of which he had informed the king, who had placed there Tourneau, lieutenant of the Swiss guards. It was then evident that the leaguers, one after another, were about to throw themselves into the trap. The cardinal made off first, followed by about 20 gentlemen. Then Chicot saw the duke pass with about the same number, and afterwards Mayenne. When Chicot saw him go, he laughed outright. 10 minutes passed, during which he listened earnestly, thinking to hear the noise of the leaguers sent back into the cave, but to his astonishment, the sound continued to go further and further off. His laugh began to change into oaths. Time passed, and the leaguers did not return. Had they seen that the door was guarded and found another way out? Chicot was about to rush from the cell, when all at once the door was obstructed by a mass, which fell at his feet and began to tear its hair. "Ah, wretch that I am!" cried the monk. "Oh, my good Monsieur Chicot, pardon me, pardon me!" How did Gorenflot, who went first, return now alone? Was the question that presented itself to Chicot's mind. "Oh, my good Monsieur Chicot!" he continued to cry, "pardon your unworthy friend, who repents at your knees." "But how is it you have not fled with the others?" "Because the Lord in his anger has struck me with obesity, and I could not pass where the others did. Oh, unlucky stomach! Oh, miserable paunch!" cried the monk, striking with his two hands the part he apostrophized. "Ah, why am I not thin like you, Monsieur Chicot?" Chicot understood nothing of the lamentations of the monk. "But the others are flying, then?" cried he, in a voice of thunder. "Pardieu! What should they do? Wait to be hung? Oh, unlucky paunch!" "Silence, and answer me." "Interrogate me, Monsieur Chicot. You have the right." "How are the others escaping?" "As fast as they can." "So I imagine, but where?" "By the hole." "Mordieu, what hole?" "The hole in the cemetery cellar." "Is that what you call the cave?" "Oh, no, the door of that was guarded outside. The great cardinal, just as he was about to open it, heard a Swiss say, 'Mich dwistel,' which means, 'I am thirsty.'"
Ventre de biche! So then they took another way?" "Yes, Monsieur Chicot, they are getting out through the cellar." "How does that run?" "From the crypt to the Porte Saint Jacques." "You lie. I should have seen them repass before the cell." "No, dear Monsieur Chicot, they thought they had not time for that, so they are creeping out through the air hole." "What hole?" "One which looks into the garden and serves to light the cellar." "So that you—" "I was too big, and could not pass, and they drew me back by my legs, because I intercepted the way for the others." "Then he who is bigger than you—" "He? Who?" "Oh, Holy Virgin! I promise you that a dozen wax candles if he also cannot pass." "Monsieur Chicot!" "Get up." The monk raised himself from the ground as quickly as he could. "Now lead me to the hole." "Where you wish." "Go on then, wretch." Gorenflot went on as fast as he was able, while Chicot indulged himself by giving him a few blows with the cord. They traversed the corridor and descended into the garden. "Here, this way!" cried Gorenflot. "Hold your tongue and go on." "There it is!" And exhausted by his efforts, the monk sank on the grass, while Chicot, hearing groans, advanced and saw something protruding through the hole. By the side of this something lay a frock and a sword. It was evident that the individual in the hole had taken off successively all the loose clothing, which increased his size, and yet, like Gorenflot, he was making useless efforts to get through. "Mordieu! Ventrebleu! Sang Dienne!" cried a stifled voice. "I would rather pass through the midst of the guards. Do not pull so hard, my friends, I shall come through gradually. I feel that I advance, not quickly, it is true, but I do advance." "Ventre de biche!" murmured Chicot, "it is Monsieur de Mayenne. Holy Virgin, you have gained your candles!" And he made a noise with his feet like someone running fast. "They are coming!" cried several voices from inside. "All!" cried Chicot, as if out of breath. "It is you, miserable monk!" "Say nothing, monseigneur," murmured the voices. "He takes you for Gorenflot." "Ah, it is you, heavy mass! Pondus immobile, it is you, indigesta moles!" And at each apostrophe Chicot arrived at last at his desired vengeance, let fall the cord with all the weight of his arm on the body before him. "Silence!" whispered the voices again. "He takes you for Gorenflot." Mayenne only uttered groans and made immense efforts to get through. "Ha! Conspirator!" cried Chicot again. "Ah! Unworthy monk! This is for your drunkenness, this is for your idleness, this for anger, this for greediness, and this for all the vices you have." "Monsieur Chicot, have pity," whispered Gorenflot. "And here, traitor, this is for your treason," continued Chicot. "Ah! Why did it not please God to substitute for your vulgar carcass the high and mighty shoulders of the Duc de Mayenne, to whom I owe a volley of blows, the interest of which has been accumulating for 7 years?" "Chicot!" cried the duke. "Yes, Chicot, unworthy servant of the king, who wishes he had the 100 arms of Briareus for this occasion." And he redoubled his blows with such violence that the sufferer, making a tremendous effort, pushed himself through and fell torn and bleeding into the arms of his friends. Chicot's last blow fell into empty space. He turned and saw that the true Gorenflot had fainted with terror. End of chapter 89. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.